The status window unlocked, and he heard the cherished words that every hero dreams of as he fell into the darkness. He didn't know where he was or what was happening. There was only a feeling that he was being pulled to the bottom. Now he is the incarnation of Drak, the destroyer of worlds. The system reported incomprehensible news, and then a deity who controlled fate appeared before him. What he saw was more like a dream, but the sensations were too realistic for a dream. The deity was whispering something with just his lips, but the guy couldn't make out what exactly. A few hours earlier, he was at the training grounds of the Ignite Academy, which was located high in the mountains. The tall building looked more like a palace, and the surrounding area was the size of an entire park. Hadel, the professor of combat magic, summoned Ruin Ardell and repeated the task. All he had to do was summon a fireball and throw it at the dummy. But the student hesitated, even though the task was to create a simple spell that any student at the academy could handle. For someone who was almost incapable of using magic, this was a practically impossible task, and now the guy doubted whether he would succeed this time. Seeing that he was hesitating, the professor hurried him, telling him to get started already. And yet Ruin decided not to give up. He hoped that this time he would definitely succeed. He took a deep breath and his hand became like a burning torch. He had to complete the task at any cost. The boy carefully poured mana into the spell, and the torch in his hand became larger. Not every student could create a ball of such a size, as it required a lot of mana, so excited whispers were heard from the students. Ruin took aim. He believed that this time he would definitely succeed, but then he was overcome with anxiety. He already knew how such feelings ended. As a result, the guy winced in pain, as if his stomach had suddenly twisted. The professor called him again, but the boy said he couldn't. Heidel ordered the fireball to be thrown with a stern voice, but the ball seemed to have a life of its own and refused to leave the guy's hand. After all, he was in his final year, the professor reminded him. If he still couldn't master basic magic, he wouldn't be able to pass the final exam. And it looks like he is destined to fail, the teacher stated, these words falling like a heavy burden on the boy. In this practical test, they had to create 10 fireballs and hit the target multiple times, but Ruin was unable to charge a ball even once, which was a level worse than a third-rate mage. His classmates made fun of him, even though the guy entered the academy with the best grades. In reality, he looked like the biggest loser of the entire class, and maybe even the academy. He was the scion of a provincial noble family, so when he first entered, he immediately earned the contempt of the upper aristocracy, who were unhappy that they had been passed over by some upstart from the village. All these 6 years, he desperately fought for his place in the academy. But the curse that had been hindering him all these years and the hopelessness left a deep mark on the boy's soul. Mana release disorder, that's what it was called. Although he had somehow held on all this time, but now he began to wonder more and more often how much longer he could bear all this. Ruin walked down the academy corridor completely alone and saw that a crowd of students had formed ahead. Although he tried not to collide with anyone, problems sought him out. One nasty blonde guy couldn't wait to crack a few jokes about failing the test, and he faked a laugh. Fool Ruin. That's what the younger students call him, said the bully standing with his tall friend. As if that wasn't enough, the blonde suggested that he go home to the village, since he was ruining the reputation of the entire class, and Ruin frowned. The bully's friend added that since he had no abilities, he needed money. But the problem was that no one had heard the name Ardell before he entered the academy. The blonde immediately objected that he had heard about the Ardell family from his father, who said that they were all lazy fools, too arrogant for such incompetence. The guy couldn't stand this kind of treatment and immediately punched the offender in the face. The blow was unexpected and powerful, so the bully slid backwards down the corridor. For my father, Ruin blurted out, who could tolerate insults to himself as much as he wanted, but not to his family. It was unpleasant and even offensive for a young aristocrat to be punched in the face, especially by someone of lower status. The academy certainly maintained formal equality among its students, but outside of it, the divisions never disappeared, so such conflicts were constant. Ruin looked disdainfully at the offender and said he should have known when to stop. Then Ben's friend decided it was time to show the villagers who was boss, and rushed at Ruin with his fists. But the guy seemed to be expecting this. He dodged the wide swing and punched the big guy in the solar plexus. He fell to the floor, unable to breathe, curled up in a fetal position. Ben swore foully, and Ruin turned towards him. The air was filled with the smell of a thunderstorm and a cracking sound, as if someone had broken a bundle of brushwood. The guy froze in place because his opponent was about to use combat magic within the walls of the academy. The rules prohibited this, but that didn't stop Ben. He cast the spell anyway. Ball lightning flew towards Ruin, who could hardly defend himself from it. Ruin froze in place, unable to move like a rabbit in front of a car's headlights. Here, Professor Heidel intervened in their fight, shouting for them to stop immediately. But it was too late. Lightning had already struck Ruin, illuminating the hall with flashes of arc welding. At that moment, Ruin thought that his end had come, and then he saw a strange deity. Activation, embodiment. The words of the deity sounded like some kind of nonsense, and when he woke up, he saw the beautiful face of a nurse above him. Helen was a highly skilled healer and was clearly worried about her patient. Ruin looked around, and Helen informed him that he was in the break room. The guy's head was spinning a little, but he was able to sit up, still not understanding what exactly had happened to him. The vision that appeared to him was too realistic, and this memory did not go away even when he woke up. Helen said he lay there for almost the whole day. He was lucky that he got off easy, but everything could have ended much worse. For someone who was struck by lightning, he looked fine, but they'll still take a couple of tests and swabs from him, in case he's a super mutant. Helen had never experienced anything like this. No wounds, no burns. It was hardly possible at all. The lightning ball is a terrible magic that destroys the body in seconds, and Ruin took a direct hit from it. So why is he completely fine? He was tormented by the question. There was a knock on the door to the break room, and people entered immediately. Helen saw the professor and handed the boy over to him since he had come. Heidel checked the guy's health. He was completely fine. This was good, but the incident council had already been convened anyway. The matter was serious. But even now, the professor could say that Ben Folt would be expelled for using magic with the intent to kill, and for slander against the Ardell family. Despite the good prognosis, the guy admitted that he was also to blame for the incident, since he was the one who hit the offender first. Of course, punishment is also planned for him, Heidel said. He will have to do volunteer work for a month. But that was not all. The professor still had a question. Whether the boy possessed an artifact or something similar, the professor did not believe in supernatural powers and sought an explanation. But if the guy had something like that, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be bullied for so long. And besides, the Ardell family would have long ago taken advantage of such a thing for their prosperity. The professor accepted the boy's answer, but Ruin still asked about his reasons. Heidel looked at his student carefully as if he was seeing him for the first time. Before the lightning struck, the boy's body was surrounded by a red light, as if he was protected by a high-ranking artifact. But Ruin couldn't imagine that this could happen. Then he remembered his strange dream and thought that these events might have some connection. But such guesses hardly deserved the professor's interest, so he did not talk about them. Heidel realized that there was no point in asking further questions and left the student to rest in the ward. But Ruin would like to know what this professor is thinking about now. Therefore, I became immersed in thoughts about the strange vision. Artifact Drac, destroyer of worlds, player, that's what the strange deity said. There was something else, but Ruin couldn't remember it yet. Here he requested a status window, and the cherished dream of every teenager appeared before him. The guy sat up in bed in surprise, seeing a hallucination in front of him. Helen walked up to him and asked if he was okay. Then Ruin pointed to a blue rectangle in front of his face. Naturally, she didn't see anything, and already thought that there were consequences from the lightning strike. Realizing that only he was seeing this hallucination, Ruin paused and began reading his status. The mage Draca, who sought boundless power, had destroyed himself and his world by relying on physical might rather than the ability to unleash magic. The status window was an artifact that allowed one to infinitely increase one's power through quests. Ruin decided to make up an excuse and said he'd just imagined it. His tests were normal, so Helen sent him home. Then the guy thanked her and got out of bed. To summarize what happened today, he survived a direct strike from ball lightning, encountered a strange deity with red eyes in another reality, and acquired a cheater's artifact. The window stated that he was now the incarnation of Drac, a mage with a similar fate. When the guy left the room, it was already night outside, and the cold mountain air filled the valley. Then the system window popped up in front of him again, offering him a task. Now he had to train his body every day in preparation for the upcoming tests. 100 punches, 100 kicks, a roundhouse kick, after which he would be awarded a reward. The guy didn't know how this would help a magician like him, but he decided not to bother himself with questions and just try. So he began to swing his fists at imaginary opponents, quickly completing the task. It was a simple task that even a child could handle. All children dream of a world where the world will be a simple, understandable task with increasing difficulty, where in the end you become a champion. But then it turned out that if he hits incorrectly, then the execution is not counted. If there was even the slightest error, the system would not accept such a result. Then Ruin gathered his patience to do everything properly. and when he finished, he was completely drenched in sweat. The system immediately gave him 10 strength points and unlocked skills. Suddenly, Ruin felt a strange sensation, as if something was circulating in his blood, something deeper than mana. Clenching his fist, the guy realized that he had truly become stronger, just like in a fairy tale. Now everything felt completely different. The speed of the blow, the destructive power, even though he had simply waved his arms and legs 100 times. This is how you become a cheater, Ruin thought and grinned. He looked at his hand with pleasure and wondered what was going on with the second award. Power Circle. This passive skill replaced mana with physical power. Mana circles were replaced with power circles, the guy read. His mana in his body was replaced by physical strength, whatever that meant. Anyone who felt mana could feel circles around the heart. The more of them there were, the more mana the sorcerer could release. The guy had 4 of them, more than the average student in his year. But considering the curse, it was as if they didn't exist at all. The mana circles had indeed disappeared from his heart, replaced by another, madly swirling energy. And these were power circles, torsion fields, the guy thought. Ruin had never heard of mages without mana circles, and didn't know if his new ability would be a full-fledged replacement. If not, then one could not even dream of a full life as a magician, the guy thought and frowned. But then he corrected himself. It was too early to despair. First, he needed to test everything in practice. Obeying his will, a fireball appeared in his hand. It happened much faster than before, and the ball burned brighter. Seeing the size of his ball, the guy realized that it was due to the power of the artifact. He was given a unique chance to live as a cheater hero in his own world. Since the magic had a basic principle, it took an average of 10 seconds for it to be released. But now the guy could skip this stage due to his inner strength. It was definitely the artifact's power, he thought, as the system issued another message. Ruin received a passive skill, Madness Mage, which allowed him to attack his opponents by infusing his body with magic. The spell had no effect on him, and his strength was affected by his physical strength. It seems that Drax suffered from the same disorder and developed his own method of fighting. He fought by filling his arms and legs with magic. The system invited the guy to demonstrate his abilities on a mannequin. The boy hadn't thought about it yet, but if this was a chance to become a magician, he had to try. A fireball instantly appeared in his hand and hit the dummy. It was similar to martial arts strikes and worked great on a stationary target. For completing the task, he again received a bonus of +10 to his strength. But then all of Ruin's strength left him and he fell to the platform, barely breathing. Previously, every failure in using magic was at the discharge stage, but now he has overcome it. Lying on the cold ground, he kept thinking about what kind of person the creator of this artifact was, and while he was thinking, he didn't notice how he fell asleep. Ruin lay there feeling the solid ground beneath him and the warm rays of the morning sun. The other students who had found him on the playground were loudly discussing his overnight stay there. The guy woke up and everyone jerked as if a dead man had come to life before their eyes. He stood up and stretched his stiff joints, and even scolded his classmates for their laughter. You never know who decided to sleep outside, but they really did see a nobleman sleeping on the street for the first time, and they thought that the guy had turned to drinks prohibited at the academy. Ruin simply brushed them off and went to the dorm, and his classmates spent a long time discussing the strange changes that had taken place in it. But then their eyes fell upon the fragments of a broken mannequin, and everyone was overcome with curiosity about who had damaged the academy's property. Ruin returned to the dormitory, a luxurious palace with fountains and lawns. The only person in the room was his roommate, who had already woken up. Jason Damon was a 6th-year student and a friend of the guy. He was surprised that he returned to the room only in the early morning. Jason at least wasn't hostile to Ruin, the outcast. His family was involved in foundries and metal mining. The boy brushed off all his friends' questions, but he did not lag behind and suspected that a woman might be involved in the matter. Jason himself was a well-known lover of the fair sex and strong drinks. As soon as he got hit by lightning, he immediately came to his senses. His friend was delighted, but Ruin pulled him under his sweaty shirt. He was going to the bathroom. Only then did he feel relaxation. After sleeping on the ground on a cold night, his whole body ached unbearably. Then he remembered that he had another additional task. Today he had to do the mandatory training again, but the number of repetitions had doubled. If they continue to double, it won't just be a guy who realized it and dove deeper. A month has passed since then. Every day he completed his task. The reward for it did not increase, but the number of movements constantly increased. Moreover, if you don't manage to complete everything within a day, your progress is simply reset. That's why Ruin never missed a day of training and learned to do the vertical splits. The only plus was that after the 3,000 repetitions mark, their number did not increase. Otherwise, the guy would have simply died in the process. So he diligently trained his body with ordinary airstrikes. He was even given a new skill, body art. The more trained he was, the more available movements he received from the system. Now he trained at night and slept during lectures during the day, although before he had listened attentively to lectures. And this change did not go unnoticed by the other students. They were surprised that he was practicing some kind of kicks and other ballroom dances that were unsuitable for an ordinary magician. Everyone agreed that the eccentric outcast simply wanted to compensate for his shortcomings in this way. During the day, Ruin searched the library for records about a mage named Drak, but I didn't find anything in the historical records. There was also nothing that resembled the description of his system artifact. These questions tormented the guy greatly, because his life now depended on the system. His strength stats have increased greatly this month, as have his agility. Then Jason came up to him and asked if he heard what happened. The friend understood that no, otherwise Ruin would not be sitting here with such a calm face. The head of the Ardell family arrived at the academy, Jason reported. His father was here, the stunned boy realized. Without thinking twice, the boy rushed to where his father was waiting for him. He was just talking about something with Professor Heidel. Seeing him, his father smiled warmly and said hello. They hadn't seen each other for 6 years, since Ruin was sent here to study at the age of 10, and now he was 16. So he asked how his father had been doing all these years. Father told me that his younger sister, Ruina, was learning swordsmanship to protect her weak brother. Ruin and Ruina, when you don't have to worry about naming your children, just have them have the same name. The guy even felt awkward that his younger sister had to think about this. Ruin already understood why his father had arrived and told him that everything was fine with him in a confident voice. The father was surprised, and the boy explained to him that he was not being abused either mentally or physically. Then the head of the Ardell clan took a sip of bitter coffee before saying that he wanted his son to leave the academy. If he is having a hard time here, the doors of the house are always open, because he has probably experienced many difficulties and things that he cannot talk about, the father said. Of course, Ruin understood that his father had not arrived for no reason, but he immediately declared that he already had a way out of the current situation. That's why I offered him a deal. At the next test, the guy wanted to show an excellent result, and if not, his father was free to take him away from here. Here the father saw how much his son had matured and how much confidence he had. And so the long-awaited day of the exam arrived. The teacher tapped his pointer on his palm, calling for students to be quiet. First came the written part of the exam. Anyone who tried to cheat risked failing the exam. When the teacher gave permission, everyone took up their pens and began to scratch them tensely. The exam was divided into a written and practical part, and the practical part, in turn, was divided into 4 more. Aimed shooting, measuring magical power, real combat, and a duel. Throughout his entire training period, Ruin only passed the written part perfectly, but in the practical part, Mikkel, from the respected Garahil family, always came first. But this time, everything would be different, the guy was sure. He intended to take no less than first place. After he successfully completed the written part, it was time for practice. Ruin was waiting his turn when someone called out to him. It was his friend Jason, who came to find out if the guy had any plan, because he had been acting too quiet for the last few days. He was delighted when his friend said that he would try a new method today. Then someone else asked the guy what he was doing here. Another nobleman decided to make fun of a weakling that no one cared about. They laughed at the fact that the guy shouldn't have come to the test at all. But Ruin answered confidently that he had come to take the test and did not see anything wrong with it. Then Mikkel put his hand on his shoulder and decided to give him some advice. Instead of failing the practical exam in disgrace again, why not just give up? But the guy indifferently replied that this advice was useless for him. But Mikkel clung to him like a tick and insisted that the boy would fail the exam anyway. He was very irritated by the fact that Ruin was so confident in himself, because this had never happened before. Everything would be decided in a one-on-one fight, the bully said. The first part of the exam was aimed shooting, and they came to the firing range. The essence of the exam is to shoot at several targets to determine how many targets the future magician can hit at once. But this year, the difficulty level of the exam was increased to combat level because the targets started moving. Some managed to hit one, others missed completely. Due to the new condition, the average hit rate dropped sharply. Teachers who had always prepared students with a simplified curriculum and now gave them a hardcore exam were surprised why the students were so weak this year. But it was too early to be disappointed, another professor told them. Alec had high hopes for his favorite Mikkel, because he was his uncle. Mikkel really came out to the test with confidence, ready to throw with both hands. The young aristocrat was used to being first and thought that it would always be like this. At the examiner's signal, he fired several balls of blue flame at once. Flashes of blue light illuminated the area. All targets were hit. Shouts of admiration came from the stands. Everyone understood that this year, too, Mikkel would be the first. Professor Alec, of course, immediately praised his relative, calling him a worthy heir. In his opinion, this student was the pride of the entire academy and worthy of representing it at the next festival. But another bearded old man asked Alec not to continue, and it was clear where he was leading. The current headmaster and archmage of the 7th class, Tyrion Ignat, said that he already understood the current level of the students. But then Professor Heidel asked him to wait a little longer because Ruin was supposed to speak now. Upon hearing his name, the rector was even surprised that the guy was still attending the academy. But they decided to give credit to the student's persistence and look at his test. Ruin was a little nervous under the many glances, but he was sure that now was a great opportunity to show everyone his strength. The guy summoned fire and was instantly engulfed in a powerful flame, as if someone had doused him with oil and set him on fire. The professors were immediately amazed at how quickly, absurdly, the boy was able to summon his fire. The other students were also amazed by the number of fireballs. But Mikkel reminded everyone that a guy could have 100 balls, but because of frustration he couldn't shoot any of them. Here the hero activated the cheats, the passive skill Time Refraction, which distorted time for 30 seconds and accelerated it by 200% of physical strength. This skill, which he had recently learned, allowed him to move abnormally fast for 30 seconds in any direction. In other words, he was now like a typhoon that unleashed a hand-to-hand attack on the targets. So quickly that in one fell swoop he destroyed them all, filling the area with a sea of fire. The professors were amazed by this turn of events, which was natural, since they had never seen such cheating skills before. The students were no less amazed when they realized that they could get closer and shoot with greater accuracy. And the happiest of all was Ruin, who had succeeded in everything in life. Thus, he destroyed 27 targets, which was the greatest damage in the history of the academy, because no one had thought to come closer before. The students couldn't figure out whether the boy hit the targets with magic or just with his hands. But the rector was the first to praise him. He liked this guy's fresh approach to thinking. Realizing that this was possible, the students also began to shout loudly, admiring Ruin's skills. But the one who was most upset was Mikkel, who now felt stupid. These were the first ovations and recognition that Ruin received in his 6 years of study. Success spread warmly in his chest. He always wanted to feel it. Of course, Professor Alec immediately began to express the idea that punching has little to do with magic. He had never heard of such a method. Heidel immediately countered that the hallmark of magic was its limitless possibilities. If everything always happens as expected, it is no longer magic, but mathematics. Alec addressed the rector directly, but Tyrion stopped him with a gesture. Today he saw a miracle created by a student, a flawless piece of magic. But he understood that there were differences of opinion. Alec expressed open dissatisfaction. Because of Ruin, his relative no longer looked like the most gifted. After the test, Jason caught up with the guy and called him an archmage, ruffling his hair. Now many people sought to meet him and wanted to talk, even those who had previously simply ignored him or laughed at him. Just yesterday he was an outcast, but now everything has changed. So Ruin quickly broke free from their clutches and left. He was not yet accustomed to such attention and thought that it would be better to remain in the shadows, because there were people for whom he was a thorn in the side. But when the guy entered his room, guests were waiting for him there. It seemed that they didn't know about locks at the academy. Ruin asked Mikkel why he came to him and was waiting here. It turned out that Mikkel was so excited by the latest demonstration that he came to warn the boy not to get too excited. Of course, in reality, the nobleman was hurt by his loss to someone who had been an outcast for 6 years. This frankness angered Mikkel, and he grabbed the guy by the shirt, which was a rash decision. Ruin carefully took his hand so as not to break it and moved it away from himself. And then Mikkel realized how wrong he was. He didn't understand where his opponent got so much strength from. Ruin suggested that they settle their differences on the battlefield, as they both needed to graduate from the academy. But can they really be rivals? Mikkel asked angrily. It was easy to check, just wait, Ruin answered him indifferently. The nobleman angrily told the boy not to dare fail before the duel stage and left his room. Despite this, Mikkel was sure that the impudent outcast would fail at the next stage before reaching the fights. But is he really a magician? Mikkel thought, looking at his hand, which was shaking after shaking it. The next stage was to measure the magical power, and the students gathered around a large statue. The ancient ogre kingdom was a treasure of an academy of which there are only a few on the entire continent. 5 centuries ago, Archmage Freud turned him into a statue, and since then he has become a training bag for mages, absorbing their mana. This meant that in order to pass the ogre's tests, one had to direct the spell one was most confident in at him. But this statue assessed students very harshly. Getting a score of 20 points from him was already an achievement. Some guy attacked the motionless and defenseless statue with a whole thunderstorm. But Kingram only gave him 1 point. Maybe the magician really was weak, or maybe the ogre was already tired of being a teaching aid for 5 centuries. The following ones suffered the same fate. The stone mannequin refused to recognize their abilities. Students who had not yet taken the test laughed at their predecessors. The confident girl threw an ice ball at the statue. The ogre suddenly told her that he would remember her. She was really impressive. "It's impressive how hopeless she is," he added, immediately sending the girl's self-esteem plummeting. Many were very disappointed with their results. No one had scored more than 5 points yet. Now it was Mikkel's turn, who charged the ogre's stone face with glowing snot, which they called magic. "A total disappointment," the statue replied. Kingram asked Mikkel if he was George Garahill's son. Mikkel stated that he is his proud third son. His father was a blockhead who begged for more points. The nasty stone idol immediately quipped. "The boy had even less talent," said the statue, "but she gave him 27 points. Of course, the stupid aristocrat, forgetting his pride, began to argue. After him, Ruin Ardell traditionally spoke. It was unclear on what basis they were called to the test, not in alphabetical order. This time, the guy himself was nervous, because he didn't know what to expect from the statue, and besides, he didn't want to lose face in front of his opponent. Gathering his courage, he summoned fire in his fists. The ogre saw this guy for the first time and told him to start. The teacher saw the boy using explosive incendiary mana and was surprised. The students were also amazed that Ruin used 4th grade magic. Ruin assumed an unusual stance, as if preparing to throw. And then, at full speed, he kicked the statue with a flaming torch on his boot. The trick seemed impossible. But in an instant, the guy transferred the magic from his fist to his leg and detonated it. A spell of such power should be classified as a 5th-class spell, the other students thought. It was astonishing that despite Ruin's lack of ranged abilities, he was still a 5th-class mage. But Kingram hadn't reacted yet, and Ruin even began to doubt that something had gone wrong. The statue stopped grumbling and asked the guy who he was. The mage introduced himself again, but the ogre called him by another name, Draca, and that couldn't be a coincidence. All this time, the ogre was waiting for Draca, his eyes glowing red. Everyone heard the ogre call the guy by a different name and decided that it was some kind of mistake. Over the past 2 months, Ruin had read every available book, but hadn't found a single mention, and now it suddenly turned out that the garden sculpture knew something. The guy started asking the ogre questions, and it turned out he was familiar with Draca. Kingram also knew that the guy in front of him was the incarnation of Drac. Then the statue asked the guy for the 3rd time to say his name. Apparently, he had a bad memory. The 3rd time, the ogre promised to remember and moved his stone convolutions. Here, the teacher asked to name the boy's score before leaving, but the statue refused, because there were too many unnecessary ears here. The evaluation was complete, and Ruin's magic was not something the ogre could appreciate. The professor recalled that, according to the contract, the ogre would have to provide assessments for 5,000 years from the date of the death of the Archmage Freud Ignite. Hearing such a proud statue, he was offended and angrily responded that he knew everything perfectly well, because for many years he had been giving grades to children that they were not even fit to be magicians. But a contract is a contract, so even though Kingram sent Ignat to hell, he promised to fulfill the contract, and he offered the young destroyer a choice between 0 and 100 points. He could get as many as he wanted. Naturally, the young cheater couldn't help but choose 100 points, which caused a heated discussion. Once again, the boy found himself at the epicenter of events, Professor Heidel said after the test. News that he had scored 100 points had already reached the rector's office. Upon learning of such an unprecedented achievement, Tyrion decided to reward the student. But first, the professor gave him a piece of parchment with directions to the artifact room written on it. Heidel waved his hand and ordered the boy to follow him. They descended the spiral staircase, where Ruin had never been before, and did not even know about this place because entry here was prohibited. It was even more surprising that they brought him here, thought the magician fighter. They went down to the artifact room. The professor could go no further. This meant that the guy had to go in alone, and Heidel told him not to be afraid. Ruin didn't know what was happening, but he resolutely opened the doors and went inside to get his reward. The artifact room looked like a throne room, or maybe a museum with exhibits. Most likely, it was entirely a warehouse of various junk belonging to the Academy's founder. which he did not want to sort. Then the guy heard a voice that asked him why he was so confused. It was the ogre Kingram, only he was alive and not made of stone. Here he could move, speak by moving his lips, but now he sprawled leisurely on the throne. This place was the only one where the ogre could afford such a life. Thanks to ancient magic, he could inhabit his own body and not be an artifact. Then Ruin asked him what the ogre meant when he spoke of his value, and the ogre repeated that the guy himself didn't know his worth. Despite the fact that he was using the same artifact as the player, the ogre knew about it. It was a rare, one-of-a-kind artifact, and Kingram asked how the boy had gotten it and what his connection was to Draca. But Ruin himself was asking himself the same questions, so he returned them to the ogre, maintaining a very interesting literary, highly artistic dialogue, no parentheses. Draca was a being who wished to become a god, like a dragon. One day he came to the Sky Peak tribe, to which Kingram belonged. He looked unsightly. He was too short and small, but his power was so great that no one could resist him. Moreover, he became stronger day by day, so even several warriors could not resist him. Thus, this warrior gained their respect. He lived among them and became part of the tribe. Draca even taught Kingram, the next chief of the tribe, literacy and magic over the course of almost 100 years. Ruin exclaimed that few people could live so long, but the ogre grinned and replied that Draca was not a man. His true form was the black dragon Dracogonia. He gave a super original name for the dragon. Apparently, the author decided not to waste his energy on useless names. Ruin was surprised that dragons even existed and weren't just a figment of legend. And then Kingram told him that all magic came from dragons, but everyone considered this a legend. Draca himself was not able to use magic, although he understood it well. So he came up with a way to fight by filling his arms and legs with magic, just like Ruin does now. Now the guy better understood what was happening to him and where the cool cheat codes came from. Drac created an ability that only he could use, turning water into wine and magic into power. Thus, he became the most powerful being in the world. But this was not enough. And Draca continued to increase his power until he eventually destroyed everything around himself. It was hard to imagine. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded him with skills, and for learning about Drac's past, Ruin received the rage of an ogre, which allowed him to borrow his strength. The power increased by 300 units for a whole half hour and recharged in a ridiculous 3 minutes. And suddenly an object that looked like a ball appeared in his hand. Kingram was also surprised and immediately realized that the guy had received a reward for the mission. Draca often chatted about such things while staring into space. Ruin showed the ball to the ogre closer and asked if he knew what it was. But it was not an object as such, but an embodiment, the org suddenly said. It was always close to Drac, so it was hard not to recognize it. But in its current state, it was most likely sealed in the Spirit Stone before his death. It was an embodiment of power, commonly called a spirit, but it wasn't a spirit. It was known to constantly demand power, but in return, it promised more. The incarnation would be born from stone, Ruin realized with disbelief. But the ogre told him not to worry, because it had already awakened and the ball in the guy's hands had indeed cracked. Then he saw in his hands something that looked like a fighting hamster, or maybe a teddy bear. When the cute pet was called a bear, he became offended and covered his face with his paws. Ruin was surprised that the bear could talk, and he again shouted indignantly at them to stop calling him that, waving his plump paw menacingly, despite the fact that he looked exactly like a miniature copy of a bear. The guy stared at the bear in amazement and listened to him swear funny. But if he is not a bear, then what is he? He asked the talking plush toy in surprise. An embodiment not connected to form, a hamster appeared, which could be anything. To prove his point, the bear began to strain with all his might. But nothing happened, and then an awkward silence fell between them. The power of transformation had disappeared somewhere. The bear was horrified after all. He had slept in the stone for 5 centuries. He decided the problem was that he'd been casting on an empty stomach, so he demanded food from his new master. The teddy bear's words sounded rude, but the boy still explained as best he could that there was no food, and besides, he didn't even know what a dwarf bear ate. The bear was outraged that his current owner was so weak that he couldn't even feed him. Realizing that it would be no use, the bear went to bed and asked to be woken up when it was time for dinner, leaving the guy completely perplexed. Thousands of years have passed, but his character has not changed, said the ogre. Flashbacks of his past life came over him as he looked at the boy with his new pet. Then he met Stran and Drac for the first time in his homeland in the Sky Peak tribe. Having finished with the warm memories, the ogre asked the guy what he would do with his power. This power made him stronger, could guide him on the righteous path, or could swallow him alive. So the ogre asked him again what the guy would do when he became stronger. More than anything, the guy wanted to protect ordinary people from demons, of course, and to elevate his Ardal family too, by properly declaring himself to those who despised him so much. For now, this was enough. There was much to protect, so Ruin could not refuse such an opportunity even despite all the risks. Therefore, he firmly declared to the ogre that he would live of his own free will for the sake of his loved ones and himself. Ever since the boy got a lead on Drax's identity, his daily routine hasn't changed, except for one detail. He woke up the bear, whose strange name was Stran, because it was time to eat, and he immediately jumped up. It looks like this fighting hamster lived only to eat, and he kept to a very unusual diet. Ruin summoned a fire spell in his hands. The baby immediately began to absorb his strength, and his appetite was brutal, not at all in keeping with his modest size. Stran fed on his strength, which the guy received from tasks, filling his belly to the brim. Stran was the embodiment of strength. He grew stronger with Ruin, and also accelerated his development. He received an additional 100 to his strength every time Stran reached a new level. Moreover, the increase was not limited by anything. Before his rebirth, Stran had a strength of 3,100 units, but now, without 1,000, Ruin himself felt incredibly strong. The guy was surprised that Draca had such power and asked if it was possible to gain power without completing tasks. The hamster started to boast again about how great he was and demanded to be given more food. But Ruin quickly stopped these manipulations. The hamster could die of hunger if he didn't want to share the information. There were plenty of ways to become stronger. You could take on missions of increased difficulty and receive greater rewards for them. Strength is also given when creating and receiving artifacts. It was also possible to boil ogre tendon or prepare an elixir. But all these options were not for him, the bear declared. All because first it was necessary to obtain 1,000 strength. Otherwise, his body simply would not withstand the power that was growing too quickly. Because now, he is like a child who has just started walking. Ruin thought he had become stronger, but now he realized that he was still too small. Now he knew his next goal. So he continued his training every day until his numbers reached 930. Meanwhile, the third stage of the practical exam, a real fight, began. The guy was already looking forward to this day. Usually, mages in this test attack from behind. There was always a chance that in a real fight the mage would hit his own if he messed up, so this stage was the most important of all. It showed how valuable a mage really is in battle, as they often missed the monsters and ended up too close to their own. Here is Jason, Ruin's friend and roommate, who dropped out after an unsuccessful throw. The Knights of Faldrin were invited to assist with the exam to check the students' safety and their compatibility with them. The test lasted 10 days, and depending on the points they earned, students were given different monsters. At the end of the last day, the 13 best students were identified, and since today was the last day of the test, everyone was interested in what kind of monster would appear before them. The students heard some noise and perked up. They thought that in front of them was a huge, ferocious orc who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Orcs lived in groups and were spread across the continent. They were much larger than humans and possessed comparable intelligence. Orcs were extremely cruel, so there was constant warfare with their people. Many students were not prepared to face such a person in the exam. They were afraid of dying, which made it clear that the academy was raising weaklings. Professor Heidel told everyone to remain reasonable because they were magicians, and to perceive the current test as a test of real combat. The orc wasn't exactly thrilled to be used as a teaching aid, so he cranked up the difficulty to the max. Even the knights had to do more than just block the unarmed orc's ferocious blows. Hiding behind a reliable iron wall, Mikkel could calmly prepare an ice spell. It was a whole swarm of ice arrows, which he decided to hit at a fast single target. But the orc did not become an easy target. When the mage fired, he suddenly ran up and jumped high into the air, bypassing the dense defense of the steel linesman. The professor shouted to the student to dodge quickly. Mikkel himself understood what he needed to do, but his heart sank with fear, and his body stopped obeying him. Then Heidel instantly cast the tree prison spell. Powerful green vines burst from the ground and quickly entangled the orc. He jerked violently a few more times, but to no avail. The professor's magic could not be broken. Mikkel left the test never having recovered from the horror his real opponent had inflicted on him. His uncle was disappointed. His nephew had failed again, which damaged the reputation of their family. It was urgently necessary to prevent Ruina from passing the test, and the professor suggested to the rector that changes be made to the exam. Tyrion asked him what Alec was hinting at. Everyone knew that next it would be Ruin's turn to take the test, and Ruin is the only student who received a perfect score on the Kingram test. Judging him equally with other students was wrong, Alec said. Tyrion agreed, but they had no other monsters in stock. Pleased that the plan had worked, Alec objected and said that there was someone. The Knights of Foldren brought with them not only orcs but also one ferocious ogre. Using such a monster during the exam was dangerous, but Professor Heidel was there too, along with the knights. In the end, everyone decided to see what exactly Ruin, who was once the weakest student, was capable of. Professor Heidel was waiting for the guy in the corridor, knowing that he would pass through here. They met eyes and greeted each other. The professor carefully warned that the boy would have a more difficult test than everyone else. All because he had received a perfect score on the previous test, many considered it unfair to put him in the same position as other students. The fact that the system would be unfair in that case didn't bother anyone. Ruin still asked who he would fight in that case, if not an orc. When he found out it would be an ogre, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. But the talking bear was delighted that their first opponent would be a real ogre. The ogre was barely held by the chains he was bound with. He was so strong. Jason thought it was an orc captain, but he was corrected for his incomprehensibility. It was an ogre, no matter that they differed only in the presence of horns on their heads. Jason, even though he wasn't supposed to go into the arena, was nervous, fully understanding how difficult this test was. The knights were also nervous, believing that it was too much of a risk to use such a dangerous monster for a test. And they were generally right. Ogres look like orcs, but they are physically much stronger and can break anyone with one blow. Even knights had a hard time capturing such a monster, but Heidel confirmed that this was all the rector's order. The knight captain snorted, realizing that the academy was ruled by stupidity and courage, and Ruin agreed with him. He was ready to put his life on the line. He introduced himself to the captain by his full name, making it clear that he was the student who would take the test. The guy didn't look like anyone special, so the captain didn't have much hope for him. If anything happened, they had to protect the boy, the knight thought. But then he saw that the student was walking forward. He looked at the young madman doubtfully and said that he was fighting on the wrong side. He was supposed to stand behind everyone, but the guy stood his ground. He declared that he would strike from the front line, which caused even more confusion in the knight. Still, his spells were a little different from the usual ones, Ruin warned. But in that case, he won't have any protection, the captain replied with disbelief. Because the enemy is an ogre, not to be trifled with. The guy understood everything perfectly, but the captain didn't really understand why there was such a risk. Ruin theatrically threw off his cape, although he could have hung it up neatly. The knight didn't sense any fear in him at all. The boy either knew what he was doing or was simply weak-minded. Everyone was told to get ready. Even the ogre stopped twitching in his chains. The professor snapped his fingers, indicating that the test had begun. The chains came off and the ogre immediately rushed into battle, because this was his specialty. But Ruin did the same, slipping between the knights with a burning torch in his fist at the ready. The captain, who had not been warned about such a prank, was naturally very surprised. He belatedly shouted, "Stop!" but no one listened to him. The boy ran straight towards the ogre, waving a torch. The ogre swung, some kind of power gathering in his hand as well. But Ruin was a little faster and managed to hit the target with a fireball. Their fists collided bone to bone, and it remained unclear why they were aiming at each other's arms instead of hitting the body. Swirls of power filled the entire room. Everyone watched what was happening as if in slow motion. The knights did not understand why the mage used the spell in close combat, and not from the rear as he was supposed to. A loud bang deafened everyone and raised a cloud of dust and smoke, temporarily obscuring the view. The only hope was that the boy hadn't died, thought the knight captain. He was actually still standing on his feet, which was completely incredible in itself. The captain grabbed him by the arm and angrily said that he should have been warned about such a prank, because the guy could have died. Ruin humbly asked for forgiveness, but if he had said what he would do, no one would have believed him. And they certainly wouldn't have allowed me to take the test because it could only be seen. There was no time for negotiations now, and the guy suggested returning to the test. All this time the ogre, whole and unharmed, was terribly angry, puffing, and waiting for the people to finish speaking. The captain haughtily ordered the boy to step back. He acknowledged his strength, but continuing the test was too dangerous. The boy needs to stay aside while they knights sort everything out. Of course, Ruin refused. It was his test, and he wanted to finish it. Despite the fact that he was facing an opponent 5 times larger than himself, there were 2 reasons why the boy was so brave. The first was his ogre friend skill, which allowed Ruin to understand that the ogre was crying out for help and begging to be freed. Ordinary people saw the ferocious monster, but not him. This ogre was terrified, surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason is a sudden task to subjugate the enemy with an excellent reward. The boy had no reason to hesitate, so he boldly rushed into battle as soon as the signal sounded. They again encountered the ogre head-on, and without much ado, they exchanged blows. But unlike the ogre, the guy still burned with his blows, so the unfortunate monster cried out in pain. The ogre became angry at such impudence and promised to kill the magician. He jumped as high as he could to strike from above, but Ruin jumped back in time, showing that he still had some close combat skills. He carefully studied his opponent and looked for his weak points. For the first time, the mage used the time refraction skill and accelerated sharply. Even the knight was surprised that the book-headed magician could move so quickly. To strike, Ruin had to get as close as possible. He jumped up to the ogre so quickly that he didn't have time to react and missed the blow to the stomach. This attack had already impressed the knight captain, as the boy fought without flinching against the dangerous enemy. But the ogre was able to counterattack by striking from his height. Ruin simply grabbed his fist. He did the same with the other hand, and thus they entered into a clinch. And in order to get out of it, the guy abruptly gave in to the ogre, pulled his hand back and hit him with his knee at the pain point. The ogre quickly grabbed his opponent by the leg, and instead of smearing him across the floor, for some reason threw him away, as if he didn't want to fight. Ruin made a deft turn in the air and landed on his feet, but he had to dodge again because the enemy was pursuing him, destroying everything in his path. The mage landed softly like a cat behind an ogre. What a wily rat the formidable enemy was indignant. Ruin couldn't stand this insult and for some reason jumped up for a spinning kick, instead of striking with full support on the ground where he would have had more strength. But this movement was enough for the ogre to stretch out on the arena to lie down and rest. The magician landed on top of him, on his chest, wanting to finish off his opponent. Here he used the skill Ogre's Fury, which increased his strength for 30 seconds. The ogre called him a monster, and the boy thanked him for the compliment in his language, which greatly surprised the warrior. At this point, their dialogue ended, and the ogre's friend crushed his opponent with his fireball. Ruin even went into berserker mode when he released all his power, and his eyes turned red. The flame was so powerful that it could even touch the knight standing nearby just in case. But the fire did not harm the magician himself at all. Mishka praised his new owner, who was not as bad as he first thought. For a while, the arena was so quiet that you could hear every rustle. Everyone was simply speechless and could not believe their eyes. And then the students' admiring exclamations burst from the stands. The knights came closer to examine the ogre, not believing their eyes that the magician alone was able to defeat him. The knight captain asked Ruin who taught him to fight like that with a tactically concerned face, but the boy replied that no one. The knight didn't believe that it was possible to learn such a trick on your own, and in some ways he was right. The magician didn't intend to prove anything now, so he simply asked Professor Heidel for the results of his test. No one thought that he would be able to defeat such an enemy, but the guy did not even leave a chance to intervene. The professor admitted that the student exceeded all his expectations. That means the test has been passed, he announced so loudly that everyone in the arena heard the result. Ruin realized that he could be proud of himself and took a couple of magical selfies. Now he has received the reward of the player's eye, the ability to see the nature of everything, gather information, sense surveillance, in general. Another set of cheats with a focus on intelligence. Mishka praised him for his success, because now his owner had become a real player. This was a skill that only a player could possess, the fighting hamster said contentedly. Ruin could see enemies under stealth and concealment, which was a huge advantage. Moreover, the system informed him that the mini-map was now available to him. With its help, it was possible to see everything within a radius of half a kilometer. He could also see the status window of the desired target, but the information available might be limited depending on the target's level. Mishka suggested testing his eye on a recently defeated enemy. The guy did just that and called up a long list of characteristics. The shoulder blade ogre lived in the Thunder Mountains and was distinguished by its protruding shoulder blades, was smaller than ordinary ogres, and had a gentler disposition. This skill was impressive, so Ruin immediately decided to try it out on Professor Heidel. But besides the fact that he was a 6th-class mage and didn't see anything, it became clear that it was impossible to obtain information about people who were of a higher level. The hamster explained that the stronger the owner is, the more accessible information about others he will receive. After the test ended, rumors of Ruin's victory spread throughout the academy, but for him, this feeling was still new. Then a quiet female voice addressed the guy, and he turned around. One rather pretty girl plucked up the courage to approach him first, and now used the maximum of her girlish charm magic. Other girls tried their luck with her. They gave the guy treats and praised his nightly duel with the ogre, after which, awkwardly laughing, they ran away, blowing him kisses. Ruin wasn't hungry, so he offered Jason some, in case there was a love potion somewhere. But the great connoisseur of feminine charms was outraged by such a proposal, because it was terribly disrespectful towards the girls who overcame their embarrassment and approached first. In fact, the young aristocrat was jealous. He had never been given such honors. But Ruin noticed his great potential with the help of a player's eye. Over the past few days, he had checked out everyone at the academy, and only Jason and Mikkel had any prospects. So Ruin told his friend to try a little harder, and then he would show an excellent result on the next test. The nobleman had talent, but to reveal it, he needed to play games less and chase skirts. Jason was so inspired by his friend's praise that he promised to give it his all. Looking at his comrade, he could hardly believe that it was still him. So drastically had Ruin changed. They had lived together and been close friends for 6 years, so Jason knew what he was talking about. Although Ruin remained the same, he himself found it hard to believe how much he had changed after discovering the power of the protagonist's cheats. Now there were rumors about the guy that he would not only displace Mikkel from his place as the best student, but would also become the representative of the academy, Jason said. But the guy wasn't interested, and he cut off the conversation, deciding to return to the dorm. Jason was surprised because it was the year of the great festival and everyone was interested in it. In the 5th month of each year, representatives of famous academies gather together and determine the best of them through a competition. And once every 8 years, an Olympiad is held in which students compete for the title of Best Magician. The intersection of these two events is called the Great Festival. This is a national competition for the best students from the most famous academies. The winner receives not only a huge cash prize, but can also acquire various privileges, such as free tram travel. Therefore, there is a limit on the number of participants. 1 person for the individual competition, 30 for the team competition, a total of 31 people from one academy. And whoever was chosen for individual assignments would become the academy representative. Previously, everyone was sure that it would be Mikkel, but now, after Ruin's performance, opinions have changed. Jason also reminded them of Mikkel's previous performances at regular festivals. There was nothing to say about the group competitions, and in individual competitions Mikkel placed last for 5 years in a row. This was an impressive achievement and greatly undermined the credibility of the entire academy, which trained soft-bodied kittens, not warriors. Because of Mikkel, the entire academy was ridiculed, as they failed both group and individual classes. The students blamed the upstart nobleman, but in reality, it was their own fault for being so worthless. Now they hoped to escape the stigma of shame with the help of Ruin, as if he could change their own pathetic essence. Ruin put an end to all these speculations, saying that the exam was not yet over, and it was too early to think about the future. In the end, the festival participants are selected based on the results of the exam and recommendations from the faculty. There was still a one-on-one fight against Mikkel ahead, so Ruin decided to focus on this. All he could think about was defeating his opponent. Another 4 days have passed since the completion of the 3rd stage of the practical exam. Ruin received the coveted 1,000 points of strength and the ability to perform split kicks. Mishka congratulated him on completing the preparations. He had been waiting for this day. Now he could begin leveling up. Repeated tasks had moved to level 2. The system reported as Strand sucked in a breath. He then jumped onto Ruin's shoulder and he summoned fire to feed the hamster. The difficulty of daily quests has been doubled and the rewards tripled. When the fighting bear had eaten his fill, he began to study the power himself, so Ruin thought he would explode. The flame was quite bright and scorching. Meanwhile, Professor Elec was pondering his dark plans. He wanted to set up Ruin, but in the end, this brought him additional plans. And in this case, it was no longer clear whether Mikkel would be able to win the duel. The imagination immediately painted a sad outcome of the battle, completely unacceptable for the famous family. Here, not only participation in the festival was at risk, but also the status of the best graduate of the academy. Although what significance did this have given the status of the academy? Strand also advanced a level and was now a level 2 combat hamster. He grew a little, and Ruin received 200 strength points as a reward. In one fell swoop, the guy increased his strength by 20% thanks to the hamster. But that was only the beginning, Strand declared smugly. Now the guy had to do 5,000 punches, roundhouse kicks, run 15 kilometers, and also train in one-on-one combat. But for the guy now, it didn't look like something very complicated. It was much more important to understand the new line on the list, about the fight against the opponent. The hamster reminded him of their first meeting. He could turn into anyone. Now that he had fattened up a bit, he was already able to transform, albeit with limitations. To become a human, you need to reach at least the 5th rank. And even then it won't be a full incarnation. and the hamster decided to show what he can become now. He suddenly spun around like a top, causing a mini tornado in which he disappeared. The tornado darkened and grew larger, and the transformation continued. And then some kind of scarecrow appeared in front of the guy. He expected something different, so he looked a little disappointed. But Strand told him not to be so careless. During the time when Draco was just studying, he was very useful to him. Strand played the role of a dummy, or rather an assistant in completing the task. Every day the guy will have to go through training and a real fight with a fighting hamster. He was still weak and at the level of a mid-class mage, but when he regains his fighting power, everything will be possible, the hamster proudly declared. At the master's request, he could turn into a demon or even a dragon. Ruin nodded and suggested starting training right now. He wanted to fight the magician, and Strand's eyes flashed hellishly, realizing his master's intentions. With a wave of his paw, a tiny staff appeared in it, so the teddy bear could use magic. His magic couldn't do any damage, only knock back, Strand warned. In turn, Ruin could attack as much as he wanted, without restrictions. The teddy bear was truly the best opponent. The fiery flash of the spell's activation served as a signal for the start of the duel. Ruin quickly dodged the first blow with one jump, after which he immediately jumped towards Strand, who was keeping his distance like a magician, while Mikkel was probably training with all his might. Mikkel did indeed prepare, but not in the way Ruin thought. Instead of exercising, the nobleman came to his uncle for help. The relative scolded his nephew for his weakness and for coming to complain. But Mikkel had already heard that it was his uncle who helped his opponent get the highest score. It was Ellic's request to summon the ogre that made Ruin's victory so stunning. And now Mikkel was threatening to tell his father and family about it. The uncle was very upset that some brat was blackmailing him. Then Mikkel suggested that they stop grumbling and think together about how to get out of the situation. Their main fear was that Ruin could become the representative of the academy. But the professor suddenly said that he had a plan. He handed his nephew a bottle with some tiny flower and a potion inside. The awakening herb, the flaming flower, Mikkel immediately recognized this essence. This herb grew far in the north and was a rare medicinal plant, used for special elixirs. If this remedy is consumed, the nephew will experience an awakening effect, which will significantly reduce the speed of spell activation. However, as a side effect, Mikkel will experience pain and will no longer distinguish between friends and foes. He won't see anything, his uncle agreed, glad that Mikkel hadn't slept during his lessons. The nephew immediately lost all his determination, but his uncle insisted that he would have to drink the medicine anyway, because now was not the time for complaints. The venture was also risky because Professor Heidel knew Mikkel's abilities well and could spot cheating immediately. True, you're only a cheater if you're caught, but Ruin wasn't caught, even though he was obviously a cheater. But Alika said not to worry because he was the one dealing with doping testing issues. Therefore, he gave another potion that was supposed to hide the use of the flower. They had to be drunk one after the other, said the professor, and handed 2 bottles to his nephew. Alec encouraged the boy, saying that they were the Garrahill family and this was their way of moving forward. The young, arrogant aristocrat frowned, but eventually agreed. A little more time passed, and finally the day of the duels arrived, which would take place in the Mana Barrier Hall. Every year when this competition takes place, the arena stands are packed to capacity. Now it was Ruin and Mikkel's turn to fight after all the others. Both had been preparing for this day for a long time and were looking forward to it so they could settle their common scores. Strand decided to discuss strategy. Their opponent knew for sure that Ruin would be getting closer and was preparing for it. The question was that if he could get close, he would only need 1 blow to finish the fight. Since this test was close to real fights, there were even various obstacles in the arena. Ruin examined the enemy with his eye and immediately noticed something was wrong. He realized that he was not the only one who resorted to cheating to gain power that was not available in the usual way. Mikkel was acting strangely, growling, twitching, making faces. Then the guy looked at him carefully again. Mikkel was a 3rd-class mage with high potential and dual summoning skill, and was also in a special berserker state. Ruin had never seen anything like this before, and thought that the enemy must have taken something to get this status. Before the exam, everyone was tested for prohibited substances, but yesterday, Professor Elika, Mikkel's uncle, was responsible for this, which gave rise to some thoughts. The instructor warned the fighters that the only forbidden magic was black magic. Everything else based on the use of the 4 elements was allowed, and points were awarded depending on the level of magic that hit the opponent. Now, they didn't have to worry about their opponents because they were in a barrier room that reduced the effectiveness of spells almost completely. The instructor asked if they had any more questions, and Ruin raised his hand. What would happen if it turned out that one of them had taken the forbidden potion? He asked. and this made Mikkel wince. Of course, this was punishable by disqualification and other restrictions, including expulsion, the instructor explained to them. But Ruin didn't say anything else. He just looked meaningfully at Mikkel, who was already barely able to control himself. When everything was ready, the instructor told them to go to different ends of the arena. Even though Ruin understood everything, he still had no proof now. He was the only one who could see the status window. He needed to get solid proof of Mikkel's guilt. They seemed to have separated, but it turned out that they hadn't and were standing at arm's length from the judge in the ring. At the signal, Ruin rushed towards his opponent, who immediately flew into the air to avoid being reached. A green ball appeared in Mikkel's hands, and he wished for his opponent to die in agony, even though it was impossible in this arena anyway. Moreover, Mikkel used a binding spell to bind his opponent. But Ruin freed himself so quickly that it caused a surprised cry from the audience. Mikkel's magic simply didn't work on him. The barrier hall reduced the power of magic, but did not affect Ruin's abilities, so he rushed towards the enemy again. But the mad nobleman did not stop there and called upon strange magic with the skull. A fiery breath erupted from the skull, and Ruin had to quickly dodge. He suddenly used his acceleration skill and, with long leaps, headed towards the enemy again. There were various rocks along the way that became natural obstacles. Behind one of them, Ruin managed to hide from the wave of raging fire. The enemy was able to cast spells faster and collect mana. These were the effects he received from the doping. Mikkel, seeing his success that his opponent had run away, began to tease him and mock him. Mikkel had teased him before, but now he was even more agitated. Now Ruin realized that his opponent had drunk the awakening herb, the flaming flower. Its side effects, excessive expression, hand tremors, suppression of pain receptors, decreased recognition of self and others, it all fits together, thought Ruin. All that remains is to confirm the reduction in sensitivity to pain. It's simply surprising that the professors haven't figured anything out yet. Here the fighter came out from behind cover and addressed his opponent directly. He was no longer surprised that Mikkel was so confident in himself. It's all because of the flaming flower, Ruin said, so only Mikkel could hear. But it didn't matter. Doping wouldn't help him defeat him. Ruin assumed a fighting stance to show off. He used time refraction, a cheat skill that compensated for his limited ranged attacks. Mikkel reacted late, but the enemy was moving too fast. Despite this, a whole wall of ice has grown up in front of Ruin, which is not so easy to run around. Then the fighter simply kicked the ice wall and it shattered. Even the professors were surprised how Ruin overtook the enemy in an instant. But the nobleman was not going to give up so easily and summoned a monster that spat fire. Ruin shouted earthquake and swung his arm wide. It wasn't a skill, he just hit the ground really hard, causing a shockwave. A cheer went up from the stands as the fire element was defeated with an earth spell. Mikkel's situation became desperate. He was giving in to his opponent in everything. But then his face completely distorted with horror. With Ruin looming over him, Mikkel cried out pitifully for him to stay away, as if that made any sense. The fighter smiled kindly. "There is no need to be such a softy," he said. It was a simple flick, but filled with his power. So Mikkel flew as if he had been shot out of a cannon. But even despite such damage, and the fact that he broke through the wall with his body, the grass-possessed nobleman did not lose consciousness. Then Ruin added a punch to him, right in the nobleman's face, and therefore also in the stomach, because why not? Even after taking such a heavy beating, Mikkel still taunted back and boasted that he didn't care. It was dangerous to continue the test, so Ruin used a binding spell and grabbed the mage, after which he announced to the judges and everyone that his opponent had used a prohibited potion. The judge warned that he would be disqualified for defamation, and that compelling evidence was needed. The boy was confident. Because the use of doping could be hidden with other substances, he also did not skip potions classes. The inspector could also turn a blind eye to the cheating. After all, it could have been someone who got hold of several rare elixirs for their relative, and someone who checked the tests of other students, but Ruin didn't hint at anyone. True, the judge had already reached the necessary conclusions, since there was only one person matching the description. Everyone suddenly remembered that Professor Elec was Mikkel's uncle. Here the professor himself jumped up to Ruin, wanting to shut his mouth. After all, the accusations were serious. Not only did Mikkel take the drug, but the professor was also in cahoots. All of this, of course, was slander and provocation, Elec declared. But Ruin stood his ground and said he could prove his claims. Elec chuckled and offered to take another doping test, but the guy prudently refused. He had already realized that Mikkel had drunk the disguise. But how then can his words be proven? The professor asked haughtily. Ruin walked up to the thick tree trunk and smiled. Then he gave the tree a light flick, causing it to fly apart. That's the kind of flick he gave Mikkel, the boy said, and the professor shuddered at its power. It's not normal that Mikkel continues to talk and laugh after such a blow. Even taking into account that he trained a lot, he definitely has a concussion and 4 broken ribs. But despite this, the nobleman continued to laugh as if nothing had happened, not even realizing the seriousness of what had happened. It was obvious that the student was on illegal drugs, so why did the professor deny it? The boy asked him. Rector Tyrion also wanted to know why and called out to his professor. And from his appearance, it was clear that he was not just angry but furious. And as soon as something like this could happen in the sacred arena for duels, Tyrion demanded that Alec appear in his office. And stupid Mikkel continued to laugh madly, tied up in vines. Even a few days later, the whole academy was buzzing about it. Mikkel was expelled, his uncle was fired, and Ruin the Destroyer acquired a new nickname, the Exorcist of Magicians. The guy stopped at a huge gate that led to who knows where. When he was called to the rector, he was immediately engulfed in a bright light, after which the gate opened and he found himself on a green lawn with a red chair. The area was slightly different from the academy, and he recognized the chair as Theron's throne, on which the King of Magicians sat. Tyrion, who had approached unnoticed, asked the boy with the lightning scar in a hidden place what he saw. After all, the appearance of this place was created with the help of the Eye of Malorok, the demon king who invaded the continent. He had the power to make a person see what he desired most, but the demon fell and his parts were turned into artifacts. Therefore, the Eye of Malorok showed the world that man wanted to see, and the images around were close to this. Ruin wanted to see the dawn of the Ardell clan and how it would become the best magician. Rector Tyrion asked if he wanted to know what the Mirror of Malorok was showing him. A world where students behave like students and magicians behave like magicians, the rector said with a smile. He, of course, understood how difficult it was to achieve such a goal, and they headed for the exit. Before leaving, the guy saw his triumph and how he was congratulated on his victory, and how he leaves the academy gates as the best student with his head held high. Afterwards, they came to the rector's office, where he was treated to tea and a strange herb. Tyrion had called him because he wanted to ask him something and hoped for an honest answer. The rector was interested in how exactly the boy realized that the flaming flower had been used. Mikkel was acting out of character, and Ruin immediately thought of the flower because of his alarmed, aggressive behavior, and the mana flow was unusual and the mana itself was strengthened. But Tyrion said that the guy not only suspected, but knew exactly what Mikkel had taken. Then the guy explained that the arena barrier suppresses magic, but not physical strength. Now there was no need to talk about his system cheats. Even though Mikkel might have been in shock, he still acted too strangely, laughing without feeling any pain, and this could only be explained by the flower. The boy spoke, and the rector admired his insight and composure despite his age. Tyrion asked him for forgiveness as the head of the academy, and promised to take him under his protection so that the rogue side would not think of taking revenge on him for exposing him. Taking note of the boy's abilities, he offered him the position of academy representative at the grand festival. This news stunned Ruin. It was a status that everyone dreamed of. Something similar he suspected when he was called to the rector's office for a conversation. The guy thanked him for the offer but refused because he didn't have enough experience. The boy hadn't participated in real combat for the past 5 years, though that hadn't stopped him from defeating his best student. So now Ruin wasn't confident in himself. But the rector didn't care about this. As the head of the council, he had already decided everything. He believed that he was more than enough to be a candidate for victory. Tyrion said he wasn't joking. He was sure the guy had every chance of winning. Moreover, Ruin could become their secret weapon for victory. The boy blushed at these words. From his opponent's point of view, he was a dark horse about whom there was no information, meaning they would not be able to develop methods to combat his magic in advance. There was a grain of truth in this, unless countermeasures were developed and applied immediately after the first fights. But for this purpose, other opponents, unlike Mikkel, did not have any data on him. Hearing all this, Ruin promised to do everything possible to win. Then Tyrion told him that it would be more useful to attend lessons on physical development than magic, and for this purpose he specially invited a martial arts professor. A stern voice asked him how the desperate student was doing, and Ruin immediately recognized him. "What's wrong with your face?" asked the knight captain. Golter Pirant, the same one who helped her pass the exam. He was one of the 6th rank knights in the Radiant Kingdom, a high-flying bird. That's why he was so responsible during the test, because he didn't want to disgrace his reputation. Ruin couldn't even imagine that he would have the chance to study with such a man. But first the knight wanted to check something. According to Tyrion, the boy was a special magician who could fight exclusively in close combat. Ruin confirmed everything. There was nothing to hide. It was obvious that his attacks were very powerful, the knight admitted. Everything was clear and without unnecessary movements. But Golter immediately added frankly that it was too obvious that he did not practice martial arts. The boy's skills might work against a mad ogre, but an experienced knight would read him like an open book, no matter how strong he was. Opponents who studied the art of the body would figure out his actions simply by looking at the position of his arms and legs. The boy couldn't object, as his movements were truly the result of training and airstrikes, making their practical application quite limited. The knight told him not to worry, as his lessons would compensate for that. He suggested not to put things off and start right now. The most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow him to predict the enemy's actions, so he needs to learn to walk correctly, Golter instructed him. Only after this could the boy begin to study the art of the body. In the training center, they usually studied the heavenly martial art. Ruin made a few movements and continued to strike the air. Excluding sword techniques, the heavenly art included 36 Shaolin martial techniques. In general, the guy practiced the same arm and leg swings, only with greater artistry. But for some reason, Golter was very pleased with him. In fact, to develop punches, it's not enough to just wave your arms. You need numerous and varied training sessions, strength and coordination, practice with a partner, and equipment. Ruin was surprised that he would be trained at all, since the knight would have to come to the academy every day. Then Golter answered him that this was a kind of investment. If he met a person who would become a great magician and was even able to help him, this could have a good effect on his reputation. In this case, the boy bowed low to his teacher, promising to repay him well. The confession was so sincere that Golter became embarrassed and asked to be treated more easily, since he was not even 30 years old yet. And now the guy was swinging his fists under the supervision of an experienced knight. Golter noted that Ruin has good endurance and copes well with training. Then, during the exam, when he examined the ogre, he saw that his jaw was broken. The melee mage was physically stronger than the ogre, such a paradox. So 3 weeks of training passed, the boy leveled up his body art, received the achievement the whole body as a weapon, and now he could fill every part of his body with mana. The effect of mastering the heavenly martial art was incredible. Even the battle hamster leveled up thanks to it. The force reached more than 2,000 units, and these were simply enormous values. Even the battle mini bear was impressed by the boy's growth rate. Draca had been gaining this level for over a year, and another 6 months after meeting the hamster. Perhaps it was the difference in how humans and dragons perceived time, he thought when Jason called out to the boy. Ruin immediately realized something had happened. Otherwise, his friend wouldn't have come running to him at full speed. Jason also realized that his friend hadn't seen anything yet. A list of participants in the Great Festival is already hanging at the entrance to the academy, a friend said. Ruin recalled how at the ceremony he introduced the newcomers as the one who had done the best on the entrance test. Because of this, he was envied and constantly given suspicious glances. And as if justifying their hopes, all these years he showed himself only from the pitiful side. He could only watch from afar as Mikkel received all the laurels of the winner. Now everything had changed, and the boy ran happily towards his destiny. When they reached the honor board, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered there. Ruin read his name and exclaimed joyfully, so he became the main representative of the academy. Although he knew about it a month ago, now he has many more admirers. So much time has passed, and now he has become the representative of the academy again. Even his friend Jason passed, becoming the 31st participant in the group competition. Professor Heidel congratulated the boy and said how surprised he was to learn that he had mastered the celestial martial arts. Moreover, the boy became a 5th-class magician, and this at only 16 years old. His genius frightened even the professor. So, preparations for the festival proceeded smoothly, and they headed to the venue in Altan. Everyone arrived at the train station, waiting for the magical train. Many were riding the Mana train for the first time. It was rumored to be incredibly fast. And in the Imperial Federation there were hundreds of them, while in their kingdom there were only 2. Here someone made a sharp remark about Jason, who admired technology like a redneck. One of the guys in their group told him to shut up and not embarrass himself. This arrogant aristocrat's name was Hanks. He was close to Mikkel and participated in the festival last year. And now he was setting everyone up for the fact that Ruin wouldn't perform a miracle at the festival, and they would be disgraced again. The tension in the team was growing. The representatives from the other academies were definitely ghosts, and the group believed they would have a better chance against them if they had Mikkel, who had already competed at festivals and finished last with them. So it was completely unclear why they thought doing the same thing would change the outcome. In any case, a bunch of arrogant and pathetic nobles decided not to recognize Ruin as their representative. They didn't want to change anything. They just liked going to the festival at the academy's expense. Ruin understood that many of them wanted to curry favor with the influential Garhill family. Even the battle hamster grinned in anticipation of the showdown. But the guy was determined to perform well, regardless of how he was treated. So Ruin decided to return the favor, saying that Mikkel would be flattered that his dogs were loyal to him even after being eliminated. They immediately perked up at such an insult, but the guy didn't stop there and added fuel to the fire, saying that he had deliberately expressed himself as simply as possible so that even a fool would understand. The nobles wanted to argue with him, but the guy did not give them such an opportunity. Because this festival will be an order of magnitude more difficult than those Hanks participated in. And if he succeeds in it, he could receive opportunities greater than those the Garhill family could provide. Hanks understood all this better than anyone. But first he had to achieve something. Everyone who went to the festival was a monster, and ultimately their fate was to be stuck in the Kingdom of Radian and work under the leadership of Garhill. They wanted the guy to simply come down to earth, but the hero firmly declared that the impossible is possible. The Great Festival was an event where cooperation was important, so it was better not to use those who interfered with teamwork. And Ruin suggested that they think about whether Mikkel's main hangers-on wanted to participate in the festival, or whether they would fight without them. He reminded Hanks that there was no representative of the Garrickills present to testify to their allegiance. The angry nobleman shouted that if the mage lost his first individual battle, no one would listen to him in the team competition. At this point, the shaking ended and everyone boarded the train, relaxing to the rhythmic sound of the wheels. The express train was moving very fast, which was something new for many. The fighting bear was the most delighted of all. During his sleep, the world had become a wonderful place. In his time, there had been no such wonders. Of course, they couldn't just arrive at the festival site without incident, and their carriage was invaded by other participants. They were a team of bald-headed mages with identical square faces, and they came to assert themselves at the expense of the weakest members. Their jackets bore the symbol of the Firefox, the Oyota Magic Institute, the only institution in the Sandy Desert Kingdom, known for its ancient history and its martial arts school with grueling training. Ruin wondered what they were doing here anyway. The bald-headed man boldly entered their carriage without encountering any resistance. He was looking for Mikkel and was surprised not to find him there. He served him well last year, so they expected the same thing this year, the bald man said, and laughed. They had no doubt that this year the Ignite team would take last place, and they laughed at the Ruin team. The fighting hamster also laughed slyly, wondering if his owner was too calm after such words. Ruin had never participated in such events before and had no idea that they were so oppressed. It was just amazing where Mikkel got so much pride from. Professor Heidel did not intervene in the squabble and pretended to read. After all, the festival was a place for students to compete, to test them, and he was just an ordinary chaperone. With such an irresponsible coach, Ruin realized that he was now his team's only hope. Here the skinhead brazenly attacked Hanks, recognizing Mikkel's friend, and again asked where their former representative with whom they had so much fun was hiding. Then, Ruin stood up from his seat and said that Mikkel was now lying at home and was afraid to breathe so as not to disturb his broken ribs once again. His words sounded like a threat. The shaved head turned around and saw an unremarkable guy. Hanks immediately gave him information about his representative, although no one asked him. It was the first time we had seen the Ruin, so we were wary of it. Then the big guy came up close to him and introduced himself as Seth Malkiri, even clenching his fists to appear more menacing. Ruin also introduced himself with his full name, after which he invited the lost guest to return to his carriage, since they had already met. But before that, it would be worthwhile to apologize for all your words in a polite manner, said Ruin. Of course, Seth wasn't going to apologize. That wasn't why he'd said so much. The impudent, skinny-looking student made him furious with his demands. The guy repeated himself and ordered him to apologize again, although the bald-headed man was already ready to rush at him with his fists. Then Seth turned to Hank, angry that he hadn't told him anything about him, and the nobleman shuddered nervously. Seth promised to give him a good beating later so he would remember it. Now Ruin understood what was going on, and things were very bad. All the weak-willed students of the Ignite Academy, who endured insults even when their professor was nearby, trembled with fear. And this happened at every festival. Seth simply bullied them all, so that they returned home humiliated every time and took out their anger on students even more pathetic than themselves. Seth's goal was to crush their fighting spirit before the competition even began. So, the great festival had already begun, Ruin realized. Then he suggested that Seth sort everything out on the spot, without any fear of him. Of course, the magician decided to immediately show why they were so afraid of him, and swung his fist, which radiated a strange power. But he didn't manage to hit because his escort told him to stop. The professor scolded his student for what he had done and ordered him to return to his place. He also asked Heidel for forgiveness for the rudeness of his students. And then he used brute force to push Seth and company out of the carriage. At parting, Seth said that they would see each other again. Everyone had been under enormous pressure from the start, Ruin thought, as the offenders left. Seth asked his professor with displeasure why he stopped them, since he himself had suggested putting pressure on the competitors from Ignite. The professor sighed in disappointment, because his student still hadn't noticed the difference. Heidel smiled as he watched the altercation, as if he wanted the fight to start. Whether this was confidence, the professor could not say for sure. But the student named Ruin definitely had something they didn't know. He was very different from Mikkel, whom Seth had fought last time. The shaved-headed man stared out the window and was lost in thought over his mentor's words. After their opponents left without achieving anything, the atmosphere in the carriage changed and they began to discuss their first match, which would take place without a representative. Even Hanks was determined to not just cope, but win this group competition. Now those who were previously filled with envy and selfishness have realized that they need to work together to achieve success. Once the skinheads had left, the students asked Ruin what he would do, since their opponents had literally grown up in battles. And the guy turned to their hatred. Is it normal that no one respects them? No one respects their representative, without hiding it at all? What if he had not stood up for them? They would be ridiculed even more because if they didn't resist, they would only live up to their nickname as the Last Academy. Do they want to continue to be disrespected now? The guy asked them, and the students cringed. They were beaten once, and now they allow themselves to be pushed around for 5 years. And since that was the case, now was not the time to fight for selfish reasons. That's why many people now approached him with suggestions about who to put in what position in what competition. For example, Hanks could stand in goal in the aeroball competition. Now even Mikkel's supporters were on his side, and the guy wanted to keep that spirit. After some time, they arrived in the Duchy of Altan, which was part of the Empire, but had a neutral status. In this land, even former enemies must put aside old scores, or the entire Rhinic Empire will turn against them. It is because of this special legal status that competitions for mages and swordmasters are held in Altan. When their group entered the square, it was filled with other students from different countries. The city looked very rich, even wealthier than the wealthiest provinces of their home country. But Ruin looked at everything without much enthusiasm. People here lived a relaxed life. A noble antiquity was in the air everywhere, and people wandered carefree through the streets. So it was another reminder to them of the humble place they came from. Carriages arrived for their group, which was supposed to be delivered to a temporary place of residence. There were quite a lot of crews, which once again spoke of the wealth of Altan. On the way, Heidel warned them not to accidentally wander into the rooms of students from other academies. Nothing good will come out of this idea of starting a fight, said the professor, and looked intently at Ruin, which even made him flinch. Then the fighting hamster Strand noticed something and showed it to his owner. The boy didn't immediately understand where the bear was pointing with its tiny paws. The bear jumped on his knee and said that he smelled a strange smell. It's as if there's a relic of Drac here somewhere. The next day, Ruin left their location early in the morning, while everyone was still not fully awake. Using the mini-map, he decided to test Strana's guess and find the relic. The map led them to a workshop called Touching Memories. The guy went inside and was surprised because the shop was an ordinary place where you wouldn't expect to find a relic used by a black dragon. He thought he would end up on the black market or in a rich man's forgotten warehouse. On the other hand, Drac's relics are useless to all mages, so they will consider it more like trash. The guy used his player's eye skill and began to study the surrounding objects. The item that immediately caught my eye was the Ring of Invulnerability, a unique player artifact. The description stated that this was his first artifact and his first failure. The ring allowed him to withstand any physical impact with some chance, but there was a nuance. After all, it was literally about any interaction, resistance to a friend's clap or a lover's embrace. The effect might not work when it was needed, and at the same time reflect something that was not an attack at all. But its main advantage was that the decoration gave plus 200 to strength. This alone was worth wearing it. The ring fit like a glove, so Ruin decided to buy it and went to the seller to find out the price. Upon seeing the item, the seller surprisingly agreed to give it away for free, as he had no idea of the value of the item and had no business acumen. Then the boy went to look for something else, and the merchant did not object. With the player's eye, he could see the value of objects while simply looking at them. Here he came across a very rare book, Quantum Mechanisms of Magic and the Sword. From the title alone, it was clear that this was the work of information charlatans. However, it turned out that he was not the only one with a flair for valuable books. Another girl tried to take it from the shelf, but was a second behind. The player's eye told her that her name was Irene Prius. She was a 5th-class mage with high potential and very beautiful, which was visible even without the hero's cheats. Most likely, this girl studied at the Seiko Girls Academy, which was headed by the dirty king of magicians, Theron Artemis. He chose 11 magicians who would represent the next generation, and this girl was one of them. Ruin heard that she is a genius who is already close to the 5th rank, but in reality, it turned out that the rumors lagged far behind reality. The girl confidently demanded that he give her the book, but the guy objected that he touched the book first, which was confirmed by his hand. The girl realized that he was from the Ignite Academy and introduced herself. Moreover, she knew that he had already taken what he wanted and was simply walking around in search of useful things, while she had come here specifically for this book. There was a very touching moment between them. Irene asked him to give in to her, and Ruin realized that she was watching him, perhaps because they were both participants in the festival. Such books were not simply sought after, and he asked why she needed this thing. Irene didn't expect such a question and thought about it. Embarrassed, she said that it was part of her individual assignment, but she could not give details. The guy realized that this was hardly a task from her academy, but perhaps from the Dirty King personally. After thinking for a bit, he decided to give in, since the girl asked for it. At this point, the guy simply continued to examine the contents of the shelves. Books on magic were meaningless to him anyway. But Irene continued to look at his back for a long time with her beautiful brown eyes. When the hero told about who he met, he was immediately attacked with questions, since this beauty was famous. Jason envied the very opportunity to touch the hand of such a person, and Hanks decided to boast that he had already seen Irene and even sat next to her. Jason immediately started arguing, and they argued loudly for some time. In any case, Hanks said that this girl is very strong, although she always took second place because she always loses to Doom Prime, which, according to rumors, makes her very worried. This was number 1 from a special school for combat magicians, so this participant was a recognized magician throughout the continent. Moreover, he was the owner of a shining sword. Hearing about the sword, Ruin understood why Aaron needed the book to defeat Doom Prime. However, being a magical swordsman wasn't all that cool, as the weapon didn't provide a significant boost to magic, and becoming a master of the blade wasn't easy either. Doom Prime certainly differed from others like him in his fighting style. His artifact was of the highest rank, and his skill with weapons was no worse than that of a knight. Jason was ready to die of envy because there were so many strong people in the world, also gifted with items and cheats, and Doom was also handsome, rich, and popular with the fair sex. It sounded more like a legend about a legendary hero, so Ruin had something to think about. He had to face all these strong men in battle, and he wasn't sure he could defeat all these geniuses. Now he was definitely someone no one saw as a threat. But the boy was comforted and supported by Tyrion's warm words. Here their thoughts were interrupted by one student, who announced that it was time to go to the opening of the festival and gather outside. Then, gaining confidence, straightening his shoulders and sticking out his chest, the hero stepped forward. He even raised his jacket so that it fluttered like a cape in the wind for more epicness. The time has come for the opening battles of the festival. Everyone has lined up in the courtyard. To his surprise, the guy saw in the tournament table that they were competing against the Skinhead Academy they had been traveling with on the train. They were already rejoicing at their easy victory and laughed at them. Their leader Seth openly said that they were lucky and didn't have to strain themselves for the first fight. But for their team, they really were the worst opponents, the hero thought. After all, the bald-headed hooligans were famous for their dirty play and more. Many of the students had been traumatized by bullies before, so it left its mark on them. And Seth kept talking about how cool they were and how weak the opponents were, instead of preparing. Ruin kept waiting for this stream of verbal incontinence to dry up. Then he decided to take advantage of the moment and show everyone that their academy was no longer what it used to be. The hero confidently approached the pack of chatterboxes. Quite a lot of people had gathered here, he told Seth. Ruin introduced himself loudly so that everyone could hear who he was and what academy he was from, attracting more attention to himself. The bald-headed men listened to him with stony faces, and the hero called on everyone to stop calling them the last academy, with a clear challenge to everyone. They have been in last place for so long that they are already tired of it. So this time they will try to get to first place, Ruin said. Of course, his loud statement was met with an explosion of indignation. After all, it was a great festival, and only a madman could speak so boldly about first place from last. Seth asked him discontentedly who he was. And Ruin responded with the words of Rector Tyrion that he was a secret weapon and would not retreat again. A group of skinheads gathered to hold a meeting. They found out that Ruin had failed all the tests so far. But at the beginning of the semester, everything changed dramatically and the guy turned into a real monster with amazing results. This was precisely where their representative's confidence lay, Seth realized. But he took this information seriously. After all, the professor also warned him that their opponents were hiding something. But on the other hand, they were still the same students from the last academy. Seth stood up from his seat and stretched tiredly, after which he declared that he would take care of them. Moreover, they had deep traditions in this area. At the same time, the heroes group was also discussing the plan for the next day. They were about to have a mana grenade throwing competition, and everyone except the representatives were participating. The idea was to throw mana-filled grenades at a mithril golem, and the team that destroys their golem first wins. The students didn't know how they would cope without their representative, and Ruin agreed that their fears were not unfounded. After all, they lacked students with talent. But he knew how to win, which greatly surprised his team. Since the competition is a team effort, if they work together, they can win. Therefore, they will have to be divided into several functional groups. The first group will heat the grenades, the second will move them, the third will directly attack the golem, and the fourth will restore the enemy golem. In this scenario, their enemies will attack their target with all their might, and the enemy team itself is not weak. Worried voices were immediately heard. Then Ruin asked them what they really thought about his proposal. The hero spoke sincerely about the fact that they would no longer be the last academy, but would take first place. That's why he was determined to do whatever it took, even in those games where he couldn't participate directly. While the enemy team throws one grenade, they'll throw 2 or 3 at once. Oda is traditionally built around strong mages, but Ignite needs teamwork to compensate for her weaknesses. Jason was the first to decide to trust his friend, and Hanks also agreed to the new plan. The others also supported the united team spirit of the fight. After this, Ruin divided them into squads, studying the strengths and weaknesses of each, of course using the player's eye. This way he could see the essence of each team member with incredible accuracy. Now everyone believed in victory. The assigned roles suited the team. Even those who had doubts were imbued with team spirit, because someone could quickly heat up a grenade, while someone, on the contrary, threw it well. Their enthusiasm was transmitted back to the hero, so he was calm. He saw how everyone became infected with this common confidence. But just as confidence was beginning to grow in them, a guy from their group, whom for some reason no one remembered, entered the room. His name was Fulham, and with such a name it was not surprising that he came all beaten up. Ruin asked him what happened, and the victim said that it was all the work of the Oyota Academy. When the hero heard the whole story in detail, he was overcome with cold rage. The culprits were sitting in the break room, and were clearly waiting for Ruin to come to them himself. They weren't even afraid of it at all. Seth laughed smugly with his friends that their target had come to them on its own, and he couldn't do anything anyway, as they thought. But Ruin beckoned him to him in a tone that brooked no objection. Since the newcomer was acting very impudently, Seth immediately approached, and the guy immediately put his hand on his shoulder to show his reasons. The foundations proved too heavy for Seth, so the bald man instantly bowed to the ground. He was amazed by Ruin's strength and decided to hit him right away, mostly out of fear. But the hero grabbed his arm in time. Without much effort, the guy twisted the hooligan's joint and he winced in pain again. It was a kind of warning. If he touched them outside the arena again, he would regret it, the hero said, after which he released the humiliated representative into the care of his friends, who were in no hurry to stand up for him, although there were more of them there. Ruin offered him a small bet on the next match. Of course, it was a bet on a flick, the same one that almost ruined Mikkel's life. This news immediately raised the fighting spirit of the entire team. Now that the honor of the beaten team member had been restored, they regained their fighting spirit. Soon it was time to perform, and they were called to the Altena Stadium. Thus began for them a great festival that was held only once every 8 years. The festival was an important arena for many magicians who wanted to make a name for themselves. Based on its results, one could write one's name into the history of the entire continent. Now the hero has also become part of the festival where legends are created. When the opening ceremony was completed, all students were told to return to their seats. On the way, Ruin bumped into Seth, who told him to be on his guard because next time he wouldn't let his guard down. Apparently, the bald man thought that his loss was due to chance. But now it was not Seth that occupied all the hero's thoughts, but something else. There were much larger sharks here to be wary of, he thought, as Doom Prime stepped into view. Winner of the Magic Festival and first in all subjects in his school, If they continue to win victory after victory, they will definitely encounter him. Then Irene approached him, deciding that the guy was creating problems wherever he went. Yesterday, he also created real chaos with his statement. And he even visited Eda's house, she said, making it clear that the rumors had already spread. Ruin was very surprised by this, and the girl reminded him that Altain is a small town. Secrets don't last long here. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that he just came to talk and not to start a conflict. In gratitude for the book, Irene advised the guy not to stick his neck out anymore. But Ruin had no intention of hiding his true skills, just like the girl did. And hearing this, she turned around abruptly. But the guy was already running away, wishing her luck, because the first match was already soon. At this moment, whether spring has come into the life of a young girl or not, no one can stop us from making an assumption. The band gathered at the entrance to the arena. Their performance had already been announced and everyone was cheering each other on, after which they went to the arena, though without any formation. However, when they came out, the audience was confused and began actively talking. Previously, the winner of this competition was the one whose magicians were, on average, better. Only knights were divided into squads, but among the magicians, no one used this practice. True, no one believed that this would help the last academy in any way. Ignite's team was immediately reminded of the loud statements, but Ruin paid no attention to all the noise. But when his tactics finally began to show results, even Irene was surprised. Slowly but surely, the golem Ignite was crumbling and had already lost an arm. The students continued to throw at the defenseless golem, so overall the test was quite easy. Ruin corrected their actions from the stands, encouraged them, and helped them maintain control. A couple more throws and the golem's right hand was destroyed. Seth started yelling at his skinheads and urging them on because they were losing to those they considered inferior. Their progress was further weakened by a group that was quickly restoring the golem. Irene was impressed with this result. The tactic worked and was very effective. The reasons for their advantage were obvious from this seemingly strange arrangement of roles. This approach could only work if someone very insightful knew everyone's strengths and weaknesses, just as Ruin had found the exact book the girl herself was looking for. Now she saw the results of this work herself. Everyone acted confidently and harmoniously. Irene was curious about what kind of person he was since she had never seen him at a competition before. Ruin gave a signal to Jason, and a charged mana grenade appeared in his hands. A friend threw a charge with the words, "It's all over." And after this successful throw, the golem fell apart. The massive titan crumbled into pieces, signifying a shared victory. The comrades began to congratulate each other on this success. When the hero came down to his own people, they began to embrace their commander. After such a performance, Ignite could no longer be called the last of the academies, and this title passed to Oyota. The next match was Capture the Flag, and was an individual competition between representatives. Now the rivals could face each other in a real fight. The fighting bear playfully asked his owner if he was worried, and he replied that they were currently in 20th place among 32 academies, and that was ideal. After the last victory, everyone showed interest in them, but one victory was not enough to wash away the stamp of shame. They needed an overwhelming victory, the guy said and clenched his fist. If they were to achieve a decisive victory against Oyota Academy now, everyone would change their minds about them. And they also had to show themselves to other observers, the hero added, and looked up at where the strange room was flying. All the rectors of the participating academies sat in it, including the dirty King Theron. Don't ask when he got dirty. Surprisingly, Theron remembered Ruin. He had previously considered him as a candidate for the next generation. Theron remembered all the talented guys, and this boy was so gifted that he was able to learn magic in childhood. And the King of Magicians was even more disappointed when he learned that the boy was subject to the curse of mana disorder. Tyrion reminded him that it was hardly a disappointment that the king had called the boy useless. The dirty king remained silent and made no reply to this remark, but he knew how to draw conclusions. Since this child was here again, it meant he had found his way to overcome the curse. Tyrion suggested simply observing and seeing everything with his own eyes. The fighting hamster asked his owner what he would do, since he needed to somehow get closer to the enemy. One option was to call on a protector, but the summoned ones weren't particularly smart, so Ruin wasn't going to do that. The plan was simple as always: go on a frontal attack and come what may. The referee gave the command to start the match, and the guy rushed towards his opponent. Seth was determined to take revenge for all the insults and humiliations, and a thunderball appeared in his hands. And when he struck the ground with it, a battle defender appeared out of thin air. In appearance, he was a knight of fairly large size, armed with a long spear but without a horse. To avoid his attack, Ruin used time refraction and dodged. He ran so fast that in the blink of an eye, he found himself behind his enemy. Seth tried to hit him, but his fist was immediately intercepted, and the hero allowed himself to smile smugly because he was expecting this blow. His fingers gripped his opponent's fist like a vice, and Seth felt uncomfortable. Then the hero reminded the bald man that now he needed to think about something else. After all, at that very second, a not very smart defender attacked the designated target and rushed straight towards them. Seth shouted at him to stop, but the knight did not listen. Ruin suggested that the enemy break out on his own. The battle was increasingly looking like a mockery. The power the bald man had felt last time was real. It wasn't because he'd let his guard down, Seth realized. He had already resigned himself to defeat and stopped struggling. But the blow did not come, because the hero decided to first deal with the knight, who was now vulnerable. This protector was made of steel, and yet the blows left deep dents in it. So the defender was taken apart with bare hands, and after that the fighter went to Seth, who could no longer even stand up. He asked his opponent why he saved him. But Ruin was surprised by his stupidity. Who would save someone who bullied his comrades, beat up one of them, and caused a lot of problems? He just wanted to finish him off with his own hands, the guy explained and smiled warmly. He also reminded them of their recent bet. Just one flick, the hero said tenderly, but his voice made Seth's insides go cold. After which the bald-headed man learned the basics of how to stay in the air without wings. The sky is so blue, he thought before passing out. The hero's team was the first to shout in delight from the stands, rejoicing at their victory. Many saw this magic for the first time and still did not fully understand what happened. Thus, Ruin was able to attract the attention of another very important person. King Terran gripped the arms of his chair, deep in thought. He was a man who had reached the demigod stage, the only 8th rank mage, the king of the border. But even he had never heard of such magic. And now he looked intently at the ball that showed him the once cursed student. This guy made the long hair on Terran's head move, as if a wind had blown through their flying tower. The king demanded that Tyrion Ignat tell him everything he knew about this boy. And the rector said that this is a model student who should have given up long ago, but did not give up and found a way out by turning strength into weakness. A magician who behaves more like one than anyone else. It was unlikely that such vague information could clarify anything, so King Terran began to shake. Then, having calmed down a little, he decided that he would talk to the guy personally. Tyrion also rose from his seat and warned that if Terran wanted answers by force, he would have to deal with him. Terran remembered that magicians had the right to keep their techniques. It was called the Oath of Mile. But this rule did not prohibit exchanging a few words with the boy. Terran believed that there should be only one king at the pinnacle of magic, and it was him, so he was ready to do anything to learn about techniques that were new to him. Meanwhile, the guy desperately resisted the attempt to draw himself into the general jubilation and fun about their first victory, because they had not yet prepared for other competitions. On the other hand, everyone was now having fun in honor of the opening of the festival and visiting the hot spots of Altan. So in the end, even the grumpy Ruin gave in to the general wave of jubilation. They drank a local drink made from coconut and vanilla syrup called Dragon's Kiss. This drink was produced in the lands where Jason came from, so he was completely given over to feelings of patriotism. He was raving about the delights of this drink, which left him with the sensation of a dragon's kiss. But Ruin still didn't understand the pleasure of a reptile's touch. But then someone approached them from behind. It was none other than the big guy Seth, now reserved and silent. Everyone jumped up from the bench when they saw the festival's main bully, fearing that he had come for revenge. Jason asked the big guy to back off, even though the loss hurt his pride, since they had only just started walking. Ruin was also wary. He didn't yet understand what had brought their rival here, but the strong-bodied magician came to ask for forgiveness, and said this with humility in his voice. He apologized for looking down on them, and everyone froze at his words. It was only after his loss that Seth suddenly realized that he shouldn't consider others inferior to him, just because of the difference in strength. There were many in this world who were stronger than him, and for whom he was weak, so he now understood why his actions were wrong. Jason, however, was in no hurry to take his word for it, and Seth also understood that words alone were not enough. He wanted to start with that, so he bowed and asked for forgiveness for everything. Considering his pride, it was a worthy act. Many even felt embarrassed in front of their former offender, and their anger disappeared as if by magic. After the magician said everything he wanted, he decided to leave and leave them alone. But before that, Ruin asked whether his words were influenced by their bet, or whether they were said sincerely. Of course he spoke from the heart, Seth replied, his face not flickering at that moment. Then Ruin extended his hand to him and thanked him for this worthy deed. Seth immediately shook his hand, beginning a strong male friendship. The Ignite team also accepted the offender's apology. And at some point they were already celebrating the start of the festival together. Everyone was intoxicated by the atmosphere of the place and the alcoholic drink. They walked all night, so the hero didn't even notice how he passed out. And when he woke up, his comrades were leaning over him. The night was not wasted, they said, when Ruin got out of bed clutching his head. Because the guy rarely drank, everyone was now making fun of him, considering what he did yesterday. He sang loudly, mournful songs in a hoarse voice, and Seth, overcome by his feelings, sang along with him. So it was funny for everyone to discover such an unsightly side in the ideal student. When the boy finally got rid of his comrades, he remembered their ridicule for a long time, so he was not in a very good mood. The thing is that the drink made in Jason's homeland enhanced emotions, and the hero promised to drink it as little as possible. Then someone called out to him in a pleasant voice, and his mood immediately improved. Just kidding, it was Seth, surprisingly cheerful and friendly. Ruin remembered everything they had done yesterday and decided to pretend they didn't know each other, and his former rival wished him a good day. Here the guy was unlucky again, and he ran into Professor Heidel. He grumbled that the guy was always haunted by problems, and Ruin was afraid that rumors about his dark past had already reached the professor's ears. He was of course surprised, but said that he came for another reason. Someone wanted to meet with him. Moreover, the rector warned that this man was dangerous, and his true nature was full of treachery. And this man is none other than the dirty King Terran. Upon hearing this name, the guy shuddered. He didn't expect to meet this man so quickly. The professor told him to be careful because Terran was full of secrets. People who hid their true nature like the Dirty King were dangerous. That was all Heidel could tell him, and the hero thought about it. When Ruin told his comrades about who he was about to meet, many were delighted, because this was a great magician who was watching everyone. Now they had another reason to win, Ruin said, and suggested discussing the plan. The code name for the operation was Defend If You Can, he said, as if they were at war here. In the next game, the hero decided to run straight to the gate. Arrow Ball is a game in which the ball is an arrow that constantly flies across the field. 9 participants are divided into 2 teams of attackers and defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that sends more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. Despite the simplicity of the rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. When to use protective spells. When to use the magic of holding and control. There were many aspects to consider when capturing an arrow and directing it into the enemy's goal. A normal match should look exactly like this, but when a player with cheating abilities enters the field, everything changes. No magic could hold back his abyss. He destroyed all obstacles in his path. Now Ruin also had a new loyal fan who shouted louder than the rest. Just yesterday, Seth was bullying everyone because of the loss, so he earned the disapproving looks of his team. The fighter responded that real men become friends after a fight, and they were just idiots for not understanding this. One skinhead hesitantly objected that there had been no exchange, only a one-sided beating. Seth himself was convinced after their match that Ruin Ardal was definitely a next-generation mage. There were many outstanding students at this festival: Irene Prius from Seiko Academy, Dylan Malkin from the Holy Magic School of God Frelia, and of course Doom Prime from the Special School of Combat Magicians. They were all strong, and Seth knew this because he had fought them at other festivals. But Ruin was stronger than any of them, and Seth knew this better than anyone. And it wasn't just about strength. This guy had leadership skills and was capable of reconciliation, since he was able to accept even his rival as a friend after all the insults. It was now time for Oyota Academy to make their move, and the skinheads called out to their captain to discuss strategy. Meanwhile, the crushing match continued, and since Ruin was involved, the enemy team had no chance. He easily dodged predictable magical attacks, and he quickly approached his opponents so that they could do nothing. When Ruin got close enough, he himself took action by summoning an ice wall, and then he himself made a hole in it, breaking through with one blow. Every time he broke the ice, fragments flew towards his opponents that were impossible to dodge, and Jason completed the attack itself. Because while the opponents were focused on stopping Ruin, they forgot about the steel team. Jason was able to grab the arrow just as the defense was falling. And since he was famous for his good and accurate throws, he had a high chance of hitting the target. But even after the general tactics were demonstrated, the opposing team still continued to try to stop Ruin. With such a huge hole in the defense, Jason and the others kept shooting at the goal. As soon as Ruin attracted all the attention, the enemy's defense collapsed. Typically in this game, the score is kept within 3 to 4 points for each arrow scored. But the Ignite team won, scoring 11 goals without allowing a single shot into their net. Now many have begun to understand that when the hero shouted in the square that he would become the winner of the festival, he was not being so disingenuous. As soon as they returned to the room and began to celebrate another victory, Ruin was called by Professor Heidel. He reported that the time for the meeting with the Dirty King had already been set. "It will happen at 7 o'clock in the evening during dinner," he said, and comfortingly placed his hand on the guy's shoulder, as if he was sending him to hell. Like all true villains, Taran sipped wine and looked thoughtfully out the window. He was looking forward to this meeting and even lit red candles all over the castle. As he was told, the guy showed up for the meeting at the appointed time. In the corridor, he was met by Rector Tyrion, who invited him to come in together. The Rector's support was reassuring, and they passed through the magical portal. The Dirty King sat on the throne, and his hall was furnished in bad taste. Taran held some kind of ball in his hands. The fighting bear asked his master why the king emitted an aura like a dragon. But there was nothing surprising about this. Taran was practically a demigod because of his strength. At dinner, he said that he had known the guy for a long time and had watched him once. 5 years have passed since the king chose 11 children, he said with his mouth full. And then Ruin was one of the candidates, but now in front of him was a completely different person. The king didn't beat around the bush and decided to get straight to the point, and the boy listened. Taran really wanted to know what had been happening to him all this time. It was all clear to the hero. Now he was like an eyesore, living proof that the boundary mage had made a mistake and had not been insightful enough. Of course, he wanted to know he wasn't making mistakes before his innate perfectionism drove him crazy. First of all, Ruin could say that even if the words about talent might be an exaggeration, they cannot negate his efforts. He said the last word with emphasis. "What kind of effort is this?" the king asked him, looking a little disappointed. Like teacher, like student. Both spoke in the same vein, that is, figuratively and vaguely. Recently, the boy became interested in the art of the body in order to overcome his weaknesses and became stronger than the ogre, and could also cast spells without releasing mana. Taran could hardly believe such a simple story. He rightly believed that the cause was some kind of artifact, even though he had never heard of items with such complex effects. Then Tyrion himself decided to intervene in the conversation, and the king shrugged his shoulders indifferently. There were still many competitions ahead, during which the guy's strengths would be revealed. He promised to keep a close eye on the hero to see how his efforts would help him stand up to the children chosen by the king. Ruin thanked him for this and stood up from his seat. He also had a question. He wanted to know how different he was from the other children chosen by the Wizard King. The words sounded like a challenge, and Taran caught it in the words of the arrogant boy. The next day they had to fight again in the big arena. While the crowd roared outside, Taran and Tyrion met again for a chat over tea. Tyrion was glad that the conversation with the boy went smoothly. At this, the Dirty King laughed. He had no intention of eating the boy alive. On the contrary, he was always glad to see talented guys. He was just overcome with curiosity. Tyrion then asked if the king had been able to satisfy his curiosity. Of course, the king was not calmed down, because he still had not received an answer to his question. But there was something that pushed this into the background. After all, this little impudent scoundrel decided to warn the king himself. Tyrion immediately asked to be gentle with the boy. The whole point is that the young and feeble-minded man was not at all afraid of Taran, while others in his place would have already crawled at his feet and begged. This amused the king, and he wanted the one he was raising to also become at least a little interesting. And outside the window, the crowd was still roaring. Apparently, they enjoyed the students' competition. The appearance of the festival's main favorite, Doom Prime, was especially welcomed. As usual, he paid no attention to his fans, whose support he considered meaningless. Then some guy burst into the waiting room and called Doom. He whispered something in his ear that made the battle mage's face darken. Prime even asked if this information was true, and the messenger stated that he saw everything with his own eyes. Last night, Ruin Ardell, a representative of the last academy, visited the magic tower. So Prime learned that the Dirty King was dating another student besides him. Of course, Doom watched the matches of this upstart, who turned everyone on their ears. Many said that it was difficult to resist him because of his unique magic. But before that, Prime hadn't paid any attention to him. Despite all his efforts, he didn't see this guy as his rival. He could only arouse curiosity due to his unusual approach to witchcraft. But all this was before Doom learned about the evening visit to the Dirty King. And now he was tormented by jealousy, because he considered himself the main favorite, and they were paying for all the walls. Doom could not forgive Ruin for such an insult, because only he was worthy of the recognition of the King of Magicians. The portal opened and out came the hero who was on everyone's lips. He stopped in his tracks when he saw who was meeting him on the other side. Doom Prime looked at the guy with a stony face, but it was obvious that he was very angry, although he tried not to show it. Without any greetings, the battle mage asked him what they had talked about with the Dirty King. Ruin was surprised that they were waiting for him here just for this question. But Doom insisted and demanded an answer no matter what. But the hero immediately reminded him that he was not obliged to answer questions. He was completely confident in himself. The battle mage's hand reached for his sword. Of course, the boy didn't owe him anything, but there were other ways to get him to talk. Doom made it clear that he would not leave until he heard an answer and began to gather mana around himself. The murderous aura forced the hero to take a fighting stance and defend himself. They weren't even at the tournament to challenge, but both were ready to fight. Their aura became so dense and bright, almost tangible for everyone, and the tension reached the level of before a storm. Doom Prime was definitely strong. The hero didn't see any weakness in him. It was clear that the enemy was not even holding back, which meant that he could actually draw his sword outside the combat area. But then Irene intervened in their confrontation and ordered them to stop immediately. It was quite interesting that they all ended up at the entrance to the portal of the magic tower, as if the meeting had been planned, said the silver-haired beauty. Ruin shrugged. He hadn't planned anything, but he was ready to introduce himself properly, and Irene asked him to do it without her. Realizing that nothing would work, Doom Prime snorted and decided to leave first. Then the hero asked if the battle mage always behaved like this, as if he had been bitten by mosquitoes. But Irene said that usually you can't get a word out of this stone, so the situation was extraordinary. Doom Prime lost his composure in situations involving the Foul King because he wanted to be recognized and singled out from the rest. And Irene noted that such meetings were not at all typical of Theron, but now Ruin understood why Doom suddenly attacked him. The girl suddenly smiled charmingly and looked at him intently, so much so that the guy's heart skipped a beat. She asked him if he really wanted to fight one-on-one with this man. Of course, Ruin didn't want to be disqualified, he immediately replied. The guy also hoped that Doom wouldn't actually draw his sword either, and most likely just wanted to intimidate him. Then Irene playfully asked him if it worked. Of course, the guy felt that this opponent was like a strong wall that could not be broken through by a normal attack. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would definitely not lose, the hero proudly declared. No matter how thick the wall was, he would definitely fall if he hit it. Ruin bragged about his strength, and Irene laughed, saying that he really was a pretty funny guy. And she warned him to be careful, because Doom Prime knows no mercy, and now he won't take his eyes off him. Later, the hero returned to the dorm, where Jason was in despair and lying on the table. Ruin praised him for his efforts, as did the whole team. They tried hard today. They managed to take 4th place in the team competition without Ruin's help, which was akin to a miracle, Hanks agreed. But in the end, their winning streak was interrupted. Nevertheless, they showed everyone that they were no longer dragging at the bottom of the list. Ruin had a series of personal fights and competitions ahead of him, and he wanted to stay at the top. His goal was to know 1st place, and to achieve this, it was necessary to defeat many strong opponents. So the next game was very important to him. It was called a survival battle, a battle royale, a clash between representatives of all 32 academies and schools, starting from the top of a man-made island. Points will be awarded for placements and also for participation in the competition, so changes in the rankings are inevitable. Hanks had faith in his captain but was surprised that he had not prepared at all for the test. Jason agreed with him, as others had already formed temporary alliances. For this battle, it was allowed to unite into groups. Dividing everyone into allies and enemies, as well as forming strong detachments, was considered an effective tactic. If everyone acts in teams, then he will not be able to survive alone, his friends worried. Here they suggested that the captain talk to those who supported them during the arrowball match. The first thing that came to mind was Irene, but the guy didn't know whether she would help him or not, and the guy plunged into long thoughts. But then the problem resolved itself because Seth burst into the room and proposed creating an alliance. And then Ruin grinned, realizing that it was not in vain that he had established a relationship with this skinhead. Seth warned the boy not to dare betray him on the island, and the hero could tell him the same thing. But I felt that Seth was speaking sincerely and could be trusted. They needed to unite with one more person as soon as possible, so they rushed there. It turned out that there was already a whole line of petitioners to this person, but so far no one had had success. Seth himself couldn't believe with his own eyes that they wanted to enter into an alliance with her. It's hard to imagine that one of the main candidates for victory at the festival would want to team up with them. Seth was surprised that they even knew each other, and was even more amazed that they could be on the same team. They knew that the girl had refused everyone who came to her, and could refuse them too. But when Ruin looked into Seiko's dorm, A soft voice told him that she had been waiting for them for a long time. Irene smiled charmingly again and met him at the door. Without thinking twice, the girl suggested starting with discussing the plan. So they formed an alliance, and the three of them studied topographic maps of the island where they would fight. The largest alliance included 14 mages at once, according to Irene. This group gathered around Dalian, from the Holy School. He is a genius who has always been in the top 5. He mainly used light magic and holy power, Irene reported. The group was large and could cause them trouble. Seth even bit his nails from the tension. But that wasn't their only problem, the hero added. There was still one who could defeat them all, Doom Prime. The course of the competition will depend on the actions of this person, Ruin said. Before the test, everyone was given protective equipment. If its durability was exhausted, they would be automatically excluded from the test and teleported off the island. However, the island had to be reached by ship, and not even with the help of an airborne assault. Representatives of their schools walked down the gangway onto the white sand of the island. The test hadn't really begun yet. Seth was already on edge and twitching constantly. It was here that they had to survive for 3 days. The group looked around the island. Everyone looked at each other, keeping track of who would go where, especially Doom Prime. The proud fighter predictably decided to go it alone, as if challenging everyone, but no one looked down on him, Irene said. Later they got a boat and got to the island where the competition was supposed to take place. The island was closed by a barrier and only students could pass through it. Now they were in a safe zone, which would gradually decrease, so in the end there would not be enough space for everyone. As soon as they landed, they immediately ran to take up more advantageous strategic positions. The entire island was covered in dense forest, and they were quite tired as they made their way through the thickets. Seth was the first to ask for food, and regretted that he had not bought snacks at the entrance. Irene reminded him that they had all agreed to set traps first, and the bald man asked her why she was so distant if they were one team. But then their conversation was interrupted by a huge explosion, the echo of which spread widely throughout the area. Somewhere, a real battle was already raging, and Seth stared tensely into the distance. Ruin chuckled and said that now it would be their turn, because as they had said before, they would have the opportunity to get food. After all, their well-prepared victims had already walked straight into the trap they had set. They walked loaded with supplies like mules, and therefore quickly became exhausted and fell behind. The captain of the alliance reassured his comrades, saying that they were not suffering in vain, since there were not many places on the island where one could get water. But then one of them was struck by a fast-flying spell, and the squad did not notice the loss of a fighter. The students screamed ambush, realizing they had fallen into a trap, and Seth grinned contentedly, happy that the food had come to him. His spell fired like a shotgun, sending a multitude of sharp fragments straight into the crowd. The enemy's tracks were attacked by Irene with electric magic. They acted from cover and were therefore safe. The girl used 5th grade magic, immediately deciding not to save her strength. Seth was also amazed by her power. The girl didn't even break a sweat while using such a spell. True, magic worked on him here too, and Seth realized that he was surrounded. The students who were ambushed quickly recovered from the initial shock and were able to counterattack. They all fell upon just 2 of them, hoping to break them and push them through. After all, representatives of other academies, each opponent was strong and knew what to do. Then Ruin jumped from the tree, for it was his turn to join the fight. It was approaching quickly under the cover of the forest, and one of the students fired a spell simply by following the sound. The charge almost hit Ruin, but he was moving too fast. Using time refraction, he found himself behind his opponents in the blink of an eye, after which nothing stopped him from dealing with them in close combat. Someone tried to tie him up with a green vine, and the shoots quickly reached out to the hero. But he jumped up, avoiding the attack and prepared to strike himself, loading his fist with a fireball. Upon seeing the explosive fire mana, the opponents scattered in different directions to get out of the attack radius. But along their path of retreat, other shells were already falling. There was nowhere left to retreat, and retribution in the form of ruin was falling upon them from above. The fireball covered the entire clearing at once, so no one had time to escape. The opponents lost consciousness and lay limply on the ground, drooling. Ruin added fire so that their defenses burned out and the enemies became fewer. But 4 more from the Alliance were still standing, although the odds still didn't look in their favor. The magicians tensed up and were already preparing to fight to the last. Ruin suggested that they simply give up the food and lose without further suffering. No one listened to him, so now they were enjoying the food they had obtained in a real battle. It had a special taste. Their catch was so generous that it would easily last for 3 days, thanks to which they managed to save money and energy. But another explosion thundered nearby. The battles were happening more and more often and closer. In that direction, Dillian's group was heading, the largest on the island. Whoever attacked him, he was brave enough to fight against more than a dozen at once. Irene stated without a doubt that it was definitely Doom Prime, since mages with such a level of mana can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Seth hasn't encountered this monster yet this year, but he's definitely gotten even stronger. This enemy was truly powerful, and it wasn't just Seth who felt the chills. Towards evening, they found one of the shelters and were glad that no one had come here earlier. Ruin told them to rest and have some food here, and Seth promised to feed them a steak according to his recipe. But the hero warned that the smell could give away their location, so it was better to refrain from cooking. Here, Irene asked the guy how he was able to predict everything so accurately, because so far everything he foresaw has happened. The guy immediately figured out on the map the central settlement as the only place on the island where a large group of people could find shelter. So Dalian would head there, and Doom Prime would go there too. Irene thought that this would not happen, because going alone against such a large group was very risky, even for the strongest fighter. But Ruin was sure that Doom would definitely appear there, because this was the surest way to win. "Kill points," said the hero, and the girl immediately understood what he was thinking. Doom would get points for every enemy he killed. That line of thinking was just like him. This is exactly what Ruin himself would have done if he had been in the place of the swordsman mage. Besides, he understood that Doom had no choice but to take a risk in order to somehow attract the attention of King Terran. This answer was convincing, but now Irene too was suspicious of it. They made a duty roster, the girl went first, the rest went to sleep for their shifts. Soon Irene quietly woke him up whispering in his ear, and the guy immediately opened his eyes. They had an uninvited guest, the girl said, and decided to tell him first before making a fuss. Ruin walked up to the window and carefully peered out from behind the curtain. There was only one scout, and Irene had managed to dim the light, so their presence had not yet been revealed. The hero saw that the spy was heading straight towards their hideout, and they realized that, just in case, they needed to wake Seth up and wait until the spy looked inside. Ruin stood at the door and hid, listening to the steps. He heard everything that was behind the wall. One person could be either an ordinary scout or a dangerous enemy. He let him in and tried to get a good look at his face. And then he abruptly grabbed the intruder and threw him to the floor, making sure that he was not dangerous. They pinned him to the floor and Irene blinded him with light magic, so the spy must have been completely stunned. The team immediately recognized the scout. His name was Callus from the Column Academy. The prisoner immediately began to pitifully say that he had not intended to break in, but was simply looking for a place to rest, and if he had known that they were there, he would not have entered. Ruin asked him if he was alone, and the scout said that he was alone. This answer surprised him, because there were 6 of them on the team. Where did the rest go? "Doom Prime," the prisoner answered shortly, and everything became clear. A swordsman mage with a bloodthirsty aura eliminated everyone. Only Callus was able to escape. At the beginning of the battle, they confidently moved forward, feeling safe due to their numbers. They wanted to ambush Malkin's group and win points for themselves. And then that strong bastard appeared who simply trampled them. First, he aimed at those who were going for food. He killed one, and the squad went on the defensive. But problems came later because Dillian's group arrived at the noise of their battle. And against such a numerous enemy, they could not stand. Only 2, including Callus, were able to escape. But that was not the end. They emerged from the battle barely able to move at all. Right at that very moment, Doom Prime came out to them again, as if he had been waiting for them. He acted like a true guerrilla, luring out his enemies, pitting them against each other, and ultimately collecting all the cream without losses. Ruin realized that this was a rather wise decision. Prime acted carefully and effectively. He knew how to benefit from everything for himself. In connection with this, Callus asked to be accepted into the team, although this was a very bold proposal. Seth liked the fact that the guy thought like a strategist despite being tired. But Ruin refused and asked how Callus managed to escape. After all, they were talking about the best student of the academy, who would not let go of a wounded soldier. And then Seth exclaimed, his suspicions suddenly returning. In their situation, alliances on the island were pointless. Betrayal was possible at any moment. It was safer to simply eliminate any captive without mercy or scrutiny. Ruin thought similarly, so he saw 3 options. First, Callus was simply lying, or Doom had deliberately spared him and was now simply waiting somewhere nearby. There was also a third one. Unfortunately, the Eye of Truth did not work on the target. The information was hidden. And that meant he wasn't Callus at all, Ruin said, and swung his fist. However, after the blow, the prisoner simply disappeared, and they realized that it was a puppet. The hero said that they needed to leave right now because their shelter had already been compromised. Dawn soon broke, marking the beginning of the second day of their bloody battle. Callus was eliminated by the same magician who created the puppet, which means the entire group has already been eliminated. Part of what the puppet said could be true, the comrades reasoned, but Irene guessed who could have carried out such a cunning maneuver. His name was Chikurki, a strange name as if someone had sneezed, and that's what they decided to call him. He was one of the 11 chosen children from Dufalak College, who excelled in potion making and puppet making, and was also a member of Dillian's group. It turned out that their tiny group was surrounded by enemies on all sides. The puppeteer discovered them with the help of a puppet. Other teams could also join the hunt, since they were considered the weakest. The western part of the island could soon become inaccessible due to a barrier that was constantly narrowing. To fight pirates, you need other pirates, Ruin told them, in response to the question of what to do. One enemy must catch the other. That was his plan. The puppeteer laughed. He reported the location of a small group to his people. He almost infiltrated the group, but he was still outwitted. Dillian was surprised that his puppet was exposed and asked how this happened. The puppeteer never understood how it happened. He was simply hit with all his might without any hesitation, Dillian thought. All three of his enemies were dangerous opponents to just attack them. He still gave the order to crush everyone with brute force and ordered them to move forward. So they walked through the forest, along a narrow path, not at all afraid of an ambush. They'll be at the western base soon, Dylan told his men. And then a powerful magic exploded in their path, causing everyone to startle. Since there was a battle raging ahead, then Ruin had to be there, Dillian decided. Attacking a weakened enemy by surprise was the best way to get easy points, so their group rushed forward. The three opponents stood in the light of bright flashes of lightning. Dillian realized it was an ambush and shot them with a holy arrow, and only then realized that they were not the ones he was looking for. All this time, the heroes' team watched the battle from a high tree, looking at the blinding flashes. Dillian's holy magic was easily recognizable, so while their plan was going well, they weren't getting any points that way. The group itself caused noise, so that all the enemies would run towards it, and someone would definitely collide. Now they could go to that place and quickly finish off the survivors or wounded. Dillian realized their situation was dire when they were attacked again. Ruin was able to get close and immediately attack, sweeping away everyone in his path. Moreover, one blow was enough for a large group to suffer losses. However, as Dylan's group became smaller, and perhaps the Doom Prime story wasn't a lie, their small alliance was still weaker. But no one was in a hurry to attack the powerful trio, and this was alarming. The group that Dylan attacked was also in the minority, so it was logical to form a temporary alliance between them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, an old maxim. Since even 6 of them were weaker than Dillian's group, they decided to attack. That fiery flash drew a line next to Seth, almost burning him. It was an attack of monstrous length. It even reached Dillian's squad, and she knocked out one of his fighters, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. It didn't take long to guess the owner of this power. Doom Prime confidently slipped between the two groups and attacked Dillian's alliance. He struck with his sword from a medium distance and moved so quickly that no one had time to do anything. With these actions, he seemed to be saying that they were in a temporary alliance. It is obvious that Prime first wanted to get rid of the most dangerous competitors who could put up organized resistance to him. This clearing became a gathering place for all the survivors, and the outcome of the entire match would soon become clear. Realizing that Doom Prime was attacking only them, Dillian's group decided to immediately retreat to the base, although the leader himself shouted at them to stay and fight back. Ruin told his team that now was the time for them to make their move. Using time refraction, he slid across the entire battlefield where the mages were fighting, and when he found himself in a crowd surrounded by enemies, he swung his fist. It was an earthquake strike that was very effective due to its radius. Doom just knocked out another fighter and stepped towards the hero. He looked straight ahead and frowned as usual with his stone face, and then in the blink of an eye, he was right next to the guy. They could have fought right now, but Doom promised to finish him off with his own hands later. In this way, he seemed to be suggesting that all the other participants be sent home first. All this time, the outstanding magicians did not sleep, observing the actions of their students. So the top 10 finalists have been determined, and everyone who was supposed to be included has made it. Now Terran also became curious to see if Ruin Ardell could prove that he was better than all 11 chosen children. And the main thing is whether he will be able to defeat that scoundrel, the king said thoughtfully. On the screen of his eyes, Doom Prime was fighting. After the second day of fighting, Ruin decided to warm up and made a few punches into the air, introducing his opponent. Now they had settled in at the central base and could rest a little since they knew all the survivors. As a result of the last skirmish, only Delina and the puppeteer Chikurki survived from the largest alliance. The rest disappeared for a time along with Doom Prime. Even on the island during the exam, Ruin did not stop performing his daily tasks. Thousands of hits. Today, for the first time in a long time, he was able to complete it. Turning around, he saw Irene at the door, who had already woken up and greeted him. The guy told her that his whole body was itching, and so he decided to stretch despite everything that had happened. The girl invited him to breakfast because Seth cooked his steaks as he promised. The meat was very tasty. Surprisingly, the bald-headed magician was a good cook and knew how to cook meat. Irene apologized for going to bed right after finishing her shift without saying anything, but the guy understood that she was also tired. The girl spilled hot coffee and decided to ask the guy a question. She wanted to know what he would do after he graduated, and such questions were not asked lightly, but Ruin was too young to understand. His magic was unique, which meant that conventional development paths wouldn't work for him either. So she became curious about what he was planning next, the girl explained. The mages who currently compete on the island begin their lives in society after graduation. They could join any knightly order and become part of the Imperial Army. They could serve in the Tower of Magicians, or earn money in various ways. But in fact, our hero has not yet looked that far. Until that moment, he was the worst student, and did not waste his time thinking about the future. He did not even think that he could, in principle, become a magician. But I thought that after this competition he would definitely have a couple of ideas. Then he asked what Irene would do, and she replied that she didn't know yet either. She never thought about what kind of magician she wanted to become. She was always worried about what others thought, and the girl simply went with the flow of their expectations. She wanted to fight Doom Prime first, and that goal was something personal, beyond the festival. Perhaps after this she could finally understand what kind of magician she wanted to be. For Irene, this rival became a mountain that she must climb at all costs, a homework assignment that needs to be completed. The hero respected her for these ambitions, so he agreed with the girl's desire. Each had their own unresolved issues, and Irene thanked him for his understanding. They looked out the window and saw that the barrier's edge was getting closer. It was narrowing faster with each passing hour, and soon they would have to leave this place. In this case, the safest base would be the one in the center, and most likely Dalian and his puppeteer friend are hiding there. Of course, they shouldn't have forgotten that their main enemy, who managed to survive even though he fought alone the whole time, could be waiting for them there. Seth didn't really like waiting while the others fought, and besides, they might end up too close to the disappearing border. The bald-headed man suggested attacking themselves, since the balance of power was now in their favor. Irene, on the contrary, was wary of such an obvious move because everyone was on guard, and the hero thought about what to do. At this stage, even rising one survival rank gave them a lot of points, but as Irene said, they needed to act carefully, and the hero agreed with the girl on this. Since they had already caused a big commotion today by making noise in the morning, no one would run towards the sounds of battle now. So now was their chance to get Doom Prime, Ruin said, surprising everyone. Dalian and the puppeteer have lost their squad. The rest are also weak and will definitely hide. But Doom, on the contrary, is too confident in his abilities. Moreover, if left unattended, it could pose a threat to them in the future. Then Irene asked where they would look for this tiger that was hiding in the jungle. The hero promised to take it upon himself and bring the tiger to them. He moved so quickly that he cut through the air with a quiet whistle. The combat hamster on the hero's shoulder asked him how he would find his target using the minimap, and Ruin replied that he could immediately find out how many people were currently at the base. If there are 3 targets nearby, they are survivors. If there are 2, they are Dalian and the puppeteer. If there is 1, they are Doom Prime. So the hero found himself at a lonely house closer to the center of the island. He walked up to the door and shouted loudly for Doom to come out. Ruin himself was in no hurry to enter, as an ambush could be waiting for him there. Realizing that there was no point in waiting, and that the enemy was only one Doom, he knocked out with a blow to the door of the house. In the dust cloud, he confidently emerged from his hiding place, not at all afraid of a sudden attack. When he saw the guy's irritating face in front of him, he winced. Ruin grinned and asked him kindly if he had slept well, then suggested they take a short walk. When the friends saw the hero next to the enemy, they became wary, thinking that he had been captured, but the guy quickly reassured them, saying that he had brought the tiger here himself, as he had promised. Seth was amazed, because he thought that they would set up an ambush as soon as they tracked down the enemy, but it turned out that Ruin had not planned anything like that. Instead, the hero offered to duel Irene and stepped aside. Of course, Doom didn't even consider the girl as a rival, and she understood this. If she were eliminated now, the Filthy King would be disappointed that she had been eliminated so early without rising in rank, Prime warned. But the girl objected that Terran's assessment was not her goal in this competition. What was more important was defeating him, and Irene prepared for battle, and her words deeply affected the swordsman. Irene was undoubtedly strong, but she always remained in the background, so she developed a whole complex because of this. Just like in their first meeting, she was obsessed with victory and was looking for ways to achieve it. Even now, her determination to find a solution had not faded in the least, and the sorceress was thirsty for victory. So Ruin simply watched her fight. It was above personal ambitions and desires. In any case, Irene would have done so, even if they were against it. She attacked the enemy with powerful blasts of icy blizzard, but the spell shattered against Prime's blood-red protective dome. When the shield cracked, it turned out that he was standing on the only surviving patch of ground beneath him. The swordsman's eyes filled with malice and rage. Irene strained with all her might, but still could not contain his power. Seth asked hesitantly if they were doing the right thing by not interfering in this fight, but the hero didn't answer. He waited. Prime swung his sword, unleashing his long-range slashing fire attack. Irene would not have been able to dodge such a charge, so the hero jumped forward and protected her by reflecting the flame with his body. As he promised, he let Irene fight Prime, but there was no talk of letting her leave the competition, the hero explained. Now they were fighting together, and he could not lose his precious comrade. Ruin then turned to Doom Prime and asked for permission to join their fight, although he had already done so. At this, the swordsman mage only snorted contemptuously and suggested taking some more small fish with him, meaning Seth, his whole appearance demonstrating complete indifference. But Ruin said that only the two of them would fight. Apparently, he wanted to save Seth. Thanks to Sir Golter, the hero had the skills to fight against the sword. The most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give him strength and allow him to predict his movements. So Ruin prepared for the fight while Irene was recovering her strength. He thought he could predict the swordsman's movements, but he suddenly attacked first. Arranging himself for his attack, Ruin dodged and moved out of the way of the attack. But just when he thought he had succeeded, he caught a volley of fire magic in the face. Prime reminded him that he was a mage, not a knight, and this lesson cost the hero dearly. Many people underestimate sword mages because they are a middle class, between a mage and a swordsman, and are considered inferior to both. But only those who have never faced a real swordsman in battle think so, Prime said. The tigers launched a furious attack again, and the hero had to focus only on defense. For the first time, Ruin thought that he had never encountered such an opponent before. In all his battles against mages, he attacked them at a moment of weakness when they were unarmed and casting spells. But Doom Prime can overcome this disadvantage with his sword and strong body. His swings were fast and sharp, so the hero received another wound. Moreover, the wounds from Prime's sword left some kind of after effects and caused great pain, even if they were not deep. Then the swordsman said it was time to finish, and listening to him I wanted to believe him. Prime cast a spell and spread his wings, the raven in a purple flash. This was 5th grade natural magic, the hero realized with amazement. The spell was called Kitana's Wings, and from it a beam of bright light shot into the sky. The shockwave nearly swept away Irene and Seth, who were clinging to the grass. The wind flow was very strong and did not allow anyone to raise their head. Of course, Ruin expected something like this. After all, it wasn't for nothing that his opponent won every competition. The hero barely managed to hide behind a rock. Quickly bandaging his wounds to avoid losing consciousness, the boy prepared to continue. He looked at his ring, which he had gotten from the shop for next to nothing, and an idea occurred to him. Prime sighed contemptuously. He had expected at least something worthwhile from the ruin of Ardell, which he had been so worried about. Then the guy came out of hiding, and apart from the first wounds from the sword, he was not at all harmed by magic. Of course, Prime was strong. It would be stupid not to admit it. So much so that for a second, the hero felt like he was facing an insurmountable wall. Hearing this, Doom thought that the guy wanted to surrender, but the hero refused. He smiled and acted very confidently. After all, there were too many important people for him who believed in him, and this gave him strength. He's definitely out of his mind, Prime realized and grinned. After all, the guy had interested him. As an older comrade, he promised to teach him a lesson so that the upstart would better watch the words that came out of his mouth. Ruin used the Ogre Rage skill and surrounded himself with a fiery red aura. In a raging torrent of power, he warned his opponent to watch his chin, after which they simultaneously rushed towards each other. Prime responded with his sharp chopping swing. If the guy didn't dodge this blow, he could actually die faster than he could be teleported. Without any fear, Ruin walked into the open, no longer afraid of the sword. It was an incredibly lucky and accurate strike. Ruin managed to catch the edge of the sword with his ring and thus successfully passed the exam for the level of ninja expert. There was only a small chance that the ring would work as intended, but it did, becoming an invulnerable object, causing the sword to shatter into pieces. All the energy of their counterattack went into these fragments, and they returned like prickly shrapnel at the stunned Prime. In an instant, he found himself in a weak position, wounded and unarmed at close range. Prime shouted a curse and asked how he managed to do it. Instead of answering, the guy tripped him under the legs and knocked him to the ground. The reason for his failure was arrogance. He simply thought that there was no one better than him, Ruin said as he stood over the defenseless magician. After which, with quick blows, he reduced the protective equipment to 0, which triggered the teleportation effect. Together, they watched as their most formidable rival disappeared. Seth's heart nearly leapt out of his chest as he watched the fight. If Ruin had lost, they definitely wouldn't have stood a chance. The boy smiled and replied that he'd just been lucky, and that was the honest truth. He looked at the silver-haired girl. Irene stood with a thoughtful, slightly sad expression on her face. Ruin apologized for interfering in their duel, but then the girl admitted that it was she who should ask for forgiveness. Because of her selfish desire, they had gone head-to-head against Prime, and everyone was at risk of losing, so she accepted her defeat with humility. On the other hand, Ruin understood that she was unable to achieve her goal due to his interference. Then Irene turned away and asked to forget about this goal. It no longer exists. Prime no longer interested her, the beauty said, and she pointed her finger at him, which came as a surprise to the guy. It won't be any easier with him, Ruin replied with a grin, and Irene didn't object, also answering him with a charming smile, and something tells her that she will win this fight. With only 5 opponents left to defeat to achieve victory, Dalian and Chikurki fought with all their might. But they could not resist the coordinated work of the trio. So soon their team went on a well-deserved rest, thus taking 3rd place, which was very cool for them because they overtook Doom Prime himself. The team caught its breath after a rather difficult battle, as the entire forest was dug up by explosions. This is how the trio emerged victorious in the very center of the island, in this challenging battle royale. Ruin warned them that he was not going to give in to anyone. They were supposed to fight to the death, but Irene simply gave up, still recovering from her battle with Prime, suggesting they postpone their duel until another competition. The hero nodded understandingly and agreed, taking this as a promise. It was clear that on the 3rd day the girl was very exhausted. Seth chuckled. Even though the hero was their leader, he wasn't going to give in so easily. Last time he had been too easy on him, but this time everything had to be different. Then the hero immediately took a stance and suggested that they settle everything on the spot, after which he sent Seth to fly as he liked, without listening to his request for a break. So the winner was determined. Ruin returned to the dorm to his comrades, and they loudly celebrated his victory, proclaiming toasts one after another. We celebrated in the same tavern where we sat the first time. Seth and Irene joined them, and after the battle royale, everyone became closer. How could they miss the welcome party after all? They also put a lot of effort into winning. That's why they came here with Mr. Seth, said the proud girl. Seth was very upset that they had shut him out like that, because only recently the 3 of them had been so friendly, and the hero had watched their quiet squabble with pleasure. Everyone is behaving as before, even though after the battle on the island, Ruin became the only winner. Prime had a high kill score, but because he was eliminated early, his average score dropped significantly. Other candidates for victory also fell far below the hero in the rankings. If he can continue his winning streak, his dream of becoming the festival leader will come true. Jason, having already kissed a fair amount of dragons, sang Irene's praises, happy that he could sit next to such a beauty. He offered to drink banana liqueur to the ladies present, which greatly embarrassed the girl and caused a burst of laughter. Irene knew she had lost the fight, but for the first time she truly had fun at the festival, and she rejoiced with everyone else. At the same time, Doom Prime, as usual, was alone and trying to comprehend what had happened. He looked at his shattered blade. It was precisely the enemy's aim that had led to his defeat. At the very last moment before the blow, Doom realized everything, but he could no longer fix it. The thought that he had lost in front of King Terran irritated him. He asked his comrades if the King of the Magicians was looking for him, but they had received no such news. Friends tried to console Prime, maybe the king just wanted to let him rest. Then the swordsman magician asked to be left alone, and everyone quickly left the locker room, not wanting to incur the wrath of their best student. For a long time, Prime simply stood and stared into space, burning with anger inside. The city was decked out in ribbons and flags as the festival's final test approached. Tyrion watched everything from the tower balcony and thought, of course, he assumed that his protege would become a star and show himself in the best light. But he didn't think that he would accomplish such a feat. The rector didn't even count on victory. Taran noticed that the smile was now permanently on the rector's face, and he understood the reasons for this perfectly well. It hurt his pride as an organizer, and besides, it was impossible to look at the brat's face without tears. Tyrion was surprised to hear about the competition hall where the Prime was, and Taran nodded, confirming his guess. The great festival was coming to an end. A few days have passed since the end of the royal battle on the island. In the group competition, Team Ignite secured 4th place, 5 wins and 2 losses, with the last game depriving them of 3rd place. But for those who had never risen above the last line, this was already a dizzying success. Now all that remained was the final battle of the representatives, the triathlon. It consisted of an obstacle course on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories: running, martial arts, swimming, and, since this was a battle of magicians, it was possible to use summoned animals, or even teleportation. Everyone was getting ready for the start. For some reason, the students were fighting in school suits instead of comfortable clothes. Then Seth approached the hero and asked how he was feeling. The stadium was shouting his name, so he might have felt uneasy with such support. It was difficult for him to say yet, and Ruin did not understand what he felt. To tell the truth, he really wanted to enjoy this moment, but he didn't allow himself to do so, because it was impossible to celebrate victory until the real winner was determined. Seth sheepishly stated that today it was every man for himself and he would not give in, and Ruin chuckled in response. When the referee gave the command to start, everyone got ready. A shot rang out, and all the students rushed forward, some on their own, some riding on summoned creatures. The crowd of people seeing them off joyfully shouted after them, seeing how hard the students were trying, even raising a cloud of dust. But the current main favorite of the competition did not move at all, and lazily waited at the start, while the rest were tensely fighting for the lead in the race in every possible way. The first obstacle was a crowd of short, aggressive-looking goblin monsters. Dalian suggested that the first 3 form a temporary alliance, but Irene sharply refused. Now was not the time for that. Prime didn't answer at all, ignoring the holy woman like she was nothing. He cleared a path for himself and everyone else through the first barrier with a volley of fire. There couldn't have been any alliance anyway. Everyone knew that Prime was always gloomy and had his own mind. So, in 6 years, he never made friends with anyone, considering those around him competitors. Now this swordsman mage was taking out all his pent-up rage and anger on the unfortunate shorties. But what made him even angrier was that the guy was still not here, and that could mean anything. Either he was way ahead of them, which was unlikely, or he thought he could catch up. From the very beginning, Prime ran ahead, with only Irene and Dillian staying close. Realizing this, the swordsman realized that his main rival was still behind him. So he suddenly spoke first and asked Irene where Ruin was. "And why isn't this scoundrel here yet?" The swordsman cursed, but Irene herself didn't know. They have been ahead of everyone for quite a long time now. Dillian also joined the conversation because everyone was worried about the change in the hero's face. However, when they heard a noise behind them and turned around, they suddenly saw the one they were talking about. It was an incredible comeback, and Irene wondered how he had caught up with them so easily and where the rest of the participants were. Then the guy with a sweet grin replied that they were no longer there. A few minutes ago, everyone was waiting to see what the hero who defeated the invincible Doom Prime would do, not understanding at all why he was giving everyone such a head start. The hero had been waiting for this day ever since it was decided that he would participate in the festival, so he had been pumping up his stamina all this time. However, as a melee mage, he could be at a disadvantage if someone attacked him from behind. Therefore, a special strategy was needed for this test. Ruin was going to eliminate everyone one by one, and to do this, he started moving last, waiting until all the participants stretched out in a long line, overcame all the obstacles for him, and got tired. In any case, they will be too busy chasing to pay attention to him. And so, from last place, the guy began to make his way to the leaders. He turned everyone he encountered around because he was in a very advantageous position for himself. Ruin even got tired of counting how many simpletons he managed to knock out using such a cunning method. Then he caught up with Seth, who was riding on his summoned Night Protector. The hero smiled in a friendly manner, hoping that the bald man would understand him. Seth nodded. Their endless battle had begun again. He said a phrase that suited the moment. Then the guy asked for forgiveness for what happened next. And so Seth went out again to admire the beautiful blue sky. Irene herself was horrified by the thought that there were no other participants besides them. It was unlikely that such a beating had ever happened at a festival. Ruin only replied that many were still alive and could try to resume the race, but at the moment there was no one else around except them. Doom Prime took a step towards him and declared that things would never be like before. They stood face to face again as Irene and Dalian waited to see what would happen next. However, Doom restrained his impulses and summoned his ghostly horse. He considered that it was not profitable to fight now when the others could simply take the victory from him. So he suggested meeting at the finish line, even though he was terribly angry. The swordsman spurred his ghostly horse and galloped off. Dalian shouted after him, asking if he really was going to push forward. After all, they had to go through the trap zone in the castle, but Doom had already disappeared through the gate. Once upon a time, traps protected the treasures in the castle, but now it has become a convenient place for competition, a place where you could get seriously injured if you run forward thoughtlessly. Therefore, the safest but slowest method was to detect traps, making the castle an ideal testing ground for the knowledge and skills of magicians. But there were those who could simply turn the table with this game. Ruin decided to use Drax's method and knocked on the wall. The wall was quite thick and strong. Even the Battle Bear Strand doubted that its owner could handle it. But Ruin objected because these were the ruins of an old castle. Using the player's eye, he examined every stone at the base of the thick wall, and so on until I found a place where the wall had settled and only seemed strong. Therefore, it could be destroyed. Irene watched his actions with surprise. After all, this was to be expected from someone who fought in close combat. Dalian noted their connection, but stated that even for simple friendship it was too much. It was just that the mage had not yet seen everything the hero was capable of. So Irene simply told him to see for himself and pointed her finger. The ancient wall, unable to withstand the impact, cracked and a gap formed in it, large enough for a person to pass through. It was pure madness, and Dalian couldn't believe what he was seeing. He politely asked to use the move that the hero had made, but Ruin refused him with a sweet smile. He hadn't tried to knock out all his pursuers in order to let someone behind him. So he went into the crack and swung again to strike. The wall groaned again with strain, and the gap collapsed right in front of the impudent magician's nose. Ruin was able to do all this with only 2,400 points of strength. Now he and Doom were left alone. The rivals met eyes. Doom just jumped out of the castle and the hero ran out from around the corner. Because the swordsman was in a hurry, he still missed the arrow in the shoulder, so now he was not in the best position. Now the hero understood how much his opponent wanted this victory, and he also gave it his all. Prime wasn't able to get very far ahead because his horse's summoning time had just expired. But in a normal race, Ruin could not lose, so he took the leading position. But this was fraught with consequences, because the opponent immediately drew his sword and attacked. But the hero was expecting this, and simply grabbed Prime by the clothes, after which he jumped into the abyss with him. They fell off a cliff into a deep river. It was the final stage of the race. So far, Ruin's plan had worked. He would have been at a disadvantage if Prime had used magic to get down the river. Now the hero simply had to swim. However, at that very moment, a thick crust of ice began to catch up with him, approaching from all sides. Doom managed to surface and catch him with a spell. The hero became angry, because it was very dangerous to freeze the river while someone was swimming in it. And at that very second, he found himself in an icy prison, unable to escape. And Prime was back on top, not caring about the rules or the safety of other students. With that, he said goodbye and galloped along the frozen river as if it were land. Ruin cursed. He needed to get free as soon as possible. Then he directed the force into his fist and broke the thick crust of ice captivity. It was the swordsman's turn to curse. He didn't expect to be caught up with so quickly. The finish was very close, because they could already see the walls of the Colosseum rising. There were no more obstacles in the way. He just had to run, the hero realized. Ruin offered his opponent a rematch. This was a ploy to make him stop. But Prime was not in the best condition for a duel, so he could not allow himself to do this, despite his pride. Suddenly there was an explosion, and they were hidden by a curtain of water dust. Spectators watched their fight from screens in the arena and couldn't tell what was happening there. Prime's horse was the first to finish the race, winning the competition, unexpectedly for itself. Then everyone was puzzled as to what had happened to the owner of the summoned animal. But when the fog cleared, everyone saw that only one was standing on his feet. Passing through a lot of traps, Prime spent a lot of energy, and his movements were too sweeping, the hero realized. And yet, it was he who told him not to think about the little things, Ruin reminded him, and grinned triumphantly, because he defeated the one who possessed his power with the help of cheats. At that moment, I felt a little sorry for the proud guy who had been winning for all 6 years, only through his own efforts, but in the end lost. Since Ruin won 2 awards in the survival battle and triathlon, and won all individual competitions, he naturally took first place. That's how his first festival ended, to loud applause from the stands. He was called a magician of the next generation, and not a failure like before. These words came to him after 6 years of suffering and being locked in social isolation. Now he could walk his path proudly with his head held high. The hero felt that he had done a great job. He was no longer alone. These approving glances were his reward for his hard work. So, raising his hands up in triumph, he thanked everyone present. When it was time to return, Ruin thought that he did not want to lose this support. Carriages were brought out for the victors and the most distinguished nobles, and Jason looked at them with envy. Ruin sat at the banquet table all alone, his bored gaze wandering around the room. He wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible because he did not like formal official events. But then his boredom was dispelled by the beautiful Irene, who also came to the celebration, in a beautiful snow-white dress that matched her hair. The girl sat down next to him, surprised that no one was in a hurry to start a conversation with the festival's main character. Ruin didn't blame them. In the eyes of others, he was an upstart for coming to the banquet dressed as usual. Irene agreed with him, but thought that there was more to it than that. Most of the nobles had come here to make his acquaintance, and were now keeping a sideways eye on the hero. But how did it happen that no one dared to approach first? It's all because someone has already staked out this spot, the beauty said with a smile. A man so powerful that no noble would dare speak to him, and these words brought a lump to Ruin's throat. He wanted to ask who they were talking about, but the manager came out and said that the banquet was beginning. He called the representatives of 32 schools to follow him, and a little later various delicacies appeared on the table, worthy not only of the king of magicians but also of the emperor himself. In reality, the banquet was not a celebration but rather a debriefing, or a guillotine for losers. So many dreamed of avoiding it. The 2 seats at the head of the table next to Ruin's chair were empty. The guy thought that only Terran would be present, but then why 2 places of honor? The banquet master warned everyone that the main guests had arrived, and all the guests stood up. The students bowed and greeted King Terran, addressing him as my lord, which made Ruin's fingers twitch. But then he heard the king of magicians himself addressing someone in a respectful manner. When the hero looked up, he saw a young man of noble appearance. He was the only one wearing a hat, and thick gold rings adorned his hands. Before Ruin realized who was in front of him, everyone around fell on their faces in the Eastern manner and greeted the crown prince of the empire. Here it was time to be amazed by the fact that the hero does not know the main figures of his country. What can you expect from him? A country bumpkin? Maybe portraits are not common in their world, and coins with the prince's face have not yet been issued. When everyone sat down at the table, they began to wait. No one dared to pick up the cutlery or speak in the presence of such a titled person. The atmosphere was oppressive, as Ruin was now sitting closest to the important guests, and he was under terrible pressure. Terran spoke first, saying that none of the 11 chosen disciples had been able to defeat Ruin Ardell even once, and was amazed that the gap in skills was so great. He was so disappointed he was even embarrassed to call them his children. The king of magicians sarcastically remarked. The prime, who considered himself the best, took this most painfully. He promised he wouldn't dare show his bad side again, and said this in a choked voice. Overall, the boy was still head and shoulders above all the other mages, while Ruin was an anomaly, so he was wrong to blame himself. But the dirty king continued to sneer, saying that second place was for losers. The only thing he believed this festival proved was that the old adage about a small lake producing a great dragon was true. All of this also affected Ruin. He felt uncomfortable with the fact that his opponent was being humiliated, and the whole banquet was organized to give everyone a slap in the face for losing. Of course, Terran wasn't the only one who made the guy feel like he was on pins and needles. Crown Prince Shamartan Raynock, another character with a stupid name, burned a hole into the hero with his gaze. This man was originally third in line to the succession, but using his intelligence and outstanding political acumen, he quickly threw his older brothers into exile. The man who possessed the art of speech and combat skills close to perfection did not take his eyes off him. Now Ruin understood what Irene was talking about when she said that someone influential had staked out his place. Here, Terran switched to the hero and gently asked him how he felt about winning the festival. And the guy honestly said that he didn't feel comfortable there, which surprised the king. Then, the hero explained that he liked the festival's results, but he wasn't happy with being used to belittle others, which was irritating. The guy spoke so harshly that even Irene, sitting next to him, became concerned. The same applied to the others. They weren't used to someone speaking like that to the king of magicians. Terran frowned slightly and told the boy that feelings of inferiority are the best food for growth. Or psychological complexes, as any teacher would have told him. The hero himself saw in such a practice only the incitement of hostility against him. It would have been much better to point out everyone's strengths and weaknesses. So King Terran's stated goal, in his opinion, did not coincide with his methods. The guy himself did not consider himself a simpleton. He was from the Ardell family and was proud of it. Just as the Ignat Academy was not a shallow lake to be belittled like that, King Terran exclaimed at these words. The self-confident boy openly challenged him in front of everyone, in front of the crown prince. However, here the prince himself laughed broadly and vividly, instantly defusing the tense atmosphere, and Ruin stared at the titled person in amazement, not understanding what this laughter meant. The prince liked the fact that the boy became a headache and behaved so boldly with his godfather, as he called Terran. This made him laugh so much that he had to wipe the tears from his eyes, and for nobles, expressing emotions is considered indecent. Having heard that the boy came from a small country, the prince wanted to visit there at least once. Then Irene breathed a sigh of relief that everything had worked out, and she asked the hero not to do something like that again. Terran praised the boy for his fine victory speech, but since he had already heard enough of such idealistic words from Tyrion, it would not change his own thoughts. However, the guy's words sounded fresher, so the King of Magicians was eagerly awaiting what else he would do in the future. He was about to announce the end of the banquet, but then the prince expressed a desire to speak, and he asked Ruin Ardell for a cup of tea, or maybe something stronger. Of course, refusal was not accepted in any form, the prince recalled. This is how Ruin found himself alone in a room with the first person of the empire. This situation made him nervous because he had no idea why he had been called here, certainly not to be congratulated on his victory. Then the prince said directly that he wanted the guy to work for him, and in this case too, he would not take no for an answer. He gave him just a month to sort things out, and also promised to arrange a transfer to a special school for combat mages and a place to live. Of course, he still has to think about accepting citizenship, since it is not appropriate for the prince's closest assistant to be a foreigner. Ruin tried to dissuade the prince because the empire had many candidates. Prime alone was worth something. Even though he was good, in the end he still lost to him. The prince objected, and His Highness cannot take a second-class citizen into his retinue, so the prince even reproached the hero for this. And he told me something that should be kept in mind when talking to him. In response, you need to answer yes and not ask counter-questions, the prince said with obvious pressure in his voice. But the hero firmly held his gaze without answering. But the prince softened and said that they could talk. After all, he knew when it was possible to press and when there was no point. The first reason to recruit the guy is the godfather's personal recommendation. The prince asked him to recommend someone several years ago, but Terran did it only now. The second reason he liked the guy's courage or his stupidity. The courage to put on shabby rags to meet him, while the rest were going out of their way to please those in power. The courage to speak out in front of Terran, his godfather, said the prince. And finally, the courage to continue asking questions despite His Majesty's warning. In matters of politics, it is sometimes useful to have someone who will express a contradictory position, the prince declared, throwing up his hands. Then the hero asked him again whether he should give the prince advice. But His Highness was not offended, and replied that the guy's job was to protect the royal person from blood relatives. The guy hesitated to answer, and then the prince realized that he didn't want this. Ruin didn't deny it. But the prince forcefully reminded him that this was why he had warned him. Refusal would not be accepted. Before the hero was a man who had absorbed the highest power in the empire. Becoming his confidant was a $1 million chance. After all, most magicians will still fall under the influence of titled persons and gather at court, even in a magic tower. Missing such an opportunity would be like putting an end to your life. But there were still too many things that this village boy in simple clothes wanted to do. He didn't want to be someone's magician. The prince sighed in disappointment. He had considered the boy a reasonable man, but he had shown himself to be unexpectedly idealistic. There would be no second chance, said the prince, and the boy did not argue that he might one day regret his refusal. At this point, the prince ordered to pretend that this conversation never happened. It was called the most precious stone of the past festival. Collecting stones was the prince's hobby, and there was never a find that he would not get his hands on, he said ominously. This is because he destroys everything he can't reach so that his enemies don't touch it, the prince said. But Ruin was not afraid to turn his back on him and leave the office on his own. The crown prince's last words were a threat, and now the boy was wondering if he had made the right decision. But he still wanted to be a mage who protected his identity. But then Jason and Hanks called him, and were delighted to see their captain. His friends thought he was going on a date behind their backs, although that was far from true. After the banquet, the prince talked with his godfather. Taran immediately realized that the recruitment of the young talent had failed. Even threats hadn't helped. Of course, the heir to the throne was not going to give up. As the godfather well knew, the prince was weak in the face of collecting. "And that means the ruins of Ardell will belong to him," said the prince, sipping the red liquid from a glass like all villains. The guy didn't even suspect that his refusal only provoked the powers that be, for whom people were just toys. Despite everything, Ruin continued his morning exercises, and his fighting spirit grew stronger with each passing day. 5,000 punches, the same number of kicks, a roundhouse kick, running 15 kilometers training in real combat. The body was getting better day by day, and training became easier. Strand also noticed changes for the better, but Ruin did not accept this compliment from a male, although the fighting hamster immediately objected that he turned out to be female. This news puzzled the guy so much that he even jumped up from his seat, but the hamster threw up his hands and said that it just happened that way. Strand was offended. To his surprise, incarnations also have gender, and it was his problem that he hadn't asked her before. Here the hero remembered that they had taken a bath together, and Strand immediately snorted that there was nothing special to look at. So now the hero has a lot of unanswered questions. However, he quickly dealt with this but forbade jokes about his dignity. Later, when they said goodbye at the station, there was a touching farewell scene, and Jason did not want to let him go. But then everyone went home and Ruin was left almost alone. Besides him, there was only one strange guy left at the station. As the festival winner, Ruin had to complete all the items on his schedule before going home. A strange guy introduced himself as a street cat and said he was his escort. He looked older than Ruin, and his status was hidden by question marks, so it was impossible to extract any information from it. At the very least, this man was on the same level as the academy professor, although he didn't look like he was yet 30. This man told the hero the schedule of the journey, first to the Imperial Palace to pay his respects. Here Ruin interrupted him and asked him not to speak formally to him, but to address him simply. He was only 16, but the alley cat replied that he had no problem maintaining a respectful tone. Thus, the young hero was simply ignored. His interlocutor turned out to be too meticulous and businesslike. Then they will go to the magic tower where the artifact will choose him. What was said surprised the guy. The idea was that he could leave without the artifact altogether if none of those present recognized him. Ruin immediately remembered Kingram, who, although he was an ogre, was still by nature a self-aware artifact. The hero will also be assigned a mission, said the alley cat. Students usually couldn't receive missions, but an exception was made for the winner. This could be considered an announcement to the world that a next-generation mage had appeared. Then the hero realized that this was something like his debut. Now he could choose a mission from the list if he liked something. Among them were search, subjugation, and even liquidation. Strand also joined in examining the list, and the magician made sure that he could see it too. In the end, they made a choice, and a few hours later they found themselves in the palace. Peony Palace was the residence of the crown prince. The butler said that the guy could pass through because they were already waiting for him. The street cat bowed to the guy and said that he would wait outside. The guy didn't really want to be left alone with the titled person, but then the prince himself opened the doors, apparently hearing his voice. "Welcome to the Empire," he said in his usual commanding voice. The monarch handed the hero 10,000 gold pieces as a prize, a sum greater than the annual income of the Ardell lands. The prince also offered to return if this sum wasn't enough, and promised that the doors of Peony would always be open to the hero. But the guy hurried to move on to the next item on the schedule, and along the way he noticed that the palace was simply huge, and the servants here must be very hardy. The street cat politely asked him to refrain from making joking comments and informed him that the tower's leader was also already waiting. So the guy realized that the businesslike escort was completely devoid of a sense of humor. The cat asked him if the hero was sure about his choice of his first debut mission. The guy chose the most difficult task simply because it looked interesting, but the tower leader might not allow it. Taran was also quite friendly. He was not at all angered by the guy's antics, or he considered showing emotions beneath his dignity. The search task was difficult. Subjugation was a simpler task. The king of magicians commented on his choice. He could have simply gone with a detachment of the Imperial Guard and destroyed a couple of bandit groups that appeared near the city of Ceciliano. But the boy chose to go into the lifeless wasteland. Taran did not understand his motives. Strand helped him make his choice. Her attention was drawn to the Heavenly Mountain. These lands were the homeland of Kingram, who was associated with Draka. After all, a black dragon lived in these parts for 100 years. The lands themselves were located north of the kingdom of Radian, where, according to rumors, ancient ogres still lived. But now everyone thought that there was no one else there. After all, most of the ogres died in the Great War, and Kingram was the last. After the disappearance of the ogre people, the place became lifeless, and there was a reason why the search mission in these lands was considered the most difficult. It was all because of the barrier that surrounded the Heavenly Mountain. This barrier could not be removed by any spell, and neither scientists nor magicians were able to unravel its secret. And the mission was to find out the nature of the barrier. So Terran was curious why the hero chose a difficult task in the wasteland with a low probability of success. Perhaps he had heard of the hypothesis that the wrath of the ogre god had turned this place into a sanctuary, the Sorcerer King suggested. Of course, Ruin understood that his choice was strange since few would dare to undertake such a task. But he had his own reasons. Draconia lived on this mountain for 100 years. This alone was enough to make an expedition. The guy thought there was no need to reveal all his cards, so he referred to the fact that this was simply the most difficult task, but Terran immediately recommended another one, if that was the only reason. After all, the reason for the difficulty was only in the mystery of the barrier and not at all in the great activity around. But if a 16-year-old magician solves a centuries-old mystery, it will be an impressive discovery, Ruin said. Perhaps he will become the first winner of the festival, which will ruin his debut, the King of Magicians warned. But the guy did not change his mind. Then, Terran asked him after a pause if the boy understood why he had been recommended to the Crown Prince. All because the King of the Magicians wanted to keep an eye on the boy, leaving him in Revadane, closer to himself. Terran then suggested that the choice of mission was connected precisely to the boy's unique ability, and it was an incredibly successful guess. In any case, the King of Magicians promised to watch him. So even though Ruin said he could handle it, in the evening he was no longer so sure. He was worried that he might never find out anything, since that place had not been visited for several hundred years. Strand consoled him. Many people failed in the usual way, but she was sure that the guy would definitely succeed. After all, he already possessed superhuman abilities. Then, there was a knock on his chambers and the guy sat up on the bed. A magical street cat and a delightful boar came to visit. Such nicknames were in use among all magicians, even though they sounded as if they had ended up on a farm. The boar told the hero that it was time for them to go, but unlike the cat, he was much more welcoming. The schedule called for a visit to the artifact room, where one of them could choose it. The treasury was divided into 4 levels, from the first to the third, and a special one. In the third zone, the easiest ones. In the second, the most common ones. In the third, the rare ones. The hero was led straight to the first. People were only allowed into the special zone in connection with an important event. Even the Emperor was forbidden from entering there. The inspection still began with the third zone, where the guy was allowed to look at all the curiosities. The first thing that caught his eye was a magical sword of monstrous proportions, but of excellent quality. The boar explained that the best artifacts from the time of the war with the demons were kept here. This mirror-clear blade was no worse than the one wielded by Prime. Even the item from the lower zone was no worse than those used by nobles, which was to be expected from a magic tower. The second thing that caught his eye was Tina Bronet's book on transformation specialization. Ruin thought it was lost, but there was a 100-year-old edition stored there. Until recently, reading had been Ruin's main pastime, so he paid great attention to the bookshelves. The tower's followers were allowed to read here occasionally, but were not allowed to take books with them. The second zone was a treasure trove of knowledge, containing everything from forgotten magical books to rare historical editions, so the boy could hardly resist its captivating charm. He moved to the first zone, but none of the artifacts have reacted to him yet. The hero asked if there had been any cases before where someone had left without a reward, and the boar replied that this happened extremely rarely. Since he was allowed to rise to the first zone, it is believed that he will definitely attract several artifacts to himself. Ruin had already seen everything, so he felt disappointed. Then, Strand consoled him again, telling him not to pay attention to this rubbish. Of course, people consider these items to be treasures, but truly valuable things are not kept here. Everything is hidden there. Strand pointed to the dark door into the special zone. There must definitely be at least one artifact created by a dragon there. And Strand could also smell the scent of a dragon that had never washed its scales. But even so, it was still impossible for him to get there. So the guy decided to focus on what was in the vault. Suddenly, the room lit up with green light, surprising everyone. This force came from a special zone, almost breaking through the doors. Now a special event has happened, the boar exclaimed, for the first time in 56 years. Kunhan's tooth reacted to the hero, and this made the Magician King think. The street cat told everything as it happened, in all the details. Did this mean the boy was talented enough to take the throne? Terran wondered. In the special zone, there are 3 artifacts. Among them, the Staff of Algol, the Armor of Morsha, and the Tooth of Kunhan. These allow their chosen ones to stand on the top. The staff belonged to the first mage of the human race. It was capable of infinitely increasing the power of destructive spells. It was also a symbol of the king of magicians. It was he who chose Terran 56 years ago, and before that, everyone who was chosen by the artifact occupied a high position. The Morshi armor provided the highest protection against physical and magical attacks, and chose its owner once a century, each of whom became a legendary knight. However, the molar of the first ogre leader was the most mysterious artifact. It had not chosen anyone for several centuries, so the king was very puzzled whether this meant that the boy had mastered the power of the throne. Moreover, according to the street cat, the guy easily picked up this tooth. But this object was so heavy that 6 people were needed to move it. It was impossible to lift such an object alone. It was as if the hero possessed the strength of an ogre, and in addition, he chose the task of searching in the area of the Silver Mountain. Having put everything together, the king ordered a council to be convened. All the Scream Mages were supposed to come, he said in a stern voice. To reach the Heavenly Mountain, the hero decided to move west. He was given a month to complete the age-old task. He could not be late. In addition, they provided travel documents and travel expenses. The street cat was in no hurry to leave, and the boy asked him what else. The cat answered in a businesslike manner. He wanted and didn't want to at the same time. As a mage of a magic tower without his own opinion, he could not add anything more. But as his older comrade warned him that the magic tower is extremely kind to those who obey it, and cold to those who disobey, the guy himself should already understand which category he belongs to. He must be careful and question everything, the alley cat stated cautiously, and Ruin realized that these were not random words. The ancient Tertian castle was the closest city to the Heavenly Mountain, created for the purpose of protecting the continent from the ogres, and was also known as the continent's shield. Because of this, Tertian was surrounded by high walls, just like a capital, and had an army of knights with an iron will. At least that's what it was written in the books he read. But in reality, this place was a backwater and rather deserted. Having lost its original significance, the city became deserted. It was needed to resist the ogres, but the threat disappeared on its own. And the local residents did nothing but laze around in taverns from morning until night. Then one thug approached a well-dressed guy and demanded that he give him everything he had. But Ruin quickly brought him down to earth. Disappointed to think that reality was very different from the books, later he decided to question another person, but he was sleeping. Ruin waited quite a long time before the slacker woke up. But in the end, I had to wake him up. The man immediately jumped up and apologized for dozing off when the magician was in front of him. The hero wanted to get a horse, and the local resident thought about this question. He immediately admitted that at the moment he did not have any horses in the stable, and there were none nearby. Strand immediately burst out laughing, saying that there was not a single horse in any of the stables, but there were plenty of grooms. The groom hastened to explain that there had been 3 in the morning, but they had all been taken, which was surprising, since before that only flies had been interested in horses. He promised to find some nag within a day, but Ruin stopped him. The hero was surprised that on the day of his arrival there were no horses, although no one had needed them before. The place was too remote for it to be a mere coincidence. And then he remembered the words of the street cat, to question everything. Strand also felt it as soon as they got off the train. They looked around cautiously and immediately realized that they were being followed. Having discovered that he was being followed, the hero immediately took action, first of all asking the groom to let him know if anyone was looking for him. Seeing the gold, he almost lost consciousness. Ruin then walked around the city to lure the observers, who would realize that he had left the hotel and head there to ask about him. It is obvious that the tale came from the Reinach Empire. At least 2 candidates could take care of the surveillance. The Crown Prince, known for his obsession, and a mage rabbit worthy of being his godfather. Both options were equally unpleasant, so the hero decided to deal with it before heading to the mountain. Now that the surveillance had become obvious, he could not tolerate their presence, but at the hotel he was informed that no one had come in. The concierge convincingly stated that he had not slept and was on guard, but no one ever returned. Strand agreed that these words did not sound like a lie, although they disappointed the hero. True, then the worker shared his doubts with him. He caught himself in a state of confusion for a few minutes, which he did not remember. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything, and these words alerted Ruin. His pursuers were not simple. He knew that mind control was a 6th-tier spell that could subjugate a person, causing the victim to lose their memories and allowing the caster to look into their memories. The pursuers were much stronger, though not as careful as they seemed, but now they knew that he knew about their surveillance. The guy returned to his room. There was no one inside. But there was a note left on the wall. The villains informed him that they had no intention of harming him and asked him not to try to find out their identities. Such a brazen intrusion immediately angered the hero. Since they decided to threaten him, he was obliged to respond to it. Having left his room, the guy began jumping across the rooftops like a superhero. He moved faster than a normal person could, and this should have made the spies nervous. Strand asked the owner what he intended to do. The guy wanted to find the scouts. 3 targets were pursuing him, and the mini-map reported this. Then Ruin decided to play tag with them and sped up. It was no accident that he took first place in the triathlon at the Magic Festival. The pursuers stopped. They already realized that they had compromised themselves, and the younger one wanted to play with them. The leader ordered to catch up with the target but not to kill it, and Ruin already felt behind his back that they were catching up with him. The spies had plenty of skills. The trio of mages used acceleration spells to catch up with the boy, but his trail suddenly ended, and now they were examining the area. But their leader knew that the boy was simply waiting for them in these slums, away from prying eyes. And so it happened. As soon as they entered the required point in single file, the hero jumped out like tigers from an ambush, as if the would-be spies did not know about his specialization and did not think to disperse from each other in advance. The first of them paid for this tactical miscalculation by going to bed. The second one belatedly managed to raise the magic shield. But this hardly saved him from going to the dentist magician. Now there was only one enemy left who for some reason was inactive. Moreover, he suddenly laughed and called the hero a real monster. Then the fighter frowned and asked him who they were. The spy immediately admitted what had already become obvious. They were magicians, which meant that only the head of the tower could have sent them to keep an eye on their younger comrade. There was no difference between surveillance and observation. In any case, the spy's task was to find out what he was capable of. Having said this, the magician tore up the scroll with the spell. He vanished, leaving his comrade sleeping on the ground in the hands of the target, demonstrating simply the height of competence. On the neck of the sleeping mage, Ruin discovered a tattoo in the form of a skull, a group of vicious mages. It was a unit shrouded in secrecy, and the only thing that was known about them was that they were exclusively involved in dirty work. That's all the hero from the books knew. It wasn't clear who their real leader was, what they served, or why they had that useless, incriminating tattoo on their neck, which immediately revealed that they were spies. Strand asked him what he thought after this fight. It felt like these guys were even weaker than his opponents from the Great Festival, the hero replied, although one ran away without showing anything. Moreover, it was known that these people possessed high-ranking magic, and one of them would definitely continue to pursue him from a distance. To begin with, Ruin decided to make the last spy appear before him. The next day, he immediately set off for the Heavenly Mountain. The path to the top lay through barren, empty lands. But the magician clearly felt that he was approaching his destination. His entire power circle became agitated and would not calm down, especially when he reached the mystical barrier that separated the top of the mountain. The creator of the player's artifact once lived here, and the hero leaned against the barrier to think about how to overcome it. According to Strand, only those whose mind was not like a human could enter inside. This was the only way. A human would definitely have tried to break the barrier, but the guy couldn't do it. Moreover, it was a barrier that could not be destroyed by human means. But what about the ogres? Strand suggested, and then it dawned on the guy. He could call the ogres just like friends and ask them to open the passage for him. This was already something Strand said and smiled. According to rumors, it is true that all ogres died out, but was this really true? Then the hero heard something and turned around, along with his pet. And Strand reminded him that his abilities were needed not for persuasion or confirmation, but for destruction. The magician placed his hands on the dome and mentally addressed the ogres, and said that he had come to give them the tooth of their leader, Kunhan. "Open up, Sim Sim," Ruin whispered again, and the dome grew warmer under his palm. And a second later he was blinded by a purple flash of light. The spy standing in the distance saw the younger one pass through the previously impenetrable barrier. True, it slammed shut before the spy could sneak inside, not understanding anything. And then he thought his hand was flying, probably for rain. The blow sent him flying away from the barrier, and the spy saw stars. This time he will not escape, the hero decided, and caused a powerful earthquake, after which he tied the scout with green fetters. The spy must have decided that he could only get the guy at this moment, since he only showed up now. But in the end, he fell into traps, and at this point the hero suggested that he finish the game of tag. True, he didn't notice how a black shadow appeared right above him. "Here comes the rain," thought the scout, seeing a huge ogre falling on him. Having dealt with one person, the ogre looked at the second with an unkind gaze, and in his hands he had a heavy club. The ogre wiggled his mandibles and asked the man who he was. Strand warned the boy that these creatures had the mindset of a beast. Fortunately, the hero was able to pass through the barrier and negotiate with its guardian. As soon as this happened, he thought that he had entered another world, where all the ogres looked at him as a curiosity. Strand continued to warn that these monsters had no human morality. The guy himself understood that he was alive only because he had the tooth of their leader, and it was unknown when else they would want to get rid of him. So for now he followed the guide silently and carefully. Soon they reached the place that the ogres called the summit. But there was another one. Here the hero felt goosebumps all over his body when he felt the presence of a powerful creature next to him. The ogres called their leader the Pinnacle, most likely meaning that he was at the top of their hierarchy. The leader introduced himself as Harhan and immediately asked about Kunhan's relic. Harhan said that the man was now their guest, and for now they decided to find out who he was before making him food for the eagles. The guy repeated what was the pure truth. Kunhan's tooth chose him, and here he is. The leader did not believe that a person could handle this object. Then the guy took a tooth out of his pocket and simply showed them the truth of his words. This interested the chief, and he said that he could smell the guy as soon as he entered, and that this smell was filled with power. The hero agreed he really was strong. Then Harhan asked him who he really was. And then the guy decided to mention the name of Drak, who lived on this mountain for 100 years. The leader was very surprised that the man knew this name, and the boy named the second one, because he heard all this from Kingram. Here the ogre was even more amazed to learn that Kingram was still alive. The hero told them that their ancient leader exists in the form of an artifact and works as one of the professors. What a charming story it is to find out that your leader is a slave in the human world. The guy, of course, didn't say that, but instead declared that he was Kingram's friend, the one chosen by the tooth, and the one who inherited Drak's power. Ruin Ardell, he introduced himself to the ogres, almost sticking the magnificent title to his name. The boy hoped that such circumstances would save him from the fate of becoming the eagle's food. The leader's face lit up with kindness and hospitality, but he still answered no. The hero felt a chill inside at the thought that he would be thrown onto the sharp rocks of the mountains. But instead, they put him in a wide pit that looked like an arena, and the whole tribe gathered around him all growling loudly. Strand explained that it was something of a rite of passage. If a hero wanted to be treated as an equal, he had to prove himself. Drak went through this too. The initiation itself took place through arm wrestling, for which they even chose an opponent for him. This young ogre's name was Omarush, and he loved to show off his muscles that bulged under his green skin. Ruin almost lost consciousness from the fact that this huge ogre was his opponent. To the loud cries of the tribe, they took up their starting position. It was not easy for the ogre to grab the man's pitiful little hand. The guy still hoped that he wouldn't be thrown off the cliff if he lost, and Strand shrugged. It happened in all sorts of ways. Of course, the ogre's physique scared the guy, but he didn't agree to it blindly. In another case, this would indeed have been ridiculous, but thanks to the artifact, the hero possessed extraordinary power. Moreover, ever since he obtained Kunhan's tooth, his strength had increased by 1,000 units, and now it amounted to 3,520, so even victory was possible. The ogre felt his arm and admitted that the guy had a couple of sparrow-like muscles, but warned that he wouldn't give him any slack. Ruin cheerfully agreed and declared that he was ready for the test. The judge removed her hands and shouted, "Let's start." The magician applied all his strength, causing even his immortal jacket to tear. He so hoped that this would be enough for him, but since it didn't work out, he decided to use his trump card. One last attempt, the rage of the ogre. The Ruin screamed and pressed harder, and at that very second his hand touched the stone with a dull click. The hero himself was stunned by such a one-sided defeat. He usually humiliated everyone with his feats of physical force. Omarush raised his hands to the sky in victory, to the general jubilation of the entire tribe. And the guy lay limply on the ground, after having given all his strength to the fight. Since Omarush was considered the best warrior, and the man was able to hold out against him for quite a long time, the ogres recognized the guy. So the hero received a hidden task. It took Drak 17 years to get the ogres to recognize his strength, while Ruin had to defeat Omarush in arm wrestling. Strand congratulated him on his success, and the guy realized that she knew from the very beginning that everything would be fine, and was just joking with him. But the guy didn't have 17 years for this task. He had to do everything in a month. After the initiation ceremony, a large banquet was held at the foot of the mountain. The food was very tasty. The ogres cooked well despite their simple life. What the guy didn't understand was why the tribe lived in isolation, and how they hadn't yet died out from inbreeding. So now he had the feeling that he was faced with something more important than the task. Omarush asked the strong man what he was going to make from the chieftain's tooth, and the boy was surprised that it could be used at all. The ogre promised to help make a weapon that would be useful to man. Then, in the ruin storage, he looked doubtfully at the snow-white exhibit in his hand. Strahn explained to him that he held in his hands a source of power, that he had inherited the will of the leader, and the boy asked how to use it. The staff and armor that lay nearby had a very obvious use. Ruin even thought about converting the tooth into a mace, like a morning star. And now he was being asked to do everything wisely, in the best traditions of the ogre. Since the boy still didn't know how to use the artifact given to him, he decided to trust Omarush. The chieftain's tooth was heavy and hard, and not everyone could do anything with it, but Omarush processed iron and knew how to work with such materials. In human language, this meant that he was a blacksmith. The ogre asked the boy if he was thinking about any specific weapon, and then Ruin gave free rein to his imagination since he was allowed to make his own choice. Half a month had passed since he arrived at the mountain, and the hero began to take part in the ogre hunt. At the signal, he would jump on the prey from the bushes or work as bait. In my free time, I trained because I couldn't run uphill before. Thanks to this, he quickly became stronger, but it was still not enough to defeat Omarush. And now Strahn has confirmed his 15th defeat. Even though he tried every day, he still lost, and this was already quite annoying. Strahn encouraged the owner, convincing him that everything would work out soon. Omarush agreed with her. Now the guy was using his strength better and not wasting it on trifles. Thanks to the ogre's advice, the hero better understood how to use and direct his power, and the time he could hold his hand increased. He made it his goal to defeat the tribe's best warrior before leaving the village. And although Omarush did not believe that a man would be able to overcome him, nevertheless, after a few days, his time to be amazed came. On the 17th day, the guy won. That is, after only 2 days, which greatly surprised Strahn. The hero's joyful cry echoed throughout the valley. Omarush calmly accepted his defeat with a smile on his face. Like a true warrior, he did not take offense at cheaters. For the first time, he addressed the hero not by calling him a person, but by his name. Now Ruin was ready to conclude the ogre and went to the far corner of his cave. In fact, he had already finished creating the item a long time ago. He was just waiting for the right moment to hand it over. The ogre also waited until he was defeated before giving the weapon to the boy, because the will of the leader was a very important item for them. And then Ruin realized that he had almost been robbed out of nowhere. Then Omarush handed him the weapon he had been working on with his huge hands. He truly was a skilled blacksmith. Gloves made of tooth, incredibly durable, when equipped, increased strength by 2,000 points and added the unique skill Will of the Chieftain. The hero looked with pleasure at the beautiful piece in her hands. The tooth was carefully divided into 10 pieces and attached to leather gloves. The perfect form for a melee mage, like Ruin. The ogre put a lot of effort into adjusting the gloves to the boy's size. Ruin immediately felt his strength almost double, so he was delighted, after which he asked the ogre to call all the warriors of the tribe. The ogres were very surprised, thinking that the guy wanted to have an arm wrestling session with them. Someone heard him say that he could defeat 100 ogres on his own. This hurt the warriors' pride, so they could not refuse such a competition. The guy was acting arrogantly from the point of view of the ogres who had given him shelter, but since these warriors valued fighting spirit, they liked the guy's challenge. There were even children among the fans who shouted at their teammates to destroy the impudent barbarian. But otherwise, the atmosphere was pleasant. It brought back fond memories of the old days, Granny Strand said, because Drac also loved to tease the ogres. Of course, after 30 years of being there, he was only able to defeat 17 ogres in a row, so the guy brought something new, but what can you do? He had too little time in life to do everything. Just yesterday, he himself would have agreed that this was impossible, but with the new goodies, everything was different. The gloves gave him too much of a power boost, so he didn't think he would lose. And so they began a chain of competitive fights. Ruin easily defeated everyone and was soon ready to leave the ogre village, as it was time for him to return to the empire. The warriors said goodbye to him smiling. The guy had brightened up their routine life, so they were grateful to him. Then, Ruin extended his hand to them, and the ogres frowned, thinking that he wanted to humiliate them again even after 100 victories. But the magician simply wanted to show them a human custom that he called a handshake. This was a gesture of goodwill from the people, the boy told them, saying that you are glad to see someone or that you want to see them again. The hero waved goodbye to them and left the village. The darkness thickened over the tower of the magicians, and this reflected the mood inside the tower. Every day Terran waited for news, but so far nothing had been reported about the ruin. The spy mages sent by the king disappeared without a trace. 2 returned beaten, and their eldest had been missing for a month. Even the tracking team he sent after him reported that they found no signs of human presence on the mountain. The head of the tower had already decided that everything was lost and they had been deceived. But then a messenger arrived with a report. Ruin Ardal has arrived in Revadane, the Dirty King was informed, and he ordered the guy to be summoned to him immediately, saying this in a chilling tone. A few hours later, Terran listened to a meaningless report about the mission's failure. The guy brazenly lied about how, upon arriving at the mountain, he realized that the task was too difficult. The barrier, according to him, was too strong and it was impossible to pass through it, while the hero himself did not even look the king of magicians in the eyes. So he was immediately seen through. He had to prepare something more convincing. Terran called him to honesty, because he was the magician who chose the chieftain's tooth. And the mission he chose concerned the homeland of the ogres, which was too strange a coincidence. And the boy realized that the king was not hiding the fact that he was watching him. But Terran said that this was a normal precaution. Suddenly the boy wanted to become a magician and would go against the tower. Then Ruin asked if all who go against the will of the Tower King become enemies of the entire tower. Terran lost his patience and threw the empty talk aside. He asked Ruin what he saw on the mountain. The king of the magicians especially wanted to know if the ogres were still alive, and the boy did not immediately find an answer. He left the tower completely exhausted from the difficult conversation. He barely managed to avoid serious consequences. The hero was most afraid that Terran would lock him away and study him like a lab rat. The head of the tower threatened that he would not tolerate lies, especially since he could look into the guy's memories and see everything for himself. But the hero did not heed the threats. He knew that the king could not do such a thing, otherwise he would have done it long ago. The great king of magicians could not stoop to such an act, especially against a simple student. It was a challenge to Terran. The impudent boy was overly modest in speaking of himself as a simple student. But a second later the king softened, realizing that he would achieve nothing. The first task was officially declared a failure, and with that the boy could go to the academy. So Ruin miraculously managed to play on Terran's pride. At least he didn't fall under the influence of brainwashing. If the king of magicians had been even a little more reserved, he could have learned the whole truth. And the very thought of this horrified the hero. Of course, this was not the end. The artifact of the special zone chose him, and they both know what it means to be the master of the throne. Although Terran didn't say it out loud, he would definitely continue to keep an eye on him. But for now, the guy just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. And so, a day later, he arrived back at the Ignite Academy, where Ruin was greeted by banners with his image. He even had the honor of being tossed around a few times by his classmates. And in the dorm, Jason handed him a box, saying that these were all letters, because as the winner of the tournament, he had become very popular. The box was full to the top, and my friend said that these were only the recent ones. In the closet, he kept those that began to arrive a month ago. As soon as Jason opened the closet, he was literally overwhelmed by an avalanche of envelopes. Ruin was stunned by the amount of chain letters and spam. He really needs to check his email at least occasionally and set up filters. Some of the letters came from the highest persons of the continent and were full of praise for his genius, so much so that his friends almost vomited while reading it. The princes of various countries had already heard that Ruin had refused the crown prince of the empire and were now trying their luck at recruiting him. Jason, a great connoisseur of manners, explained to his friend that sweetness in letters is formal and rather indicates a desire to get closer, which is why they treat him as if he is dear, valuable, and important. The friend leaned back on the bed and asked Ruin what he was thinking of doing during the holidays. And this time the guy decided to spend them differently than in the previous 6 years. And so he was riding on a horse along a forest path. The hero has not been to his homeland for 5 years. Even last year, he always remained at the academy. He simply didn't have the courage to show himself to his loved ones. He wouldn't be able to smile when answering their questions about how his studies were going. But now Ruin could show himself with pride, and finally see my family in my native flourishing land. When the servants and peasants saw him, they were very surprised, as if he were a ghost. But then the rumors quickly spread, and the entire village gathered around the young master, especially since he became a celebrity. Then his sister rushed into his arms and squeezed him so tightly that his ribs crunched. She began to grumble playfully because Ruin hadn't sent them a single message the entire time, and now he'd returned without warning. Following Rooney's lead, the father of the family had arrived. The hero praised his sister for growing so much and said that he barely recognized her, which flattered the young girl. She was still as cute as ever, the boy thought, and asked his father to gather everyone. Until the evening, he told his household about what had happened to him. After hearing his story, his mother and sister burst into tears, realizing what he had to go through. The family butler was deeply impressed by how high their heir had risen after winning the festival. It had been 2 months since Ruin had seen the Empire's top officials, so this news was new to the people here. Now the household understood why the nobles were sending them laudatory letters about their son. Baggins wanted to bring the young heir up to speed on their affairs, but his father ordered the topic to be dropped. They started arguing, and Ruin immediately noticed that his father was hiding something from him. The boy then pressured his father, saying that he would be disappointed if he heard the news from someone else. And in the end, the head of the family, with a heavy sigh, agreed to tell everything. As was said earlier, many letters arrived at their estate, many offering them monetary subsidies in exchange for closeness with the heir, many offering high positions at court. Of course, they rejected all these claims because they could not agree without him. But there was one nuance, and his name was Pilkos Monzo, another character with a stupid name. May all Pilkoses forgive us. This man is using the boy as leverage against the Ardell family. The thing is, the Monzos owned the only trading city, and they were the only ones who could buy goods from the Ardell lands. So they began to lower prices and demand that Ruin become a protector mage, or they would be strangled by tariffs. Now the father was worried that they would not have enough money to support the family. So far, the head of the family has not decided how to settle this issue because he felt awkward in front of his son. Ruin immediately remembered his hospitable peasants who boasted of a good harvest this year. Since Monzo wants to see him so much, then he will come to visit them, the hero said, adjusting the gloves on his hands. As soon as he arrived home, the hero got ready to hit the road again. Meat and water were loaded into his saddlebags. Uncle Baggins had done a good job. He also felt ashamed in front of his younger brother that they were immediately sending him to work, even though he had just arrived. But the boy did not object, because family matters were his personal matters. Baggins asked him to make sure his father's efforts did not go to waste when the boy jumped into the saddle. The Lord did everything he could, even covering the peasants' losses out of his own pocket. The people hadn't yet realized how dire their situation was. It was strange, as trade didn't play such a significant role in those days, because people would have simply lost their expensive goods, while they would have had all the food they could eat and everything else they could make themselves. The hero understood that the current peaceful situation was achieved through the efforts of his father and a meager treasury. The guy suddenly felt awkward about his own impudent thoughts, and Baggins didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. He was confused by what his father simply tolerated and did not understand why. The thought that he, as a hero, could solve everything himself went to his head. Although he himself knew from childhood how much his father loved his property and took care of it like a true owner. Ruin took a small, neat box out of his endless pocket and asked to give it to his father. When Baggins asked what it was, the boy named the sum of 10,000 gold, all he had won at the festival. The sum was in pure gold, and the hero hoped that their chief administrator would find a proper use for it. The best thing would be to buy more land with this money. Ruin rightly believed that in the future they would need to become independent and not rely on Monzo. The plan was good, Baggins agreed, but so far no one wanted to sell the land. Then the hero suggested simply taking them away after they had done a thorough cleaning. They could lay claim to the problematic lands inhabited by monsters, the adjacent forests and plains. With the gold he gave, they could hire people for hunting and work on clearing and draining swamps, so they would receive arable land that could be rented out and expand their farm. Baggins gave this plan serious thought. If they could get mercenaries at a reasonable price, then such an investment would be quite worthwhile. Once they had made their decision, the young hero could now set out on his journey. He spurred his horse and immediately set it into a gallop so that the cool headwind pleasantly tickled his face. There was something special about setting off on a journey like this towards adventure. The trading city of Monzo was the largest city in the southern kingdom, and goods and people from all the surrounding lands flocked here. Pilkos Monzo was the sole ruler of this city and its owner. There were many rumors that his family bought their title, and that he himself was previously the leader of the Valp gang. In other words, the hero had to be prepared for anything. He reached the largest mansion without any problems, where a large guard post was stationed. Ruin introduced himself to them as the heir of Ardell, and asked the guards if their lord was with him. But they only scratched their noses and lazily blurted out that another Ardell had come to visit them. These commoners dared to discuss the head of the Ardell clan out loud, and complain that their family was making a fuss out of nothing, and now a child had come to learn how to beg. Ruin endured, but the guards only became more incensed, completely forgetting about the difference in their status and laughing at him. When the boy realized what his father had to go through, he became furious, and his father had been here more than once. The guards kept making fun of him and suggested that he look for the Lord himself, since they would chase the boy away anyway. And then the hero decided to take everything into his own hands. Now he was not a student of the academy, he was the heir of his family. If these people were allowed to show such impudent rudeness, others would not respect his family either. That's why the guards were very surprised when the guy, without saying anything, approached them within striking distance. And then he sent the first one to calculate how much the jaw reconstruction would cost. Then the Lord himself arrived at his house, accompanied by another guard. Despite what he had seen, he was not at all afraid of the young guest. He immediately recognized the festival winner and greeted him with a fake grin. Lord Pilkos even respectfully curtsied to the boy, saying that he did not expect the hero to come all the way to visit him. Then Ruin coldly replied that this position suited the Lord very well, and it would be better for him not to straighten up. Since he himself said that he was embarrassed by such a visit, he should stand with his head bowed before him. Pilkos's eyes flashed, but he didn't show that he was angry. As he had been told, the boy was straightforward, and despite his warning, the Lord still straightened up. Ruin accepted this, but stated that the Lord should retrain his guards. It was all because they dared to treat his family like rootless goblins, the boy said, and that's why he gave them a warning. Only now Pilkos noticed that the trio he left at the gate were lying there resting, doing nothing. This time he failed to keep the emotion off his face, and a more familiar animal grin appeared on it. Ruin asked him mockingly if the Lord would mind giving his servants a little spanking so that they would better understand the nature of their duties. Pilkos smiled falsely again and asked the boy not to be shy and to treat the servants as his own. But he himself was wary of such boldness. Without thinking twice, the boy accepted his offer and signed his fist on the face of the last guard who came with the Lord. That guard probably needed a lesson in politeness too, the hero justified himself. And the Lord was confused by such a prank. Now that they've settled everything, it's time to invite them for a cup of tea, Ruin suddenly said. And Pilkos again puffed himself up with anger like a turkey, but he fulfilled the request. When they entered inside, he was met by the bestial grin of a stuffed wolf. The Lord immediately boasted about his collection, thereby confirming his bad taste. Just looking at these decorations made the guy feel uneasy. Pilkos liked this reaction and laughed heartily, saying that everyone has their own taste. But Ruin did not at all like the hobby of collecting stuffed animals and other living creatures. Although this was a common practice for knights of that time, whose main entertainment was hunting. This entire collection was intended to intimidate and show the power of the owner of the house. The maid brought tea, and the Lord offered the boy to try a rare variety. Ruin refused, and then he was offered soft drinks. Strand laughed at such proposals. Pilkos was clearly being obscure but pretending to be the very essence of innocence. Then Ruin decided to steer the conversation in the right direction and reached for his cup, to simply pour its contents onto the floor. The Lord smiled, despite the fact that an expensive carpet had just been soiled. He understood the boy's mistrust, but stated that there was no poison in the tea because he did not want to be his enemy. The hero asked if friends should threaten each other, never believing the Lord's words. Pilkos said that there were no threats, just a business proposal, and grinned again. But Ruin had a different opinion about the trade embargo that the Monzos had imposed on them. Blackmail could hardly be an offer of friendship. That's why the guy resolutely rejected such a pathetic offer. The Lord still felt confident in the boy's presence, and since he did not accept the friendship, there was no point in pretending. The price of goods from the Ardell lands will remain at the same level, terribly cheap, Pilkos declared maliciously. Ruin suggested that he abandon the policy of a regulated market, and a tense silence fell between them. Then Pilkos told the guy that he was a country bumpkin and didn't understand anything about economics. And that is why he is the one who must fall to his knees. He just hasn't realized it yet. Pilkos heard that academy students cannot use magic outside of Hogwarts during the holidays. And now they will teach him obedience, said the Lord as a crowd of guards burst into the hall. So the guy realized that no one was going to let him go, and the whole conversation was needed to gather strength, and he simply put on his gloves. Pilkos ordered to kill the guy, but to save the body so that they could make a stuffed animal out of it. Here the hero realized that the Lord's tastes were even more disgusting than he thought. Nothing else could be expected from such a man, who was nothing but a pompous pig obsessed with his wealth. The boy took a step towards the attacker, and his fist caught fire. He immediately reduced the power to the level of a normal flick, because he wanted to do without killing. But even despite this, the risk of displacement of the cervical vertebrae was high. The heavily armored guard flew like a dove of peace, appreciating the beautiful moldings of the ceiling. Then the real massacre began, and the guards flew like bowling pins from simple flicks. Here the hero used his skill, Will of the Chieftain. He received a bonus to strength until his stamina ran out. The spirit of Kunhan appeared above him and would move nearby. The the system reported, and Lord Monzo was immediately frightened upon seeing it. The leader's spirit rose many times over, right up to the ceiling, and the impudent feudal lord was truly horrified. Since his life was in danger, he could use magic, Ruin said, when a real fire tornado in the form of an ogre spirit appeared behind him. The enemy's morale immediately dropped to 0. After all, they were ordinary guards. So they just started running in panic, forgetting about everything, like goats. But running away won't help them, the hero said and grinned, his aura overwhelming. A pillar of fire pierced the roof of the mansion and burst into the sky, which was seen by all the townspeople. But the greedy lord was more worried about the destruction of his precious collection of trophies, which he had collected his entire life. The guy was amazed that this greedy bastard could still think about this at such a moment. After all, now was the time to think about yourself, the hero whispered in an ominous voice right next to his ear. Now that the negotiations had reached their final stage, the hero offered the lord to return the free market and compensate them tenfold for their losses during this time. Monzo was on his knees and was horrified by such a contribution. But he was clearly in no position to bargain, so Ruin ordered him to bring everything quickly. With that, things were settled, and the boy wondered how surprised his father would be when he found out that his son had settled all the differences. Thus, he completed his first family task and could return home. That's what he thought, but then a quiet voice called him and the guy was dumbfounded. A sweet face, long silver hair, like a path of the moon on the surface of the water. Lady Irene smiled charmingly at him, as if she had been waiting for him there. It happened about 2 months ago at one of the receptions. Ruin was already tired of these banquets. At first they amused him, but then they quickly became boring. He wanted to return home, and Irene became interested in his beautiful and small region. She was glad that the banquet ended without the adventures that the hero kept getting into. The guy justified himself by saying that he couldn't do anything, because the king of magicians had humiliated the other students. Then the girl again started talking about his land and asked if it was really beautiful there. And the guy, hitting his chest, declared that this place brings peace to the soul, it is worth visiting. Irene smiled and accepted the invitation, warning that she would not tolerate refusal. At that time, the guy didn't think that the noble maiden would actually come to him, and even without an escort, so he had to introduce her to the family. The father was happy that his son had matured and brought a girl home, but his sister was unhappy. Rooney suddenly demanded an explanation from him, and the guy himself didn't know what came over her. But the sister wanted to know everything about their relationship. Whether he loved her, where they met. She showered her brother with questions. However, after this, Rooney herself volunteered to show her new friend the surroundings. Her father said that it was all because her sister did not want to immediately lose her brother, whom she had not seen for 6 years. But Lord Ardell himself wanted to know if there was something between them, because his son could tell him everything without concealment. When Ruin shook his head, his father suddenly became sad. But he quickly put this question aside because they still had something to talk about. They called Baggins, and he placed on the table the box of gold that the young heir had earlier given him. The father firmly stated that he could not accept these funds. He stated that this money belonged to him personally, and not to the head of the Ardell clan, and the guy was surprised because he was also part of the family. No one would deny that the guy was the heart of these lands, but he had business outside his native lands. Of course, the hero understood that his father was behaving this way because he was very worried about him, and he knew that he was a deeply moral person. But he was hurt by the fact that important management issues were being decided without him. So Ruin insisted on his desire to use the funds for the benefit of their estate. After all, this is exactly how Lord Ardell himself taught him to act. Here the Lord looked sternly at Baggins, realizing that the servant had already told his son that the arrears were covered by the family treasury. The father limited himself to warning the manager to consult with him on such matters in the future. Whatever the boy's intentions, the Lord still could not accept his funds. He simply did not want to put the responsibility on his shoulders. They still had 3,600 gold pieces, money that had been obtained honestly, but obtaining it was akin to discovering a long-forgotten bribe. Ruin asked Baggins in a whisper what to make of this, since he had given him 3 times as much, and the servant replied that the Lord had been too categorical, so that even the topic of new lands could not be raised. The butler had long since abandoned all hope of bringing the stubborn lord to his senses, but that was the kind of lord they served, Baggins said with a smile on his face. He had deep respect for his lord, and Ruin understood this. It was precisely honesty and steadfastness that made his father who he was, so all that was left was to accept it. When they finished their business, the guy looked out into the yard. His sister was just returning from a walk with Irene. He waved his hand at them to attract their attention. The girls even walked hand in hand, which meant they got along well with each other. The guy asked her if she enjoyed the tour of the area. At this point, Rooney said that she would go to rest and wished Irene good luck, winking slyly. She took a liking to her future daughter-in-law, so Rooney wished them a good day. The young people were very embarrassed when they were left alone, and Irene pretended not to understand at all what was being discussed. Then the guy himself suggested that she go for another walk to ease the tension. On the way, Irene told him that he had a sweet sister, and she would like one like that too. But then the girl saw that he was completely lost in his thoughts and asked him what he was so worried about. The hero apologized for this. As the heir of the family, he wanted to do something for his family, but nothing came to mind. With the money he received from Monzo, his capital grew to 40,000 gold, and his father told him to use the gold as he wished. Irene understood that now he was completely focused on thoughts about his lands. And this despite the fact that she had come all this way, the girl said with a slight reproach. Then the guy immediately capitulated and asked her how she got there. The journey didn't take that long. Irene got there in 2 days from Revadane. She showed him a mountain range and said that if you overcome it, Ruin simply asked himself a question. But the answer gave him an important thought. The southern mountains were the solution he was looking for, despite the fact that formerly they were part of the Ardal holdings. The harsh terrain made cultivating these lands impossible, and dangerous evil monsters were another reason. But there was a pass through the mountains that connected their lands with the neighboring county of Lake. In this way, it would have been possible to establish a new trade route through the southern mountains. Having 2 trade routes would have made it possible to avoid the trade embargo. Moreover, their route through the mountains would have been shorter than that of the Monzo. The guy was surprised that he hadn't thought of this before because such a decision would have provided tremendous assistance to the region. Suddenly, he grabbed the girl by the hands and thanked her for helping him solve his problem. Irene was very embarrassed, but the guy immediately let go of her hand and ran away, saying that they would see each other again. Irene could only smile modestly, realizing that the guy who interested her had absolutely no idea how to behave with girls. But the father rejected this proposal, firmly saying that it was impossible. Ruin was again stunned by the refusal, because he thought the idea was great. Father had tried before, but all 8 of Lake's trade guilds had turned him down. From their point of view, Ardell would not bring them any profit, Baggins said. He stood up for the Lord who knew perfectly well that this was a great opportunity for them. But Ruin couldn't accept this. Just because the trade guilds turned them down didn't mean they should give up on such an opportunity. Who knows, maybe the guilds will look at this proposal differently if it comes from the festival winner. The father could only sigh resignedly. After all, his son had already resolved the issue with the trade embargo, and this time it might work out. The hero thanked him for his trust, and that was the end of their discussion. When he left the office, Irene was waiting for him there, and she said with a smile that they were now in the same boat, and called him an illegal immigrant. Here he realized that the girl had crossed the borders of the lands without the Lord's permission. But at the same time, he was amazed that she herself went through abandoned lands, because it was very dangerous. But this could hardly be compared with his exploits, the beauty objected. After all, he once broke into someone else's dorm, and without taking the risks into account, he used unconventional methods during competitions. In general, he behaved like a real madman. In comparison to him, her little prank shouldn't have seemed so frightening. And besides, the girl had told him that she wanted to even their score. The hero smiled and remembered that he had now become her new target after defeating Doom Prime. In the end, they decided to go together. Since she was an illegal traveler anyway, there was nothing to worry about. So they headed through the mountains, deciding to scout out the situation, although they had to climb steep cliffs. And it was unclear how trade caravans would get through. Due to the rugged terrain, even with a compass it was difficult to navigate, so they used magic to search for humanoid creatures. Ruin suddenly thought that they had again broken the rule prohibiting magic outside the academy walls. But when he told Irene about it, she advised him to follow the compass, so they just ran on. However, the tracking magic led them to the lair of humanoid werewolf monsters, where they ended up unknowingly. Then Ruin once again demonstrated his skills in close combat. A couple of blows and the werewolves quickly realized who the new alpha was. When their leader was defeated, the rest of the werewolves scattered in all directions into the forest. The skin of the killed werewolf fell out and the system gave the task to find someone who would appreciate it. Then, using tracking magic, they set off again. And fortunately, this time they did not encounter any dangerous monsters. So the cheerful couple of magicians reached Isletyke, or rather, its gates. Isletyke was a city-state that contained 8 lakes connected to the sea, and, like Alten, was a central country under the control of the Empire. Instead of a king, the city was governed by a group of 8 representatives of the merchant guilds. Thanks to its advantageous position, their city dominated the continent in trade. Money was valued above all else, and residents were willing to trade even with pirates if it was profitable. In short, capitalism was in full swing. Upon arriving in the city, Irene asked him where they would go, and Ruin suggested that they first visit the Hall of Gold. It was a large estate where guild representatives gathered for dinner and was therefore ideal for negotiations. But a guard was waiting for them at the entrance. Ruin wanted to go through, but the guard would only let in those who had an appointment and suggested that they submit an official request, which would take a lot of time. Then the hero asked him to tell the gentleman that Ruin Ardal had arrived. He also introduced his friend, since she was also a finalist at the festival. It was lucky that the guard knew about him. The rumors spread far and wide, so things moved faster. This is how they were able to get inside this golden hall, the name of which was not a figure of speech. So, as the friends walked down the corridor, they were continually amazed by the luxury surrounding them. There was nothing to compare it with. The guard led them to one room and stopped there. Ruin was still preparing himself, because he was not here to ask for a favor, but for a fair deal. So he boldly opened the doors for himself, loudly shouting his name. And so they found themselves in front of the council, which was already waiting for them at the round table. The merchants immediately began whispering around them, and Irene was the first to feel uncomfortable under their gaze. Then one old man asked Ruin what brought the next generation magician to their land. The status of the festival winner carried weight even in these parts. The guy was worried that the invitation would backfire on him, but now he was glad that everything was going smoothly. The other council members were only concerned about whether the guy's proposal would be profitable, but they were willing to listen to him. Ruin got straight to the point, saying that he wanted to establish trade between his homeland and Eilteich. But when they heard him, they immediately lost interest and frowned. Even Strand noticed this. Some didn't even know where Ardal's small holdings were located, but they quickly remembered that the lord of those lands had already come to them to offer fish and sweet potatoes, and then the council unanimously rejected the deal. This trade was unprofitable for them, but it is not clear why. Then the old man sternly said that there was nothing more to discuss, making it clear that the conversation was over. Ruin realized that he wouldn't gain much just by virtue of his status. If the merchant didn't sense profit, everything was useless. In their eyes, he was both the mage of the next generation and the next Lord Ardal, a poor young gentleman from the countryside who wants to take advantage of them. The dualistic cold approach was terribly obvious. The traders came to the same decision. The hero was upset to hear such a reaction even before he had time to voice his proposal, and reached for his travel bag. He dumped 30,000 gold coins on the table in one fell swoop. What could people obsessed with profit fall for? Now they were more motivated to continue the conversation. The hero wanted to buy weapons from the city for this amount. In exchange, he asked for permission to trade them. Of course, this raised questions. The young heir was certainly not preparing for war if he wanted to buy so much. Of course, they were surprised, because from the predominantly rural lands of Ardell, such a sum could have been collected in 3 years, and even then without incurring any expenses. Spending it all on weapons was too obvious a move. But after the conflict with Monzo, the guy realized something. Strength naturally turns into wealth, which in turn gives birth to peace. It was not for nothing that he read those treatises. That's why the guy decided to invest all his money in weapons. Moreover, he knew that each of the representatives occupied only one industry, so he asked who exactly was involved in weapons. And he was introduced to the first representative, a young-looking girl whose family was involved in the sale of weapons, iron ore, and even ships. Of course, the hero was very surprised to see a child younger than himself at the head of the guild, but he noticed that her gaze was devoid of childish naivety, perhaps having lived a difficult life. The little girl asked him what he would do with all these weapons. Even though he was a merchant, she should have known. Then Ruin told her that this was only the first step in his plan. He planned to purge all the monsters around his lands. Next, he will pave a new trade route between their lands and Eilteich, and it will run where it has never been before, through the southern mountains. Many of the merchants immediately gasped, and Ruin was asked not to mention these mountains. A strange tension gripped them, which even Irene noticed. The magician didn't know what had happened, but he saw who it was because of, and looked intently at the first representative. She frowned deeply and declared that it was impossible to cross the southern mountains because of the demon living there. Then, the magician declared that he had personally crossed the mountain range during the night, although no one believed him. Then he took a tuft of werewolf mane from his pocket as proof of his words, since he could not have obtained it in any other way. When the little girl saw this, she immediately jumped up from her seat in amazement, and the system informed the guy that he had just completed the task, and as a reward, the respect of the Valtrain family had increased. and the little girl almost burst into tears of happiness, saying that it had finally happened. She was so happy about the werewolf's death that the hero immediately realized it was something personal for her. 3 days later, they met little Waltrain again, and she apologized for keeping him waiting. She didn't think she would be able to see these mountains again. The heaviness in her heart had not gone away. But now these were feelings of a different kind. After all, the monster that took her father's life no longer lived in these lands, and all this was his merit. But the hero replied that he was just lucky. He was passing by. Now they could make their way through the mountains and lands of Ardal, straight to the sandy lands of Oat, no longer having to bear the costs of a detour. Moreover, the Waltrain family promised to contribute funds to the construction of the route. Ruin was very surprised because he thought that first they would decide on the arms deal, and then establish trade through it. But things moved much faster. Moreover, he thought that he would build the road at his own expense. All this was an incredible stroke of luck for him. And on top of that, the girl promised to buy his products at fixed prices above market prices. Merchants do everything for profit, but they are not alien to humanity, said the young representative of the guild. Cecilia vowed to express her gratitude and trust worthy of her benefactor. They sealed their friendship with a handshake, and thus the deal between Ardal and Eeltyke was sealed. Irene was glad that everything ended well. Now they could return home with good news. Ruin agreed with her, and added that Cecilia had greatly surprised him with her decency, despite her young age and the loss of her father. They were in a similar situation, so it wasn't hard for the guy to feel sympathy for the young saleswoman. Be that as it may, we should expect changes, the hero said cheerfully, and promised that if Irene came to visit him again, she would not recognize their land. The girl sighed heavily. The guy truly loved his homeland, and she wanted to experience something similar. Everyone was homesick and wanted the best for him, but Irene couldn't say the same, and the guy wanted to come visit her. Irene didn't want to talk about it, but the guy was sure that one day he would visit Prius again. That's how they returned to his home, where they stunned his father with news of a successful deal. Baggins was amazed that the costs for the new route would be covered by Eeltyke, meaning everything would be developed very quickly. The sister was most concerned about whether they lived in different rooms, but who knows what happened between these two in the cold mountains. When only the stars in the sky were witnesses, Ruin shut his sister's mouth before she said too much at the family council and confirmed everything she had said earlier. What amazed the family most was that Cecilia Valtrash agreed to help them, although she was known for her cold disposition. But in order to supply such a volume of weapons, it would take 3 months. Work on laying the route begins this month. The direct route to the Empire will finally bring gold to their lands. The father was amazed at how quickly his son had grown to a level of dealings he had never even dreamed of, and he thanked fate for giving him such an outstanding son. But the guy wanted to be entrusted with another important matter, which concerned the survival of people on their lands. As well as to avenge his mother's death, the boy wanted to start hunting on the Chinhung Plain. On the day he turned 6, instead of a celebration, a nightmare happened in his life. Mud monsters emerged from the plains and stormed into the village, spreading panic and terror. Many people lost their loved ones then, and his mother died then. Now the guy couldn't even remember her face without looking at her family portrait. Many people died and even more were injured. Then the boy made a promise to himself that he would become stronger, and as young Master Ardal, he would not allow something like this to happen again. They gathered a squad of young people and began to train them. Ruin and Irene walked past the line. The entire detachment consisted of young residents. In fact, Lord Ardal called up the militia and began to prepare it for battle. But everyone tried hard, understanding why they were doing this, so the mood in their domain changed. Irene noted that the technique the militias were practicing was quite unusual. She was trained by a local military leader and they saw an old master. In the past, this man was given the title of Flash and fought on the front lines for the kingdom, the greatest knight of Ardal, Sir Bolvar Peyton. If it weren't for him, the invasion of mud monsters would have wiped their estate off the face of the earth, and the way this knight cut down 5 of them with one blow was still fresh in the boy's memory. But now this man used a fishing rod much more often than a spear. When the knight noticed them, he came closer to greet them. The old mentor congratulated his protege, who had caused quite a stir, first by winning the festival, and now by starting a hunt. But then he noticed the hero's companion and asked who she was. Erin introduced herself and said that it was an honor for her to meet the saint with the spear, Sir Python here. Hearing such a greeting, Ruin was very surprised and understood what it meant. The girl remembered how they were told in the lessons of the Gifted 11 about outstanding knights, and after seeing the technique that the militiamen were learning, she understood everything. Before her was the only lance knight in the kingdom of Radian, who had suddenly retired and disappeared at the age of 30. A legend among legends, Peyton just chuckled. He didn't think that anyone would remember this story. But the girl said that these stories were so impressive that she read them until they were worn out. Especially his feat when he fought his way through dozens of high-ranking mages of the Fern Confederation. It was a truly legendary battle. Sir Python was flattered by this opinion of his accomplishments, but now he was just an old man. The boy was surprised and asked why Peyton hid this from him. But the old knight objected that he did not hide anything. The young master simply did not ask. Even so, the boy still felt disappointed that he had heard about his exploits from another person and had been completely in the dark all this time. But the old man consoled him, saying that the guy knew much more about him than others because those stories were in the past, and the real him was the one who liked to sit by the lake with a fishing rod. They used to go for walks together when Ruin was still a child, and now the old man enjoyed watching his pupil grow up. Wasn't that enough to tell you who he was? Sir Peyton asked. Then the hero quickly changed his mind, realizing that he knew the old knight better than anyone else. Peyton planned to mentor Rooney today and invited his brother to join him. The guy thought he just needed to observe, but the old mentor had other plans. Instead, he wanted to have a training sparring match, which stunned Ruin. After this, already in the evening, Python was engaged with the young lady. She was only 12, but she already had good skills in handling weapons. Ruin was also impressed and agreed with Irene. Perfect balance of consistent movements. Sister understood the basics well. The old knight also held his own well, using only one hand against her and not fighting with his main weapon. Peyton praised Rooney, saying that her sword skills were so good that even her brother couldn't compare to her now. And the hero could not help but agree that his sister was truly an outstanding person. Afterwards, Peyton said that now it was his turn. At the age of 9, the boy trained with Python because, according to him, even magicians need to master weapons in order to know how to confront knights. All this time, he honed his fighting skills so that now the boy could show his old mentor everything he was capable of. And he showed that he could lie on his back very well, which surprised him. Despite the complete defeat, Peyton praised him because in 6 years, Ruin had become better, but this did not make the guy feel any better. When the boy stood up, he asked the mentor how much better he had been before, compared to his current state, but the old man found it difficult to compare because many years had passed. Then the boy remembered that he knew a knight named Golter. He was the only 6-star warrior in Radian. This man helped Ruin master the basics before the festival. And Peyton remembered that when he left the Kingdom of Radian 20 years ago, he had 7 stars. Ruin didn't understand at all how such a person ended up in their backwater, and then the system gave him a task. In order to adapt to battle with knights, he had to undergo training at a high level of difficulty, and the set of daily exercises included practice with weapons, although he was given 3 days to do everything. Irene said that he had a great opportunity to receive lessons from a 7-star knight. Moreover, Sir Peyton was the only warrior in the kingdom who took part in the Knights tournament, and such experience cannot be obtained even for money. The guy chuckled. There was truth in her words. He almost missed such an opportunity due to the fear of failure. Python liked the expression on the guy's face. The hero had only 3 days to complete the task, and defeat only made him more spurred on. So they began training using the method of constant sparring. At first, the guy doubted whether there was any point in constantly getting beaten up. But he continued, because there was a reason why his task had appeared, and the old mentor mercilessly pointed out all the mistakes. And so, little by little, he moved towards his goal, fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Until his efforts began to bear fruit, the old master had to take hold of the sword with both hands. The 3rd day dawned. The guy was very tired, but he still wanted to continue. He had already spent enough time with his old mentor and suffered enough beatings from him. Almost all the quest points were completed, except for one, dealing a critical hit, and there was only half an hour left until the end of the quest. They did not sleep all night, and the relatives were worried about the young hero. His sister suggested that he give up already, and Baggins and his father were also worried about him. Even a great hero had his limits, and everyone asked him to stop. Then Ruin asked them for just half an hour of time. Of course, he understood that it was unlikely to get a result in such a short time. This was his last attempt. So he decided to try something else. The guy decided to try a different approach. And even Peyton was surprised. After all, Ruin was completely serious when he decided to attack a man with a sword without any weapons. In these few days, he had already learned to predict the knight's simple attacks, and decided that he could win using his specialty. Peyton had previously thought that the guy was getting too carried away fighting him all night long, but now he realized that he needed something. The knight agreed and added a rule so that the hero could use magic for the next half hour. However, the old mentor warned that he would also be very serious because he was curious to see the boy's skills. Without the sword in his hands, Ruin had to close the distance even faster, but in return he became lighter and his balance improved. Ruin had calculated that if he got too close, the enemy's sword would become his blind spot. But the old master was prepared for this, and he didn't let the guy get any closer, and constantly attacked him. The way Ruin dealt with Doom Prime was not universal. He didn't work on experienced knights like Python. And then Ruin tried not to engage in direct confrontation, but to redirect the force of the attack. Peyton approved of his plan to enter an area that was inconvenient for sword use, but this intention was too obvious and therefore practically impossible to implement. All his strategies were visible through and through, and Sir Python was right. However, he overlooked something, and when Ruin jumped up, he used a bright light spell in his hand. The flash covered the entire area and hid them from the evil eye for a moment. And when everyone could see them again, Ruin had already pinned the old man to the ground. The knight expected some complex, frightening magic, but was surprised to be overcome by a simple flash. This was the only thing Ruin could think of, and he asked for forgiveness for this. If Sir Peyton had been in good shape and with the spear, this would not have happened. But the old knight hadn't rested all these days because of the guy, and Ruin was finally able to land a critical hit. The task was completed, and he received the skill of Steel Destruction, which allowed him to crush armor and swords with one blow. But he immediately received punishment from his sister, who spanked him for throwing their mentor to the ground, and Peyton asked her not to be angry. Now that their 3-day sparring was over, the knight said he wanted to take a shower, and Ruin thanked him for the valuable lessons. This was also a valuable experience for the old mentor, and they shook hands. So the short vacation was drawing to an end, and it was time to return to the academy. Father and son watched with pleasure the changes in their property. Many workers came from the Valtrash Guild and helped build the road. This road will be used to deliver weapons that they use to destroy monsters. And what's more, the workforce will live in their estate and leave their money here, buying food and paying for housing. A start had been made, but it was necessary to continue, and Ruin again gave money to his father. There were about 12,000, which he wanted to use for the benefit of their lands. Ruin left himself 400 gold pieces for pocket money so his father didn't have to worry. The father was ashamed to accept the money, and he said that he would be in his debt. With that, they hugged each other goodbye, and the holidays had been productive. Having said goodbye to everyone, the hero went off with Irene, but when it was time for them to part ways and say goodbye, he suddenly froze in surprise. The girl said that she would help him in the destruction after graduating from the academy because she promised him to follow him until she defeated him, and smiled charmingly. Ruin didn't know whether he should be happy or nervous, and so they parted, agreeing to meet again. And the hero stayed on the road for a whole week and kept riding and riding until he entered the eastern region. Unlike in the south, there were a lot more people here. On the street of one of the cities, the guy saw a whole crowd. Some hooligan beat up another guy badly and bullied him in every possible way. Ruin, who had just arrived in the city, immediately winced, as if he knew who was right and who was wrong. The beaten boy asked to let his sister go, saying that he was also a knight and would not let this go so easily, which, to put it mildly, sounded strange because he had already allowed himself to be humiliated. Of course, the bully immediately laughed at these words, and the crowd of onlookers began to whisper. It all happened because his family didn't pay their debts, said the bully, who was apparently a loan shark. He said that he would take from the boy everything that his father owed him, even if it meant selling his sister. Hearing this, the quasi-knight rushed at the offender with a sword, although these words were a clear provocation. So it is not surprising that the beaten guy was humiliated again by being punched in the face. Such a weakling could not be a knight, the moneylender declared, and asked why the Order of Foldren had such low standards. But the humiliated debtor only repeated that they should not dare touch his sister, otherwise he would show them all. But when the beaten man looked up, his eyes were still burning with fire, and he promised to take revenge for it. Strawn asked why such things happen in broad daylight and whether they are even legal. The humiliated man looked like a knight from the neighboring lands, but he was very weak. However, his eyes belonged to a man who had something to protect. Seeing the stranger's mood, the others advised him not to interfere in other people's squabbles because they were representatives of Lambert's gang, and you can't joke around with them. Then the hero shamed all the gaping eyes that simply watched without trying to do anything. That look belonged to a man who could become stronger, and Ruin wanted to know what the beaten boy was worth. He boldly stepped through the crowd straight to the loan sharks from the gang. Because of his rude response, people were angry that he did not listen to them, even though he had been warned with the best of intentions. The bandit saw that some spectator approached him and asked him what he wanted in a rude manner. And then I got the fastest ticket on Ardell Airlines with a beautiful view of the sky. This turn of events left many horrified and stupefied. Another bandit turned to the hero for an explanation and also received his ticket through quick processing. One flick and he immediately flew away to the land of dreams and fantasies. When all the mongrels had run away, the rescued quasi-knight asked the hero his name and who he was. The hero turned around and theatrically said that his name was Ardell, Ruin Ardell. The beaten boy's name was Hans, and he invited the savior to his home. His story was quite typical. Because of his father's drunkenness, they got into debt, and then the boy took up a sword to protect his sister. The hero asked Hans what kind of gang with a funny name and vile actions was pursuing him. Hans said that these are terrible people. They tie debtors to a tree, and sometimes execute them themselves. Their boss is a real thug. It was astonishing that the authorities allowed such people to walk down the street. But Hans explained that this was because no one cared about the surrounding villages. Everything was worse than Ruin thought. He wanted to deal with everything personally, but he had too little time. Hans thanked him for his help anyway. He didn't expect more. Moreover, the guy recognized him as the festival winner. Ruin heard from a bandit that Hans was a novice of the Order of Foldrin, which was led by Golter. He talked a lot about Ruin, whom he'd trained before the festival, claiming he was a very powerful mage, though certainly not stronger than him. However, the hero did recall defeating Golter in arm wrestling. Hans dreamed of becoming stronger and as quickly as possible, just like their captain. It was good that he had such a reference point, the hero thought. But the boy was too weak, even for a regular soldier, and it was unclear whether he would even be able to complete his training. Because of his poor skills, he was bullied by other knights and became an outcast. Everyone criticized Hans, but not Captain Golter, who told him that he had a special talent that others did not have, and that if he continued to train, he would one day shine. It all mirrored Ruin's story exactly, the only difference being that he was lucky enough to find the cheats, while Hans had to solve everything on his own. Professor Heidel and Principal Tyrion believed in their hero. In the same way, Golter believed in his weak protege. Hard work never fails, the hero declared with knowledge of the matter. Even if you move slower than others, hard work will one day bear fruit. Almost the same thing happened to him. True, then Ruin touched the food and winced, seeing his reaction. Hans apologized for this because his sister was a so-so cook. True, they still weren't given anything to eat. A shout was heard from outside demanding that they immediately come out with their hands raised. The thugs returned to avenge their beaten accomplices, wanting to capture Hans and his sister to sell into slavery. When their patience ran out, one of the bandits kicked down the doors. But then he froze in place with a surprised look. Inside, there was only a stranger who was adjusting the gloves on his hands. Ruin kept thinking about what to do with the scoundrels, but after this prank it became easier to decide. The uninvited guest immediately received an Ardell Airlines ticket and took off. Some of the bandits were already familiar with these flights, but for some reason life had taught them nothing. They did not expect to see an unknown nobleman here at all, and Hans asked him what he intended to do. In the hero's terminology, this was called paying for food. Then the bandits took out their sharpening knives. They still thought that 20 people would be enough to help them given the difference in strength. That's how the dummies attacked the hero in a crowd, screaming loudly like a herd of pigs. But for the hero, it was even better, because he didn't have to look for them and run after each one separately. Then, the magician used the Steel Destroyer skill that he received after the fight with Python. One swing and their blades were broken. One contact with the blade was enough. Left without weapons, the bandits were very upset, especially since they cost money. In another situation, the criminals would have gotten off with a light flogging, but now Ruin knew exactly who the villain was. That's why he attacked them without any pity, giving no quarter to anyone. Here, those who remained conscious, in horror, began to remember their own mother and ask her to give birth to them again. The bandits fell on their faces and began to beg the hero for mercy with tears in their eyes. Now they clearly realized that continuing the fight was pointless and they just wanted to survive, so the hero stopped. But then Ruin heard a plaintive cry and turned around. One villain refused to surrender and took Hans's sister hostage, threatening her. He ordered the rest to rise and capture the unknown nobleman who had interfered with their plans. The situation was not pleasant, and Ruin realized that this bandit was the leader of the entire gang. The villain did not calm down and ordered the hero to kneel. Hans had been hurt while defending his sister and was now lying motionless on the ground. There was no choice. Ruin had to figure everything out on his own, and he slowly approached despite the bandits' harsh words. The academy didn't teach them how to handle situations like this. But luckily, Hans managed to get up and attack the villain unexpectedly. True, the wound was not fatal, and the bandit managed to turn in his direction. Hans swung again, And then the scoundrel fell, releasing his sister, and the knight took a step towards the remaining criminals. Despite his condition, he moved confidently, and the criminals became nervous. They were horrified when the knight told them to get away if they didn't want to end up here like their boss. Hans's eyes were burning with fire, and sparks were flying off his sword. The bandits couldn't hold out against such a Jedi, and their morale dropped, so they fled very quickly. Hans dropped to his knees and thought that he should ask the bastards to remove the trash from the area. But now he was more concerned about the fact that this was the first time he had committed such a heroic act. But Ruin supported him, saying that it was a correct and justified feat. He also congratulated Hans on mastering the Peridot sword, meaning he received an aura. This meant that the knight had reached the 4th rank, the highest stage for a student. Of course, the young man did not yet have full control over his strength, but this meant that he was capable of growing, and the hero was not mistaken about him. At this point, Hans became completely emotional and thanked them for saving him. And the hero asked to do without the calf-like tenderness, and at least he could be sure that no one would bother Hans's sister anymore. The knight's problem was solved, and Ruin waved them goodbye in the morning, spurring his horse. That's how he returned to the academy. Before his return, the guy didn't want the holidays to end, but now he was glad to stand here. He immediately met Jason, who asked his friend how his summer had been. So much had happened, and Ruin didn't even know where to begin. Memories came flooding back to him. So he just said he was training. The answer sounded boring, but it was honest. Ruin added that he had studied swordsmanship, and Jason snorted even louder because he had expected to hear a story about funny adventures. Besides, they would be taught swordsmanship in the 2nd trimester. My friend didn't understand why they had to get ahead of themselves. Here the hero was met by Professor Heidel, with a stern expression on his face. The boy asked the professor what brought him here, and he told him to look out the window. Outside, a luxurious carriage with a large escort of knights arrived, indicating the importance of the unknown guest. A crowd of knights with the golden emblem of the sunbird. It was them. Ruin immediately recognized them. Although they had exchanged letters, the guy didn't expect them to show up so quickly, so he went to meet them on the red carpet. 2 men jumped out of the carriage from the chest, identical in appearance but wearing suits of different colors. Croster Radian was the first prince. He told his brother not to interfere with his negotiations. But his brother Foster, the 2nd prince of Radian, had no intention of giving in. Ruin knew the purpose of their visit, so he personally met the royal gentleman. Both had prepared a personal gift for the hero and were hoping for a private conversation, which they both announced in turn. Their intentions were obvious. Whoever the hero chose, his position would be strengthened. But the boy told them he had a better idea, and the royal brothers were surprised. After all, it was always possible to arrange a triple meeting, Ruin suggested. The kingdom of Radian, on whose territory the Ardell estate was located, was now the weakest on the entire continent. Despite this, a significant split continued to exist within it, due to the fact that the monarchists who supported the first heir could not reconcile with the reformists, whose clique supported the second brother. The state's mages were nothing more than pawns in this struggle for power and influence. Knowing all this, the reason for the prince's arrival was obvious. Now they were fighting over who would sit opposite the outstanding magician. They even sat on the same chair, swearing and arguing like children. It's no wonder that with such infantile rulers, the country was in decline. They would have argued for a long time, but seeing how the young magician was looking at them, they stopped. The hero said that although he was confused by their arrival, he still thought they were on time. After all, he also had something to say to both brothers, and the princes listened attentively. First of all, the guy had no intention of choosing anyone as his master. Such a categorical answer cut short their hopes like a blow to the gut. But even legendary strategists refused 3 times at first. Jaegus was a renowned figure and had refused the emperor several times before finally accepting his side, the 2nd prince said. And the hero was astonished by his arrogance. First of all, no matter what they suggested, the guy wanted to do something like Ruin Ardell. He wanted to return to his lands. This was encouraging, because it meant that after graduation the magician would remain in the kingdom and could become its strength. So the brothers immediately rejoiced. After all, the magician remained their ally and vassal. But the situation in the kingdom was far from pleasant, and he hoped the princes would understand his desire not to leave his native lands. The future hope of the kingdom must not suffer from groundless worries, and therefore they will support him, the first brother shouted. The second one also promised to supply everything necessary, money and food. Their conversation gave a new twist to the argument, and they clashed again, so the hero decided definitely not to choose any of these blockheads, simply because it is much more profitable to receive support from both of them while maintaining neutrality. The magician asked not to send him gifts for graduation, but to take care of his request. Realizing that he was refusing them both, the brothers calmed down. The young magician confirmed his loyalty by not intending to leave the state. But he was not left without benefits for himself either. First of all, he received approval for his plans for the lands of Ardell. He also requested military support in the cleansing of neighboring territories. Everything went smoothly, such was the strength of the authorities. But that was not all. And the first brother decided to make an announcement. Duke Ardell of Ruin is the future patron and treasure of the kingdom, and will therefore be appointed as the protector of the royal family, and deserves special treatment. This wasn't part of the hero's plans, but it wasn't bad either. The protector is the closest person to the royal family. No one dares to look down on him, even though the title was not given to him officially. But since it was approved by the monarchs themselves, the rest is just formalities. At this point, the monarchs said goodbye to the hero and left the academy. Their appearance caused a lot of unrest among the students, a real commotion, so that Ruin immediately found himself surrounded. Here, as usual, passions were brewing, because before this, the post of protector was occupied by someone from the Garahil family, and the students fell silent when they saw Mikkel. He winced, realizing that they were talking about him. Everyone turned to look at the student who failed his exam. He still bragged about his family's status and threatened everyone that after graduation they would still end up in front of him. After using banned substances, the academy considered expulsion, but the scoundrel managed to get off with only a month-long suspension. All thanks to the influence of his relatives, all the magicians of the kingdom were under the influence of this family. But now the princes were on the hero's side, so he was much more confident and immediately approached Mikkel. Tom had no choice but to hiss in resentment and walk away, promising that one day he would take revenge. Jason told his friend that Mikkel was just jealous of him, because he was still hurt by the fact that Ruin won the festival. There was no point in paying attention to envy. Mikkel's reputation was already at rock bottom, which directly cast a shadow on his illustrious family. Most likely, Mikkel had something in mind, and the hero decided to leave it for now, since graduates had arrived at the academy for lessons. They hoped that someone worthy had arrived, but an ominous feeling did not leave Ruin. When they entered, everyone stared at them intently, and such attention was unusual. But when the hero realized what was going on, he himself froze at the entrance. The teacher at the department asked them why they froze like statues. This man's name was Chakil Garahil. He also recognized Ruin and said that he was glad to see him at his lectures. The second semester of the final year is focused on practice to somehow compensate for the terrible preparation of magicians. That's why the academy invites graduates who have already experienced grief and gained experience to pass it on in the form of lectures. Of course, all this is done with the best intentions, but the hero's premonition did not fail him again. Considering that the invited teacher was Mikkel's older brother, Chuck Garahil, he began the lecture by telling everyone about the relationship between the mages of his family and the court mages. Among the 14 court magicians, the descendants of their clan, Garahil, occupy 11 positions. How the monarchs managed to allow this is unknown, but the precedent is very dangerous. In general, Chuck was not engaged in teaching, but rather in strengthening the position of his family and its role in the life of society, and actively carried out propaganda among the younger generation. No knowledge can be declared as one's own. This applies even to the strong, he said. Therefore, the weak need to stick together and accept reality. Just because they glorify the ruin of Ardell doesn't make them successful. This question was not random. Chuck openly provoked him, and it became clear that he was targeting him from the very beginning. Jason was the first to stand up for his friend, but the hero himself stood up to defend himself. He replied proudly and boldly, "Even if you collected 10 pieces of trash together, you'd end up with nothing but a landfill. Masterpieces aren't born that way." The boy immediately realized Chuck simply wanted everyone to grovel before him. The teacher sarcastically remarked that he had heard Ruin's story from his brother, and according to him, he was a loser. To which the hero, straight to his face, reminded him that this loser later beat up his brother. It sounded like an open challenge, and soon it became clear to everyone that this was already a conflict between the entire Garahil clan and Ruin. With the arrival of Chuck, the mood at the academy began to change again. As soon as it was announced that everyone would be able to join the Garahil family, some of the lagging students began to grovel at Chuck's feet. Chuck proved to be a skilled speaker, and his speech had an impact, leaving many feeling hopeful about their future. But not everyone succumbed to the flattering persuasion, and did not really believe that they would be needed somewhere if they did not try hard enough. Thus, the academy was divided into two camps, those who supported the Garahils and those who respected Ruin. The anger within the hero only grew in response to their childish provocations and attempts to humiliate him. Soon the hero was called to the director's office for a cup of tea. Since the boy was considered a representative of all the students, Tyrion decided to discuss the situation at the academy with him. Overall, everything was as usual, except for one annoying splinter. The rector understood what was being said. He was not thrilled with this family either. Every magician was connected to them, and the academy was no exception. This year, Garahill's influence was limited to subjects that didn't affect the final grade. But they still caused problems, and Tyrion apologized for that. But the hero wanted to know what Chuck himself was like. The rector remembered him as an incredibly popular man who, thanks to his appearance and language, got along well with others. His academic results were also impeccable. At the age of 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom. But his essence is like that of a snake. Chuck had a huge thirst for power and was extremely ambitious. Achieving goals at any cost is just his style. On the outside, he seems decent to everyone, but on the inside, he is completely rotten and can use anything to get what he wants. There were plenty of reasons to deal with him. All that was left was to find a pretext, the hero thought. Since Ruin was here, Tyrion wanted to discuss with him a special lesson for which the rector had a good idea. After their conversation, the hero walked down the corridor and thought the idea was good, but he didn't know whether it would work or not. Tyrion had already tried, but nothing worked, so he suggested that the hero ask about it directly. Chuck stared in surprise at the student who had so brazenly barged into his lecture. Ruin stated that he came with a request to his respected senior comrade. Mikkel immediately jumped up from his seat and triumphantly declared that it was only a matter of time before the guy would crawl to him with a request. Like a third-rate supporting villain, he did not understand anything, and the hero immediately hastened to dispel all doubt surrounding his request. From the head of the Ruin Academy, he heard that Chuck was offered to call the knights for practice, but he refused. So the guy came to ask in person. This question took the always self-confident magician by surprise. During special sessions, guest lecturers also participate in the classes. In other words, this is an opportunity to compete with them on equal terms. Since the challenge was thrown down publicly, students immediately began whispering about it, because they could see with their own eyes what Chuck was capable of. Besides, seeing a fight between a lecturer and the academy's best student was worth a lot. But Chuck began to refuse, because the graduates were already experienced magicians, and there was nothing useful in such an activity. A waste of time, he said. This was exactly the answer Ruin expected from him. So he immediately fired off his argument, because the goal of lecturers is to teach them something. And yet Chuck refused to compete directly, even though it was an ideal chance to test his knowledge in practice. If he so insistently claims the Garahill group is united, then why is he acting in the opposite direction? The hero asked boldly. He suggested that perhaps the lecturer was frightened by something. Chuck immediately lost his temper, dropping his usual mannerisms. Even though the boy had won the festival, he was still a student with no experience. In that case, he'll just hurt himself. Why conduct such problematic classes? Chuck said, again dodging the challenge, although the other students still wanted to see their fight. The chain reaction had already started. The more Chuck refused, the more the thirst of the other students grew. At this point, Mikkel himself jumped up, demanding that his brother seize this opportunity and crush the insolent young man in front of everyone. Once again, the young man demonstrated that his brains were only a counterweight. Everything went like clockwork. They even managed to drag the stupid Mikkel into it. The escape routes were cut off. Chuck couldn't refuse now without losing face, and reminded everyone that the Knights of Foldren would be coming to the joint lesson. The lecturer pretended to refuse to participate in the joint task so that Ruin could continue to shine as the class representative, but now that was thrown out. The boy himself asked the teacher to participate and spoke openly and sincerely. As a junior, he wanted to see his senior's skills, Ruin said affably, and extended his hand in a friendly gesture. In this case, the teacher had no choice but to agree, and he extended his hand in response. But the handshake was anything but friendly, and Chuck had a hard time keeping from falling to his knees. The hero leaned towards his ear and wished them a good fight. And at the same time, he advised me to buy health insurance before it's too late. 3 days later, the Knights of Foldren arrived as promised on a clear day. Tyrion wanted to hold a joint class for students and lecturers and was refused by Chuck that day. But the rector was confident that if a younger student asked about it, Chuck would not be able to refuse. The rector had come up with this whole plan, and it had worked perfectly. Now the hero had to carry it out. When the students saw the knights arriving, they shouted excitedly. The apprentice knights moved with restraint, as befits trained, disciplined warriors. Sir Golter immediately greeted Ruin and asked him how the ogre in the child's body was doing. They exchanged greetings like old good friends, and Golter congratulated the guy on his victory at the festival. The hero thanked his mentor for his help, and he went to the rector to resolve a couple of issues. Ruin approached the tall knights, introduced himself, and asked them who their main representative was, but received an evasive answer that he was busy. Here the guy was a little surprised because now the knights were on an away visit, and their representative was busy with something. It turned out that the knights were busy hazing and humiliating another novice who arrived with them. And who would have thought that this whipping boy would turn out to be Hans? Since there were no cheats in his fate, he was again subjected to humiliation. The hero asked the knights sternly what they were doing, and he was met with ridicule. The strongest and most arrogant knight introduced himself as Maltiv Gagan, and he was the representative. Vangras Gagan, a knight of the 7th rank, was his father, as Maltiv proudly announced. But his pedigree made no impression on the hero, so he asked for an answer to his original question. Maltiv brazenly stated that Hans had stopped obeying him recently, and the commoner was given individual training, which was not prohibited. The knight immediately winced and called it rude to show interest in a commoner during an introduction. Then Ruin said that Hans was his friend, and Maltiv laughed at him, saying that commoners understood each other well. He didn't forget to go through the Ardell family, which had no influence, and they even chose such a rootless person as the representative of the academy, and he said that he felt disgusted talking to him. Ruin still held back and asked how to understand these words. Here Ruin understood why the stranger was so hostile towards him when Maltiv addressed Chuck, calling him brother. Chuck waved to him and asked what he was doing there and what the knight trainee was doing there. Even if the hero hadn't known Hans, he still wouldn't have been able to get along with Maltiv. Later, Sir Golter returned and lined everyone up to give them a briefing. Before the main part began, they had to split into 4 parts, and Heidel was present at the lesson with him. Each group must have 2 academy students and 1 knight trainee, for a total of 54 groups. Maltiv immediately began to grumble about not wanting to participate in such a competition and messing around with small fry. Chuck agreed with him. As a graduate, he also did not understand what he was doing here. So the brothers decided to join forces, take Mikkel with them, and a band would have been formed. Hans watched it all with regret. He was at the bottom of the list and no one wanted to put together a team with him. But one person still volunteered to participate in one team. Hans was very surprised, and upon recognizing the hero, he asked if he really wanted this, but Ruin did not object because they were friends. Then hope returned to Hans, and he was able to smile. Then, Jason approached them and said that it was rather cruel of them to forget about him, since the unification was based on friendship. Jason saw Hans looking worried, so he came over and they quickly hit it off. The students quickly eliminated all formalities between them and became a close-knit team. Then Ruin told them that their goal was not just to win this competition. Their job is to deal with that annoying guy, he stated, looking at Chuck. Once the groups were formed, it was time for a break. The hero suggested that Hans go to the medical center, but he refused. What the novice was most worried about was that his friends said that they knew each other, and that this could cause him problems. Hans knew that many people disliked him, which meant they would pester him again when there were no witnesses around. But the hero did not refuse friendship and said that it was not a problem for him. As they walked down the corridor, they met Maltiv and a couple of hangers-on. Thanks to the player's eye, Ruin determined that his opponent was a 4th-class knight. It was clear why Hans was afraid of him, obviously a bully and a skilled warrior. But the hero remembered well that Hans had an aura when he dealt with his sister's kidnapper. Even though Hans was a 3rd-class knight, he had very high potential and had enormous room for growth. Ruin stated directly that he wanted to deal with Maltiv and asked what the novice himself thought about it. Will he remain a punching bag or will he become stronger to protect his sister? Hans didn't believe that he could become stronger, but the hero thought that this was not true. Here Maltiv heard their conversation and intervened, since they thought that a commoner could defeat him. Let him come forward, he demanded. But the novice refused. Having reliable allies behind him, he could avoid doing everything he was told. Maltiv immediately lost his temper and began to swear. Moreover, the self-confident knight grabbed his sword and began to threaten to finish off the young novice. Hans also took hold of the sword hilt, but the hero told him not to move. There was no need to stoop to the level of a common fight. It was unworthy, Ruin said. The hero promised that one day they would fight, but not today. They needed to wait for the right opportunity to grind the enemy into dust. Ruin stepped forward, and the arrogant knight rushed straight towards him with his sword drawn. But no one warned him that he needed to buy a health insurance policy. Maltiv was lucky. He avoided the fist of justice and instead received a sudden kick from Sir Golter. Ruin himself was amazed that someone had interfered in their school squabbles. Sir Golter was very angry because the behavior of his students cast a shadow on himself. Malteve immediately began to justify himself, saying that the other side started first, and he did nothing of the sort. But such a statement did not fit with the sword in his hand, so the mentor did not believe him. Golter immediately removed Malteve as his representative. A deputy will take over the role, and upon returning home, he will face disciplinary action. The impudent scion of a noble family immediately began to mention his father, who would not remain on the sidelines. But Sir Golter was not moved by this. He knew perfectly well that if he told that Malteve had drawn his sword to wound someone in the academy building, he would face punishment. So the knight apprentice immediately bowed his head. Realizing that he himself had been foolish, all his pomposity went to the side. But now the hero understood that they had paid attention to him, and they wouldn't leave him alone so easily. The first task in the joint training was training in close combat skills. Sir Golter showed how to neutralize the main weakness of a magician, the long activation time of a spell, and Professor Heidel showed how to predict the knight's attacks and leave their area of effect. They then practiced these techniques in a group while the main bullies rested. Malteve was already terribly angry, and now that he was surrounded by ignoramuses, it was even more so, and Chuck suggested that he take a rest. But even though he said so, he himself didn't think that he would be able to train here. He couldn't allow his skills to be revealed to all the students. Hans was the first to get tired of the three of them and suggested they rest. Jason was also horrified by how ruthless his friend was to drive them so hard. But Ruin himself felt that they had only just finished warming up. Then Sir Golter called the boy and asked him to give him a minute. The knight was interested in the hero's skills. He could not acquire them on his own, only if he was trained by an experienced mentor. In this regard, Golter was unusually insightful because this is exactly how it was. So the knight asked for a favor to arrange a practice sword fight. The hero was surprised by such a sudden request, but it only fueled his excitement. Of course, Ruin immediately explained that he had only studied for a week and was not even a knight. But Golter did not ask him to defeat himself, only to teach everyone around him. There was no one here who could wield a sword better than him, the captain of the knights admitted, which greatly surprised his students. The hero was once again showered with attention that he had not sought, but it was a good opportunity. If he showed himself properly, it would put those who didn't like him in their place. So he held the training sword in front of him and agreed. Golter immediately assessed the guy's fighting stance and attacked first. The speed was such that he had not used it even in training with his students. But Ruin, unexpectedly for everyone, withstood this rapid onslaught. However, Golter didn't stop there and pushed the guy away again. Even now, when the knight saw everything with his own eyes, he could hardly believe that the boy possessed such skills and asked who taught him. But perhaps the boy could not reveal the name of the mentor, Golter suggested. Ruin himself didn't know whether he should tell the truth or not. But thinking that his teacher was not hiding, and therefore there should be no problems, he called his name Sir Bolvar Python. This name made the knights very surprised. Who didn't know the legendary spearmaster, even though he was thought to be dead? Golter asked for details, and then the hero told him that a famous knight lived in their lands and had trained him since childhood. Then Malteve intervened in the conversation and declared that Ruin was a liar, and he himself stepped forward. After all, his father personally told him that Sir Python was dead, and Ruin still had no proof. But the hero did not understand why he needed to prove anything, because he had no reason to call the dead alive. Then Malteve said that even if the words were true, it didn't change the essence because his father was still the best knight in the kingdom. The commander of the Golden Knights and father of Malteve was officially recognized as the best. But if the legendary warrior turns out to be alive, it could call the current order into question. Understanding what Malteve was going through, Ruin told him that he could think about whatever he wanted. After all, Sir Python didn't care about any kind of pathetic regalia. These words caused a fit of rage in the arrogant Malteve, because it brought down the honor of his family. So he drew his sword and challenged Ruin to a knightly duel, ordering him to draw his real sword. But this did not happen, because the young knight again met with Sir Golter's kick. A real duel during my time at the academy was an unthinkable nonsense. Since the young and simple-minded man was so eager to fight, Sir Golter agreed that tomorrow during the duels their fight would be the first. Both guys said they had no objections and looked at each other askance. They were supposed to fight group by group, and the next day they lined up face to face. Chuck asked the hero if he was well prepared, with a sarcastic tone in his voice. And as soon as the command to begin was given, the lecturer was the first to attack Ruin in close combat. His speed was not normal, so the guy quickly retreated back. None of his opponents had moved so quickly before, and he didn't understand how it was possible. With the help of the player's eye, Ruin saw that his opponent had 6 hidden artifacts. Apparently, Chuck desperately wanted to win. The commander of the Golden Knights arrived at the palace and greeted its owner. Vengras Gagan heard that Chuck was invited to the academy. George Garahill greeted the guest as if he were family. He himself was surprised that the rector of the academy called his son and asked how Maltiv was doing. The young knight was causing problems for his father, so he sent him under Golter to learn discipline. But George Garahill himself wanted to talk about the representative of the academy. Ruin Ardell was known to everyone and needed no introduction. Rumors about him spread quickly, so that even the best knight knew the winner of the great festival. But in Lord Gegan's opinion, he was just an upstart from the village. Lord Garahill agreed. It was in his interest to prevent Ardell's influence from spreading to the princes, of course, all for the good of the country and the people. This is how they came to the conclusion that they wanted to pass on the artifacts to their sons and help them deal with the crisis. This case was a forgery, but Lord Garahill asked not to focus on this because it was necessary to rein in the boy now and not go to extremes later. But even so, Lord Gagan hesitated, and then he was reminded of Sir Python's name. This legendary warrior was not only alive but also trained Ruin Ardell. Not only did the villager receive the attention of the princes, Python's lessons, but he could also defeat their sons in a duel. The future position could be shaken. The lords then shook hands and agreed to work together to overcome this crisis. And so, on the battlefield, Chuck captured the entire team in one fell swoop with the help of green tentacles. The speed of his spellcasting was enormous. He even mocked Ruin, confident of his victory, but the hero was not at all embarrassed. Of course he was expecting some kind of meanness, but not such a vile one. The 6 hidden artifacts gave Chuck cause for unbridled pride. As long as he held the team in shackles, Maltiv could come up and beat everyone up without any hindrance. With a bright flash of flame, the sword cut through the place where the hero had just stood. Ruin was amazed at how the enemy's sword had become so strong, even though it was just a piece of wood. All because Maltiv received an amulet of fortitude from his father, an artifact in the form of a pendant, and enchanted weapons, making them stronger. Therefore, the arrogant knight was also very confident in himself and attacked with the intention of harm. Since the sword would be as strong as steel, then the hero could use his steel destruction skill. And with his bare fist he destroyed the wooden projectile, which amazed Maltiv. While the knight was wondering how this was possible, he finally had the honor of meeting the fist of the just hero in person. The flash of fire was so powerful that it almost swept Chuck himself aside. The teacher looked at his ally with alarm, not understanding why he found himself in such a situation despite the artifacts. Ruin himself used his artifact without hiding anything. He initially wanted to get by with as little bloodshed as possible, but he realized that this was impossible. Since it had come to this, he decided to fight for real and used his skill of the leader's will. The spirit of Kunhan appeared above him to follow him, and even Professor Heidel was amazed. The fire ogre terrified everyone with its mere appearance. It was a very unusual magic. Under such overwhelming force, Chuck fell helplessly onto his butt and whined pitifully. Even 6 artifacts weren't enough for them to deal with him, Ruin said, which stunned Chuck even more. The guy stretched his hand forward and the ogre behind him did the same. Fiery fingers grabbed the thin chains of jewelry that Chuck hid under his shirt. And now everyone saw what the talkative teacher was hiding. The students were shocked. The older comrade also used the artifacts against the younger one, and no one liked it. And Chuck himself, in impotent rage, began threatening reprisals against his family. This was nothing new to Ruin. First it was Mikkel who had been bothering him. Now it was Chuck. What did he ask next? Perhaps it would come to Lord Garahill, the hero suggested, and then Chuck moved towards him again. But he was immediately sent flying by a miraculous flick, which cut short all the empty threats. The guy was already pretty tired of this noise, so he was glad to stop it. But Strand asked him if he was sure of what he had done. After all, everyone saw his skill that was connected with the ogre, even Rector Tyrion. The head of the academy himself was in a slight stupor from the new abilities of his student. Ruin still had no intention of hiding his powers forever, but the Strand's fears had their reasons. Chuckhill was defeated, as was Maltiv, and Mikkel fainted as soon as he saw the ogre. This meant that their team had definitely won, and Ruin looked towards the teachers. Sir Golter understood this look and was about to announce the result, but he was interrupted. Hans walked into the center of the clearing with 2 training swords. He declared that the duel was not over yet, and threw one of the swords to Maltiv. He was still sitting on his ass and didn't immediately understand what they wanted from him. But when it dawned on him, He thought Hans must be out of his mind. However, his bravado was immediately cut short when he saw the sword covered in sparks in Hans's hands. A 4th rank knight usually knew how to use aura. Its color depended on the level of mastery. At the 4th rank it was blue. On the 5th one is red. 6-star knights could have a purple aura. But after that, the color no longer mattered and only reflected individual characteristics. A knight trainee could only be of the 3rd rank, so the astonishment of the novices was understandable. Such a weakling commoner mastered the aura faster than they nobles, even though they had already received the knightly title. Strand asked worriedly if the owner was thinking of stopping his friend, since the fight was already over. But the hero decided to watch because the look he saw that night returned. The provocation was successful, and Maltiv grabbed a wooden sword and rushed straight at his enemy. How could he tolerate being passed over by an ordinary commoner? Under the fierce pressure, Hans had a hard time and even showed signs of anxiety. And Maltiv kept pressing and shouting that such a weakling could not be on the same level as him. Hans took a half step back but did not lose his balance. He asked his opponent why he was still clinging to his status, even after everything that had happened. After all, he was simply lucky to be born into a good family, but in reality he is nothing more than a selfish scoundrel. Maltiv's face twisted with anger and he cursed foully. He himself used a blue aura, wanting to finish off his opponent here and now. And for some reason he performed a favorite move of anime swordsman, jumping on the enemy from above, where he immediately became vulnerable and helpless. Ruin, sensing trouble, was the first to move towards Hans to help him. The other teachers who were watching the fight did the same. A burst of aura hit with a loud bang and caused a large explosion. But unexpectedly for everyone, only Hans remained in the ranks, while his rival lost his sword and went flying again, this time on a different flight. And Hans struck a dramatic pose so that everyone could look at him. The most powerful bully among the knights went into the land of dreams and no one could bring him to his senses. Many did not even notice what happened and were amazed at how quickly the fight ended. Ruin ran up to his friend and suddenly asked him to look at the sword. And there was reason to be surprised because Hans's aura turned red. And that's how this real hero leveled up without any cheats, only through his own efforts. After the battle in the evening, Tyrion praised his main protege. He hoped for his victory, but did not think that the boy would actually win. But the hero immediately objected that this was the rector's plan from the very beginning. And that's why Chuck was invited to the academy, to strike a blow against the Garahills. Tyrion wanted to reason with them a little, but in the end he only added fuel to the fire, because the rumors had already reached the capital, and the nobles were already discussing with all their might whether this was the beginning of the family's downfall. Lord Garahill will do everything possible to restore his honor and influence. This means that now Ruin is in danger. As the head of the academy, he could not allow any of his students to be harmed. And that's why they came to the stairs that led to the basement of the academy. A few days ago, Kingram woke up from a long sleep, the rector reported. And the first thing he reported was that he smelled the scent of his fellow man. All that remains for them to do is go down to where the ogre is waiting for them with a gift. Ruin was surprised that he wasn't being asked directly about his abilities, since no one else in the world had such magic. At the very least, the rector should be curious. But for Tyrion, he still remained a student in whom the professor believed, even if the boy came to the academy with a goblin on his shoulders. This was the only thing the rector considered important, and the boy thanked him for his understanding. So after that, he quickly went down to the basement where it all started. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, the ogre artifact told him, and called the guy a young destroyer. Kingram still sat majestically on the throne, grinning and baring his large fangs. The ogre still couldn't believe that he could smell the spirit of the ogres, and his relatives, even his father, from the guy. So he asked the hero to tell him what happened, and he agreed. The guy told him everything that happened on the Heavenly Mountain and how he created an artifact with the help of a tooth, or rather, how it was created for him. Kingram laughed when he heard about an arm wrestling competition with 100 ogres. The hero boasted that he not only fought this match but also won, and so the leader realized that his fellow tribesmen had fun with this guy. Kingram even burst into tears because he thought that he would never hear about his relatives again. The ogre thanked the boy and called him his blessing, or even more his savior. Then Ruin received a message that he had completed the achievement. The title of Ogre Friend was upgraded to Ogre Lord. Strength increased by 1,000, the embodiment of the country's power reached 5 stars, and humanoid form was now available. Such was Kingram's gift. In total, the boy now possessed 7,000 units of strength. Stran also leveled up, which she was very happy about because it happened faster than she expected. She jumped off the hero's shoulder and stretched her paws. She had been in this useless form for too long. And with a cry of farewell, The boring form of the fighting hamster of Stran was transformed in the rays of light. A bright flash illuminated his entire backside, so the hero had to close his eyes. And then a rather pretty girl appeared in front of him and smiled playfully at him. After all, this hero even gets girls with the help of cheats. No, I'm not jealous. From his reunion with Kingram, the hero received 2 more gifts: the power of a leader, which allowed him to command ogres, and the ability to summon ogres. And it was a special privilege to call upon Kingram, who had a lifelong connection with the academy. But the summoning could only be done once, so the ogre warned the boy to use this opportunity wisely. But that could be thought about later. It was much more important to explain to the rector who the young lady was, who had crawled out of the closet and was dancing with joy. Once Stran became human, others began to see her too. So Tyrion had a lot of questions. Perhaps he also dreamed of discovering the magic of summoning beautiful girls. Perhaps this would be the most powerful and desirable magic in the world. But now the hero only experienced a headache. Overall, the rector realized that he was facing a spirit, or rather an embodiment. And surprisingly, that was enough. Stran explained that she and the hero shared a symbiotic relationship, so they couldn't live apart. The girl spoke brazenly and rather harshly, so much so that the guy even reprimanded her. But Stran reminded him that she was older than everyone present. After thinking for a bit, Tyrion decided that since the girl had appeared at the academy, she should be enrolled as a student at the academy. He had a plan, and the rector smiled mysteriously. It's hard to describe the furor caused by the news that Ruin had a cousin, and that she transferred to their academy overnight. The guys were ready to burn with envy. Friends immediately began asking him who she was and where she was from. Jason was the first to try his luck at making an acquaintance. He knelt down and offered the lady a tour. Of course, Stran rejected all the offers, at least everyone accepted her legend. Then Hans approached the guy. Today was the day of the knight's departure, and he came to say goodbye. The hero promised to visit Foldren again someday because he was sad to part with them. Hans asked if he could come to Ardal after graduation, and the hero agreed to accept him. A young, talented knight would never hurt the house. Hans, just in case, clarified that he was asking to stay with a friend. He wanted to be part of a greater history, and therefore sought to protect Ardal under the leadership of a hero. As soon as Ruin agreed, he heard an offended voice. They were deciding something again without him, Jason said. He wanted to be close to his friend. He promised to do anything, even wash the dishes, just to be closer to Lady Stran. Oh, if only this guy knew what he was signing up for. But the hero was skeptical about this proposal and did not give permission. Jason was upset by such jokes, but Ruin laughed. After all, he was glad that his friends would come for him in Ardal. Thus, the future of his lands becomes increasingly secure and exciting. At this time, the capital was in turmoil. After the unsuccessful and shameful duel, dark times had come for Gagan and Garahil. Many nobles participated in this conspiracy with money. The Garahil maintained their status through the magicians, while the Gagans relied on the title of the strongest knight and therefore received the support of the nobles. But now that it became obvious that the younger generation of their families was weak, the nobles realized that it was better to unite around a new young and promising hero. The nobles were already ready to use the money because who doesn't love it? Even Lord Garahil has a weakness for money, and the Lord really didn't like that they were discussing him like that. The nobles immediately declared that they had simply misspoke, but the Lord did not believe them, and he reminded them all that their family had ruled Radian since its creation. History does not tolerate lies, so their worries will not come true. The frightened aristocrats immediately began to grovel before him. Lord Garahil himself was terribly angry because he wanted to use the ruin of Ardal as a stepping stone for his sons, but he had trampled their name into the dirt, and now the guy was waiting for revenge, no matter the cost. Soon another important task of the second trimester arrived, for which they boarded the train again. The express was rushing them to the capital of the kingdom, and many were waiting for the opportunity to enter the Tower of Magicians. They wanted to see new magic and learn something from the practicing magicians. The goal was wonderful, but in reality the guy had to come face to face with the Garahil house. His debt of pain to this great family had reached an unimaginable level, so that a visit to the capital was like entering a bear's den. The enemies had many opportunities to target him. Lord Garahil himself was a 7th Circle mage, just like the head of the academy. Stran snorted contemptuously. If the previous one had been here, she would have figured it out with one finger. But the hero believed that the magicians of the 7th Circle should not be underestimated. But with his player's eye, Ruin himself could not see the status of Rector Tyrion, so he could not relax his vigilance in the capital and remained on guard. The capital impresses with its scale right from the train station. Of course, all this was nothing more than dust in the eyes. A brilliant grandeur unworthy of such a small kingdom. Ruin walked accompanied by the rector, and when they greeted him, he also turned around. Lord Garrahill decided to meet the rector personally, but of course his goal was somewhat different. Although no one was happy to see him, the Lord was not at all embarrassed and said that he should meet the young talents who had arrived in the capital. Of course, he did not hide the fact that he came to look at the man who defeated his sons. The Lord's eyes burned with undisguised malice as he looked at the hero. The boy felt an unpleasant feeling, as if he were communicating with a snake. But something about it was not right, because with the help of the player's eye, he saw that the Lord was a mage of only the 6th circle, so he somehow managed to fool everyone. Glancing sideways at his hand covered in rings, Ruin understood what was going on. Like father, like son, thought the boy, chuckling. Lord Garrahill noticed and asked what was so funny. But the guy didn't answer and decided to simply ignore the impudent nobleman. But he did not want to let the hero go and grabbed his hand so that flames began to emanate from it. Then the Lord repeated his question persistently, openly asking for trouble. All this was happening in front of Tyrion, so he asked Lord Garrahill to stop. But he objected that he had power at the academy, but here in the capital he would take care of the students. The rector did not accept this and stated that he would rather take all the students back than allow them to be threatened. Then Garrahill burst into a tirade. He realized that this was the rector's plan to disgrace his sons, and said that it was all out of envy that he was appointed protector, and not Tyrion. And then, for the first time in a long time, the rector allowed himself to raise his voice and shouted at the insolent lord. And when he stamped his foot, hellish flames spread across the ground and dispersed the lord's retinue. But this only made Garrahill more excited. He would have been glad to continue and start a fight. However, this only further provoked the hero himself, who had so far simply been watching. Ruin looked at his hand with rings again and said that he had never seen a man wear so many on himself, and that was what made him laugh last time. Mikkel and Chuck were also hung with artifacts. Apparently this is a trait of the rich, said the hero. Lord Garrahill was afraid for a second that he might be found out, and pulled his hand back, saying that his passion for jewelry was just a hobby. At this point, the Lord stated that he would be carrying out his visiting powers and Tyrion should hand them over to him. After which he left, puffed up like an angry turkey. So the trip to the academy ceased to be ordinary from the very beginning. Garrahill, who had announced that he would be responsible for the schedule, disappeared without a trace as soon as the students arrived at the palace. Instead, the tour was led by the senior magician. But despite the scant information, the atmosphere was still good. Except for one detail, Strand felt it at the same time as the owner as soon as they entered inside. The nobles did not even hide their close attention to the young hero. At night, Ruin looked out the window to breathe some air and look at the moon. There they saw one man who was staring at them during the day, and now he has been on duty at the window since they arrived at the dormitory. Ruin immediately realized that this was an illusion created by a magician who specialized in them. The hero felt mana in the air. The whole atmosphere was created with the help of magic. The view from the windows, the passers-by, all of this was not real. And besides, the stranger had set up a barrier that cut this place off from the outside world. Strand was surprised that she couldn't notice this. Even though she had regained her appearance, she was still far from her former strength. Ruin expected that they would come for his soul, but he didn't think it would be so soon. But then the unfamiliar magician suddenly ran away. The boy immediately realized that he was being lured out. If they had fought in a confined space, other students could have been hurt. Ruin couldn't allow that, and the stranger knew about it. Hyzen Garrahill, a 6th-class mage, was what he saw in this man's status. But an illusion of this level was beyond the power of even a single powerful mage. It was the work of at least 3 or more people who came out against the guy. The chances of winning were slim. Moreover, Lord Garrahill himself could join the battle, and that was already dangerous. And the hero thought about what he could use in this case. Strand asked him if he would go right now. The question was rhetorical. "This evening will be long," said the mega-coolest hero cheater and went out the window. A few hours earlier, Lord Garrahill was furious and personally called an emergency meeting of the party. But only the most pathetic lackeys showed up. As usual, in controversial situations, the largest party turned out to be those who were waiting for one of the sides to begin to achieve a confident victory. But usually the assembly hall was so full of people that there was no room to even sit. But now only 4 had joined the dark side of the force. Lord Garrahill gritted his teeth in impotent rage. One boy had instantly ruined all his plans and shaken the family's influence. Then he decided to deal with the underwear later. Those who came were already aware of why they were called. They had already replaced the night guard in case there was a noise. At the same time, a group of mercenaries had already infiltrated Ardell on the orders of the Lord. After midnight, they will infiltrate the Ardell estate and eliminate the head of the family, Lord Gagan said. Father and son will fall in one night, as will the youngest heiress. Not ashamed of their black souls, said the cabal of conspirators. Lord Gagan added Sir Python to the list of prescriptions, just so he could sleep peacefully. There can only be one sun in the sky. Sir Python strolled around the estate, training soldiers until late in the evening, so the last few days were filled with bustle. It was suspiciously quiet. The legendary warrior was waiting for a reaction to follow after the young master's crushing victory over the scions of noble families. Lord Ardell ordered that if Sir Python noticed anything strange, he also shared his concerns. Passing by the worker, the knight asked him if he had finished his work for the day. It was already late. But that wasn't what interested him. But whether the guy had seen anyone suspicious today, he recalled that he noticed 5 traders who did not sell anything and never left. Sir Python knew that mercenaries often disguised themselves as ordinary merchants, and now they had disappeared from sight in Ardell territory. The guy also remembered that these never-suspicious individuals carried swords with them, so Python needed to be careful. But after thinking for a long time, the old warrior rushed straight to the Lord's residence. But the worker guy didn't realize that he had provided very important information that should have been communicated earlier. However, the mercenaries themselves, who wandered around the house like ghosts, were faced with the fact that they still had not found their target. Perhaps Lord Ardell was not here at all, they thought. They had time and decided to wait for the target at her house. But then one of them fell unconscious. Another man from the list of mercenaries appeared unexpectedly on the threshold, and in his hands he held a long spear. The assassins were surprised to be discovered, as they had camouflaged themselves well. But for the Knight of the 7 Stars, all this was a small matter. Perhaps this is even for the best, their leader thought, drawing his blade. As if on command, they simultaneously attacked the renowned warrior, each of them at least a 6th-level swordsman. The legendary warrior himself had not held a spear in his hands for a long time, preferring a fishing rod, and many believed that his skills were no longer what they once were. But for the killers who broke into the Ardell estate today, such thoughts turned out to be a fatal mistake. They forgot the main rule that it is better to overestimate the enemy than to underestimate him. Sir Python quickly scattered a bunch of mercenaries. Of course, the walls in the house will have to be repaired, but this is a lesser evil compared to letting the enemies go alive. The assassins tensed up, as they had previously dealt with dozens of experienced 7th-level masters. They had no idea why Sir Python had stopped practicing his spear skills. This is because he has long since reached the limits of his technique's development, becoming an 8-star knight, a real monster. Now the mercenaries realized that they were fighting for their lives, and they attacked again. But Sir Python remained unharmed, even after the unexpected attack from behind. Forgetting the assassin's code, the mercenaries cursed Lord Gagan, who had given them the task, lying about the goal, and apparently no longer considered themselves obligated to him. They would not have taken on this task even with a 5-fold greater reward. Now Sir Python knew the name of the person who had made the attempt on the life of the family that had sheltered him. Then the knight grabbed the mercenary and ordered him to return to his master and convey the following: never to set foot on the lands of Ardell again. Meanwhile, in the capital, Ruin was pursuing his goal. The old man turned to him with a grin, glad that the guy had come out to him himself. True, now the hero did not walk alone. Strahn was with him everywhere, and people took her for a human, and the old man liked that the boy would go to the next world with company. True, the hero did not intend to die here, and asked not to worry about him. This only amused the old man even more, because at that very moment the guy was surrounded on all sides by magicians. About 7 people, the enemies were well prepared, Ruin thought, assessing the situation. The old man summoned fire into his hand and decided to give the boy one last piece of advice. To live as long as possible, he simply needed to stay out of sight, he said. The other mages repeated his gesture, directing fire spells towards the boy. The magicians looked like clones of the same person. And who would look at these extras anyway? The artist thought. On the signal, everyone fired simultaneously and covered the place where the guy was standing with fire. It was as hot as an oven, and the old man laughed contentedly. He enjoyed the spectacle, because the enemy simply accepted his death. However, as soon as the fire died down, the conspirators were surprised to discover that their target was alive and unharmed. Still, there were creatures that were incapable of dying, the guy said, looking at Strahn, who protected him from the blow. Embodiments are indestructible and immortal beings. The only way to defeat Strahn is to destroy its master. But the hero had no intention of dying here and used the ogre spirit skill, surrounding himself with an aura of flame. The guy grinned. It was his turn to surprise his enemies. He swung his hand sharply, raising a real storm, almost knocking Strawn off her feet. The start was good. The guy expected to win without using up all his strength. However, here the magicians, who seemed to have already dropped out of the battle, grabbed the guy. The old man emitted a strange aura and grinned devilishly as he used dark magic, the water seal. In their world, there were those who practiced black magic, which everyone else rejected. They were called warlocks. The water seal was invented by one such mage, a kind of curse that haunts the mage until it drains all his strength. The hero could not even imagine that his enemies would go so far and use dark magic. Now that he has witnessed the use of dark magic, he definitely cannot be left alive. They forced the boy to his knees and the old man grinned maliciously. They were going to eliminate him anyway. Since he had fallen into their clutches, his friend was no obstacle either, said the villain, referring to Strawn. The guy cursed vilely at the insignificant and evil people. The old man told him not to be upset, because he was not going to the next world alone. His father and younger sister should be there by now, the warlock said, and the boy's eyes flashed with rage. Of course, this must have come as a surprise to him, otherwise he wouldn't be hanging around here, the magician said. And he brazenly asked why the boy had gone against the senior advisor Garahil. However, he couldn't continue his jubilation over the victory. The heavy hand of the just hero grabbed his face. Just a moment ago, the guy was under the effect of the water seal, but suddenly he was freed. Ruin simply clenched his fist, and his strength was enough to make the vile warlock disappear forever. The remaining magicians shuddered in horror from the red fountain that the hero had just performed. Now he had nothing left to lose anyway, and no reason to live, Ruin thought, looking at his dirty hands. Then he used a unique skill, Kingram's Summon, and a huge ogre chieftain appeared behind him. The hero asked them not to hold a grudge and to repent of their sins before passing away. At that moment, only one thought echoed through his head. To eliminate. Just like the once destroyer of worlds, Drac, he must destroy everyone. The formidable leader asked the boy for what purpose he had summoned him, and Ruin replied, "No mercy for the enemies." There was no need to explain for long. While the ogre took on some of the fighters, the hero rushed in the other direction. Wherever he stepped, death came. Deep in his soul, the boy succumbed to the dark side of the Force and drew from its source. He could never forgive these people anyway, and he didn't care who stood in his way. Only Strawn's strong hand on his shoulder stopped the hero, whose gaze became mad and burned with pain and hatred. "That's enough," said the spirit, holding the hero tightly so he wouldn't break free. One of the surviving mages spoke up and laughed evilly, because all this time the guy was an abnormal monster, just like them. Ruin demanded that Strawn let him go, because there was still a villain whose life was worth nothing. Strawn confidently told the owner that nothing had happened in Ardell yet, because their home was protected by the best knight in the kingdom. She told him to pull himself together, otherwise he would end up like Draca, because that's how he got his nickname. He went crazy with limitless power and destroyed the whole world. But Strawn didn't want her current master to repeat the dragon's fate, and the hero calmed his anger. He even asked her forgiveness for making her worry. Ruin demanded that the survivor tell him everything he knew about what was happening in Ardell. The warlock told him about the Mendon group, which included the best 6th rank mercenaries, 5 of whom had already arrived in his homeland. But the killer never finished speaking. Pierced by a spear, he fell breathless. Lord Garahil came to check that everything was in order, but found a mess, so he immediately eliminated the overly talkative ally. He had already served his purpose anyway. Despite what he had seen, he still considered his best subordinates to be pathetic losers who couldn't cope with one village upstart. Ruin angrily asked the scoundrel how he dared to touch his family. But at that very moment, they, along with Strawn, were pressed by a wave of black magic. It was worth keeping a low profile, the Lord said. If everyone finds out that the kingdom's great mage is a warlock, he won't get off with just prison, Ruin blurted out. No body, no case, Lord Garahil replied to him. He had no intention of leaving the witnesses alive. The boy couldn't move a finger, and Kingram's call had already ended. The black mage summoned more spears to finish it all off with one blow. The hero couldn't allow himself to end everything so easily, and he thought hard. However, at that very moment, Tyrion's shield covered him. The cavalry arrived in time, and the protagonist was saved. For some reason, Lord Garahil did not expect to see the rector of the academy here, who was accompanying the students, apparently thinking that the old man would simply sleep at night. This shameful omission came back to haunt the Lord, for Tyrion was in a terrible rage and did not hold back his strength. The illusory field woven by Garahil's minions began to melt like a wax candle. This magic was supposed to dissuade everyone from the commotion inside, but it was only capable of deceiving ordinary people. It did not work on Tyrion Ignith. Another drawback of the illusion was that a higher-level mage could easily dispel it by casting a spell. But Lord Garahil only rejoiced. He expected the Rector to destroy the entire city just to hit him. However, Tyrion had already placed a barrier around the battle zone to prevent the destructive power of the spells from escaping, effectively trapping the villain. Not only did he use dark magic, but he also dared to harm a student. Rector Tyrion could not forgive that. His light magic shot straight at Lord Garahil. He still tried to resist and shout something, but it was all in vain. An explosion of mana quickly filled the strong protective dome. Such was the difference in their classes, commented Strawn on the Rector's crushing victory. The head of the academy was so good that the hero hardly dared to challenge him, so he agreed with the spirit. Despite all his strength, Ruin still had a long way to go, but fortunately he was not injured in this battle. When the illusion wore off, the other students looked out to see what the noise was going on outside. Jason looked closely at the man lying on the ground and immediately recognized him. But no one understood why the chief advisor was in such a state. Here the street was filled with the sound of many heavy boots of the guards. Both princes, with numerous guards, arrived at the scene of the incident. They had already been informed that the head of Garahil was a traitor, so both brothers were worried about whether their most valuable asset of the state was in good condition. They immediately began to talk about how much they were worried about him, constantly interrupting each other. And only then did they notice that Chief Tyrion was also there, and the culprit of all the commotion was lying on the ground. Ruin immediately told that Lord Garahil tried to use dark magic against him, but the Rector stopped him. The princes immediately perceived this as an attack on the family, since the boy had been declared the defender of the state. Both brothers agreed to work together and put the villain behind bars, and then bring him to justice. They gave the order to arrest everyone associated with Lord Garahil, but before that, Ruin voiced a request. It concerned his possessions. He wanted to make sure his father and sister were safe. To get important information as quickly as possible, I had to send a request to the nearest trading city of Monzo. The wait took half a day, and it still seemed like an eternity. But then the king's clerks came to him with a report. The message said that fortunately, everyone was safe. Because they were aware of the impending danger, Sir Python managed to eliminate all the villains. Strand proved right. Moreover, they managed to discover the identity of the client. Everyone considered it obvious that Lord Garahil, who had been exposed, was also behind this assassination attempt. But he also had an accomplice who was more involved in this matter than anyone else, the captain of the Golden Knights, Vengrusgagen. This was a serious accusation, and the princes were horrified by how rotten everything around them in the kingdom was. They immediately put Lord Gagan into disgrace, stripping him of his titles and ranks. But since the traitors occupied very important posts in the kingdom, it was necessary to urgently appoint acting governors. They needed an advisor and a protector, so the princes began looking for suitable candidates. In this situation, only the head of the academy was trustworthy and could support them as an advisor. Tyrion wanted to refuse, citing his age. The princes themselves understood that the magician was not interested in politics, but they still insisted that he help them until a more worthy candidate was found. It was well known to everyone that the princes had tried many times to lure Tyrion to the capital, tempting him with gifts. But the magician refused, firmly believing that a teacher had no place in politics. Having heard about this proposal, the students began to encourage the rector to agree, because there was no one better than him. And the rector was very surprised why students were given voting rights. But he eventually agreed, saying they had to find a more suitable candidate as soon as possible. Both heirs were very happy about this news, as was everyone who heard about it. Ruin was simply glad that there was no tragedy and everything ended well. As soon as their fun trip to the capital is over, final exams will begin. The long, yet fleeting, stay at the academy will come to an end. The trip, which had gone awry from the start, became the source of various debates about the need for such events, but ultimately, everything was left as is. After what happened, Mikkel quickly left the academy. Staying there was still shameful and too dangerous, and rumors about it quickly spread. There was very little time left before graduation, and Ruin was simply enjoying these free days. Lord Garahil ended up in prison. His closest comrades fled in all directions. His son Chuck had fled to Ferna. Such were the rumors about him. And so, in one night, an entire family that had held the country in its hands for centuries fell. In fact, they became ashes, burned in their own anger. The fall of some became the triumph of others. The name of Ardil thundered throughout the kingdom. Late at night, Chuck Garahil made his way into a palace. And despite the fact that no one was expecting him, he persistently requested an audience with His Majesty. Chuck was not allowed in, so he forced his way through the servants. He fell on his knees and began to ask forgiveness for such a late visit. Before him stood the always proud and stern Crown Prince of the Rainik Empire, Shumartan. Chuck spent a long time gushing over apologies and flattery, twirling like a snake in a frying pan. The Crown Prince was getting quite tired of this and ordered that they tell him why he had come. And then Chuck asked for asylum for him and his 40 relatives and mage household members. They were ready to swear allegiance to the Empire and serve it. Shumartan found this tiresome, because these people were just looking for something to eat. Of course, the Crown Prince immediately asked why the influential family had fallen into disgrace. They were surely planning something like the assassination of a royal person, nothing less. Shumartan understood perfectly well that if he took in criminals, it could have a negative impact on his reputation, even though Radian was a tiny kingdom. So he saw no reason to provide refuge to the exiles. The Crown Prince told Chow to return. He would not receive him, but he would not arrest him either. Then Chuck confessed that their family had attempted to assassinate Ruin Ardell. Shumartan asked if they were talking about the same person, and Chuck nodded. Then the royal person became interested and wanted to hear more details. So I suggested discussing this matter over a cup of tea with a drop of truth serum. Despite all the events, there were no other incidents after arriving at the academy, and 3 months have passed since then. Along with the first snow, many nobles arrived at the academy, and the reason was simple. The final exam was approaching. Graduates must demonstrate their skills in front of a large audience and potential employers. Soon the day of the exam arrived. Ruin sat with Jason on a bench, admiring the falling snowflakes. A feeling of nostalgia washed over both of them, because they were sitting like this for the last time as students. Ruin thought about what awaited him when he left the walls of the academy, which would no longer protect him. 6 years flew by so quickly, and at the same time seemed so long, like a whole lifetime. Jason noticed his friend's thoughtfulness and decided that he was also nervous before the exam. The stupid friend himself wasn't worried, because he was going to work at the Ardell estate, although the hero immediately reminded him that he hadn't given a final answer yet. Before Jason could express his indignation, Rowena called out to his sister. When he saw his family all right, accompanied by Sir Python, he felt relieved, for it would have been better to see everything for himself. He was glad to see his relatives who had come so far for him. Although nothing had happened since then, the boy still felt guilty for bringing trouble to his family. His father told him not to worry. He was proud of his son, who did not follow the lead of the powers that be. The boy was especially grateful to Sir Python, who became the savior of their family, and the old knight modestly replied that he was only doing his duty. True, the questions didn't end there. My sister had one too. Pointing her finger at Strand, Rooney asked who the young lady next to him was. The excuse about a cousin didn't work with his family. His sister immediately thought that his brother had made a new girlfriend, and he had to quickly justify himself by saying that they were just friends. Luckily, it wasn't just his family that came to see the hero. And while Jason was introducing himself to Lord Ardell, another guest approached the boy. Hans also completed his training as a full-fledged knight and came to congratulate his savior. And Seth and Irene arrived with him, as his friends from the festival, and the hero's retinue grew and grew. As a bonus, royals showed up for the exam to see him in person and congratulate him on his graduation. So on his last day as a student, he was surrounded by important people and beloved friends. Soon the start of exams was announced, and the graduates were asked to go to the arena. His sister promised to root for him with all her might and wished him luck. Since everyone was so supportive of him, he had to give it his all. But then, the hero noticed 2 people in the crowd whom he had never seen here before, but had the feeling that he had already met them. The guy asked Strand what she thought about it, and the spirit was surprised that he only just noticed. The first was the dirty King Terran, and did not differ much from his usual image. His second godson, the Crown Prince of the Empire, both simply did their hair to change their image. Strand recognized them by their frightening aura, which could not be hidden behind the masquerade, although the guy did not understand why these 2 were hiding. Perhaps they wanted to secretly see how much stronger he had become. However, the guy knew for sure that even if he was offered the same thing as last time, he would still refuse. However, since such guests had come a long way, it was worth showing them something special, he thought. And I mentally wished them to watch carefully and not miss anything. The final exam includes a stage of isolation, ice battles, and destruction, and the test itself consists of overcoming the challenges as quickly as possible. In the first stage, the student must escape from a well-locked room. There were many ways to leave the room. Jason was wondering which one to use. One way was to use cancel magic on the lock, or create keys using a magic stone. The method used didn't matter, only the result was important: escaping from the locked room. The next test became absurdly difficult, requiring you to get past ice trolls. The final stage required the use of the most powerful destructive magic. Once the last stage is completed, the exam is considered complete, and Jason finished it, and with 55 seconds left before the deadline, first in his group. All 3 out of 10 completed the test, which indicated weak preparation at the academy, although this had long been known. Ruin was pleased with his friend's performance. He acted calmly, but in fact, he was preparing. While the guy was waiting for his turn, he thought about how to pass the exam as quickly as possible. When it was his group's turn, the announcer announced his participation, which made everyone in the stands pay attention to the hero. The 2 nobles who were here incognito were eagerly awaiting how much stronger Ruin had become. Terran asked His Majesty what he was thinking of doing, and looked at him. It is obvious that the Crown Prince has come here to voice his final proposal. The boy wouldn't have any other chances. They were going to properly nurture his talent, which would become a major advantage in the future, because if he were left alone, trouble could await. Ruin entered the first room and waited for the signal to begin. The rector himself created these walls, so even if he put a lot of force into the attack, he wouldn't be able to break through them. The guy wondered if he should just open the lock like everyone else. But it was too boring a solution. If the Great Festival had taught him anything, it was that there are no perfect solutions. No matter how strong the wall is, it has a weak spot. In the arena, they waited impatiently to see how long it would take the favorite to get out. But at that very moment, an explosion occurred. Since the lock was steel, and the hero had the skill to destroy steel, there were no problems breaking it. It's actually funny that the first test of the final exam is about locks, a very useful skill. Apparently, the Academy understands what its ignoramuses will be doing after graduation. To a thunderous applause, Ruin emerged from the cloud of dust, the first to emerge from his room. After just 13 seconds, he broke down the door, which takes an average of 5 minutes to open. So once again, the hero cheater immortalized his already glorious name, showing everyone what a loser they are. The filthy king knew this young man was special from the moment Kunhan's tooth reacted to him, but the boy's growth rate still baffled him. The next test was a fight with the frost giants, who immediately felt ill when they saw the fireball in the hero's hands. Considering the cyclopean size of the spell, the giants did not even move in its direction. The Crown Prince laughed. This boy surpassed even his wildest imaginations. And now the last wall remained in front of the guy. Everyone was impatiently waiting to see how he would get through it. The boy's hand was filled with lightning, and the air smelled of thunder. Terran was amazed to recognize the energy that the hero emitted. A formless and invisible magic that tears apart everything in its path, with sound waves too fast to be perceived. With such power, the wall shattered as if made of crystal. A howl, mourning the dead, a spell of death knell, magic of the 6th circle. This is the level that Ruin has reached. This is how the entire exam was completed in 3 minutes, instead of the allotted 15. The 6th grade was a level that many mages would not reach in their entire lives, but the boy had reached it at 16, and now he could become too great a threat to Terran himself, who realized that he had to give away. But the 2 princes greeted his victory with open arms, for how could one not welcome the increased power of the state? The family also congratulated him. They all believed that the boy would cope. The hero looked around the jubilant arena. Everyone was rooting for him. Just a year ago, this would have been hard to even imagine. He couldn't have imagined that he would graduate from the academy with such triumph. Jason also ran up to him and grabbed him, and before he could even notice, his friend had become a 6th grade mage. Of course, Jason knew his roommate was amazing, but even he didn't expect Ruin to grow up so quickly. On a day like this, something was absolutely necessary, the friend stated mysteriously, meaningfully raising his finger to the sky. Ruin didn't object, so that evening the drinks flowed like a river, juices, compotes, and oozvar, and kvass was also included. The hero stood next to his eternal companion, with whom even a wife is not needed, only a hindrance. He himself was imbued with the atmosphere, because perhaps this was the last time they would gather in this lineup. It turned out that even Strand could get drunk. Professors also joined the celebration to relax at the end of the school year. Ruin sincerely thanked those who made it possible for him to celebrate at all, and Tyrion wished him a proper graduation celebration. Then the guy thanked the rector again for everything, deciding to do it now, because tomorrow they had a busy day ahead of them. Tyrion smiled. He knew that soon it would not be so easy to see the guy because he would become an important figure and suggested that he return somehow as a lecturer. After this, the hero went out into the yard to breathe some cold air. My head felt unusually heavy from drinking fermented beverages. Kumis is no joke. Then, two respectable persons who still maintained their incognito approached him. The Crown Prince introduced himself under the fictitious name of a merchant and asked to spare him a couple of minutes. But the guy immediately suggested that Shomertan speak openly, not considering it necessary to pretend that their disguise with smoothed hair was working. The King of Magicians. Taran immediately asked the guy in an irritated voice how he realized it was them, and he demanded, as always, an honest answer, although even a blind man would have understood everything. Ruin smiled and said that although they hid their faces, they could not conceal their presence. The Crown Prince's gaze was too heavy to be forgotten, and that means the King of Magicians is next to him, the guy said, making it clear that he had also identified the second important person. Shomerton was impressed that he was recognized by his eyes and openly declared that this was the last time he had come with his proposal, although he could have sent it by mail. "Follow me to the Empire. Refusal will not be accepted," he declared boldly. Of course, the hero refused, after all. He is the main cheater of the story and not a weak-willed rag. The prince reminded him that he would destroy everything he could not get, and Ruin knew that he was truly capable of such a thing. But he was sure that the heir to the Empire would not do so, which surprised him. Because a man like him would never stoop to the unseemly act of infiltrating another country under a false identity and attempting to assassinate a student, Ruin replied. Shomertan smirked. The boy could hardly be called a simple student. But how could it be otherwise, since he will officially become a graduate only tomorrow? The Crown Prince could not tell whether it was foolishness or courage, but he warned that when they met again, they would be enemies. With that, they turned around and went home, and the guy looked after them thoughtfully for a long time. Then Jason jumped out of the drinking establishment and shouted that everyone was waiting for the main star of this party. The guy smiled and replied that he would be right there, but at that moment he still didn't understand how it would all end. Then he simply returned and began to carelessly consume fermented and distilled products. It was very fun and lighthearted. This is what real student life should be like. At least he felt it at the end. So the next day arrived, and the scarlet sun appeared briefly from behind the mountains. As soon as Ruin opened his eyes, his head began to hurt terribly. Irene greeted him and asked if he was feeling better now. Looking back at his comrades, the guy realized that not everything was so bad in his life, but he still should not drink so much kvass at night. Seeing his confusion, Irene realized that Ruin didn't remember anything and laughed. And then memories of the previous night came flooding back to him as soon as he saw the familiar label. Dragon's Kiss, Jason's favorite drink, which his friend mixed into all his cocktails. Under his intoxicating influence, the guy danced all night and invited everyone to his dacha in Ardell. Then Irene playfully asked him if she should also go with them to his homeland, even though she had recently visited him. She still couldn't defeat him, so she had to stay as close as possible, and these words turned his head a little. He remembered his manners and said that he would consider it an honor if she visited his domain. This was what they said out loud. But anyone who could think even a little would understand that the reason for her visit was not at all a stupid competition. This girl smiled too charmingly. A few hours later, the rector gave an official speech to the graduates. Everyone did well, a bright future awaited everyone, and so on. Then they gave the floor to Ruin, as the best graduate, and called him to the podium. Tyrion told him not to worry and to speak as usual, and the boy nodded, although in reality he was very nervous under the influence of the moment. Ruin was so nervous because he was the center of attention of hundreds of eyes that he even forgot all the words he had prepared. Nevertheless, he pulled himself together because he was ready and still remembered what exactly he wanted to say. Then the boy began to remember how he had achieved victory at the great festival in just 1 year, although before that he had suffered for 5 years due to illness. For any mage, such an illness was terrifying. But the worst thing was the way people looked at him, constantly wondering why he didn't leave the academy, why he didn't give up. But the boy did not give up, because magic was everything to him. And there was only one way to protect himself, his family, and the people who care about him. That is why the hero waited and hoped to get his chance until the very end. So no matter who wins in the end, the main thing is not to give up. Without any doubts or lies, the Ruins could only give one piece of advice. Keep moving forward, and maybe you will also receive a letter from the magic school. Maybe you will find the golden ring of the Dark Lord under the bed, or a dragon artifact. In short, the hero continued to spout the motivational nonsense of all successful people who get lucky and think that only effort matters, when in fact, the plot itself suggests that you just need to get your hands on a cheating artifact. The guy is certainly a great guy, no doubt about it, but the plot could have been a little more honest. The next day they went home in carriages, Ruin riding in the same carriage with his sister. She asked if his friends would go with them to Ardal. In another carriage rode the hero's entire retinue, two magicians from other schools, Jason and Hans. Seth received recognition right during the party, so he couldn't resist and followed the hero. Somehow, everything worked out that he, as a valiant knight, acquired good company. Strictly speaking, Ruin hired these guys, as well as the 3,000 soldiers who returned home with him. All thanks to the troops that the princes sent him to solve land problems, but the hero did not even imagine that he would be provided with an entire army. Then his sister asked him if he was planning to stay in his native lands forever after the territorial expansion. He was thinking of traveling a little, but had not yet thought out the details, being busy with current issues. Later, Strand asked him if the gentleman had developed a strategy, and the hero had a couple of ideas. Then he saw several knights going somewhere and became interested. The soldiers were surprised that he didn't know, since it concerned his friend. After all, one of his companions started a training duel. When Ruin ran to the place of the duel, he saw Hans standing there opposite another knight. They were holding wooden swords in their hands. Hans had barely finished his training when he was already asked to duel with an official knight, but he was extremely determined to see what would happen next.